Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Now, what a cool shot. Only 5 days left until the sun sets for the season. So let's focus on the bright side. Let's focus on the future, like the 2-year-olds running in the Thursday feature. Enter without caution. Arguably the best of the Americans. Impressive debut victory among several contenders in a wide open with anticipation stakes. This is Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That team, Sean Bridgman, Mel Giddings, another win together yesterday, 3 for 4 at the meet. Live look, the Treehouse, great place to spend an afternoon at Saratoga Racecourse. Terrific late summer afternoon at the spa, spiraling towards Labor Day weekend. All goes by so quickly. Trackside welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yesterday, we watched Alex Bregman's filly, Totally Justified, romp in the PG Johnson. Impressive score there. It sounds like next we'll see her perhaps in the Miss Grillo at Aqueduct, maybe the Jessamine at Keeneland. The point is she's on her way potentially to the Breeders' Cup this fall, which leads us to today, the With Anticipation, the male equivalent of the PG Johnson. So for those who perform well, it's the same scenario. The next stop, perhaps, towards the Breeders' Cup. What makes these 2-year-old races so exciting? As we look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Opener in about 9 minutes. Start of the early pick 5. Big pick 6 carryover. 85,000 plus starts in the 6. Race 10 is the featured With Anticipation, as I'm joined by a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. JK, let's start with the pick 6. Started in the 6th race, the carryover. For you, what's the key to putting together a sensible ticket?
Well, I think that the 8th race is one that you weren't going to take a look at, right? Flying P obviously has been off to an outstanding start. They got 2 horses in this race, one who's a speed horse and one who's a closer. You'd think some team tactics there could get that entry home as a very likely one. And then I think in the With the Anticipation, Rajiv, I'm curious to see what you feel about the race. I thought the 2 shippers from Europe, the 7 for Chad Brown and the 8 Cavallo Bay for Charlie Appleby, are the ones that you want to consider possibly trying to lock that race up with.
If you had a choice, Rajiv, of any, who would you ride?
I'd ride the number 2 without caution, and here's the reason why. This horse made his debut, and it was a winning one, but the professionalism that he showed made me feel like he's going to improve off that. He's also, he's got all the tools to be a really good horse. He overcame a slow pace in front of him this day and just ran by horses that really had a distinct pace advantage on him. That made me know that he is a really good horse, a top quality horse. As far as the European horses goes, they've done good overseas, but I don't know what they're going to show in America. And this horse is proven that he's good. So I'm going to take the proven commodity over the ones that I'm not too unknown.
Raj Lascano, Jose Lascano rode without caution in his debut, not riding today. Why? Like, what's the story?
Well, last week, Jose Lascano, he impeded a few of his rivals in a race, and he was handed a 3-day suspension. That's the norm whenever there's an incident in races and they think the jockey was at fault, they usually face suspension time, and he had to take it during this meet.
So Manny Franco takes over, looking for the PG Johnson With Anticipation. Sweep one yesterday, Totally Justified. A date without decision in the With Anticipation. John Deere, track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses, plural, are firm. Temperature around 80 degrees. Field for the opener. 2-year-olds, maiden special weight with a restriction. All 2-year-olds sold for $50,000 or less at their most recent sale. 5.5 furlong sprint, and while the favorite Just to Fly 8-5, number 5, a key scratch correlation is out. A late defection. We'll check in with Acacia, see exactly what went on with correlation. First, let's meet the field. These 2-year-olds in Sky Masterson at 3-1. Junior Alvarado aboard. The New York bred sold exactly for $50,000.
Draws the rail down here, and in 4 career starts has shown absolutely no speed.
Kai Anansi draws the rail.
This one has been dusted in both career starts. Not much to endorse here.
Raplevin Turf debut, blinkers on.
Yeah, didn't take much money on debut, didn't do much running trying the turf here.
Max in FIFO, I believe, the first-time starter there with your cousin, Romero, in the saddle.
This is my top pick in a race that there's not much going on for the ones that have run. This one is out of a mare that was very successful on the grass.
You know something we don't know?
Not much other than that the mare, Noble Jewel, was a winner twice on the turf.
Just saw the favorite. More on Just to Fly in a moment. There's Rap in Send Gift Box debut in Colt. Great name.
First-time starter for a low percentage connections.
Number 7, Resistance Feudal, New York bred first-time starter.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to gravitate towards. I don't trust some of these firsters. I don't trust some of the horses that have run. This one seems at least a little bit interesting. Taking a little bit of money at 8-1.
Papa's Nico Boy, a first-time starter, live on the board, 9-2.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking some money towards the outside with Ramon Vasquez. Outside draws in these races, these sprint races for young horses, I think is sometimes advantageous because you don't have to worry about getting stuck in behind horses, and you might lose a little ground wide, but that's the worst of it.
Early pick 5 starts here. 2-year-old who's ready to graduate. Find out 5 minutes. Meantime, closing week. Better late than never. Sign up today at NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. As we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by trackside. Acacia, first things first, Correlation, who was 3-1 at the time of the announcement, a late defection here. What exactly took place?
A significant scratch here. Lafitte did flip back in the paddock when trying to get the tack on and resulting in some abrasions when flipping over there, and that means an automatic scratch here at Nyra. So a late scratch of Correlation given what took place back in the paddock, meaning that all of the money now going on to the number 5, Just to Fly, which is where we'll begin as horses are warming up out on the track. And to be honest, this one just kind of looks best. I watched his first race, which was on the main track back over at Laurel, and actually broke pretty well before just being totally outfooted, and came on running late, though a touch green, but in my eye, moving like a horse that would prefer not to run through kickback, and moving like a horse that would want to be on the grass as well. Looks like a turf horse, has that proverbial turf foot, built like a turf horse as well. I don't have any problems with your favorite coming in here for Michael Trombetta. The one, Sky Masterson, I agree with Jonathan, has shown no speed, but this is the best that I've seen this horse look so far. I love Progeny of the Factor sprinting on the turf. The only 2 turf races we saw were both sprints, and this was a horse who just even back at the start of July just looked really heavy, carrying a lot of extra weight. This is the most fit that he's looked, the best his coat has looked, and I appreciate that Junior Alvarado is staying. Maybe he's just finding the right place in here, and if you look through, this is the only horse in the field that does actually have some turf experience. The number 3, Rip Levin, hits the turf for the first time, went 10-1 at that OBS April 2-year-old sale. And while Tom's d'Etat has not been the strongest turf influence so far, 0-3 with his turf sprinters, has actually done okay with his progeny on the grass. And I think that this guy actually does kind of look like a turf horse. Get shortcut cheater blinkers on for the first time here. Like him switching to the grass. The dam was 0-2 on the turf, but she did finish in the money in both of her grass starts, and thought this one could be interesting, where he just seemed like after breaking slowly and getting all that kickback in his face, he wanted no part of the dirt in his first start. Now, the number 9, Papa's Nico Boys, you guys mentioned taking some attention at 9-2, went 10-2 at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. He was pretty high-headed in that effort, which is often a negative at the 2-year-old sales if they don't lower themselves, and he did not. But seeing him here, very little equipment on his face, no noseband, a very soft bit, and sometimes that can help too for horses to kind of lower their heads a little bit. There is some pedigree on the bottom side. The dam was 0-4 on the grass with the second dam, a 5-time turf winner. I have no problems with him on the grass. I do think he'll strengthen up a little bit. He's a good-looking type, might want a little bit longer, but he's been sharp for this debut, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Live on the board, Papa's Nico Boy at 9-2. And then you have a couple of others here. JK and Raj trying to smoke out the long shots. Max and FIFO at 17-1. Let's hear the sales pitch here, Raj.
Here's the reality about this race. For a turf sprint, there isn't the horse that I've run hasn't shown any speed. So the pace is going to be set by a first-time starter, which we don't know much about these horses, but it's going to be one of these firsters that's going to be able to go out there and set the pace, and they're going to have a distinct advantage. This morning when I talked to my cousin Romero about this race, we talked, this horse, it doesn't show much speed in the mornings, but he's going to try to hustle him out and make the lead because of the dynamics of how the race is going to set up.
Lafitte, for me, this is more of a disliking, hating on the favorites, the horses that have run, the 1 Sky Masterson and the 5 Just to Fly, than it is about liking the 7 for me, or the 9, or even Rajiv's choice in here, this first-time starter. When it comes to these horses that have run, they just haven't shown me anything that makes me want to lean on them. Like I mentioned, the 1 Sky Masterson. From the inside, if this horse doesn't break again, basically lose ground, to take back, circle the field, and make one run, and in his career, he hasn't really shown to be good enough to let that help him win. And then as far as the 5 is concerned, Just to Fly, this horse took some money, but his switching surfaces didn't show a lot of speed, was wide all the way around there. You're still just kind of guessing. And at 7-5, I don't like to guess. I don't mind guessing at 9-1 because I'm guessing with the 7. You can guess at 9-1. It's not smart to guess at 7-5.
I expect this to be the slowest first quarter, 5.5 furlong turf race that we're going to have all meet, based on what I'm seeing of the horses that are on paper.
Somebody at home fact check Rajiv on that.
I hope you're right. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Because this is where you typically want the speed of the speed in these turf sprints.
Absolutely. You want to be forward in here. You want to be forward. You want to be able. It's like you know, you want to get your position moving forward.
But that was you can see on the right side of the screen, Just to Fly, who is the favorite. Kaya Nancy being coaxed forward, the gray. Big price, 34-1. We're ready for the Thursday opener. Start of the early pick 5. Javier Castellano aboard the favorite. Number 5, Just to Fly. 2-year-old maiden sprinting 5.5 furlongs on grass. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's Replevin going in. Maxin Fifo, Sky Masterson. Just to Fly. Papa's Nico Boy, the last one to load. He's up to the gate. Getting a little nudge. Hesitates. Papa's Nico Boy. Just took a swing and a miss back there. Assistant starters, get him in. All set for the opener. They're in the gate. And they're off. Maxin Fifo was off slowly. It is a quick start for Replevin in between horses up to Rest Command. Kaya Nancy showing good speed today, and Just to Fly is close up too. They're followed by Sky Masterson, 1 from the outside. Papa's Nico Boy, Red Silks all the way up now within 2 lengths of the lead. Then Resistance Feudal racing 5 lengths in front of Maxin Fifo and Rapid Send at the back of the field. 22-2 for Replevin, leading the way by a half length. Sky Masterson trying to press in second with Papa's Nico Boy 3 deep in third. It's another 3 back to Just to Fly in fourth. Then comes Kaya Nancy racing inside Resistance Feudal. Outside of them, Maxin Fifo's trying to get involved late, closing. They're in the final furlong. Replevin, Sky Masterson a neck away second. Just to Fly angles out for a dangerous late bid, followed by Papa's Nico Boy and Maxin Fifo's 16th pole. Replevin, Sky Masterson keeps trying, and Just to Fly flying by. Just to Fly gets up under Javier Castellano, found his best stride and proved it. Replevin, Sky Masterson, Maxin Fifo.
Furious rally unleashed by the favorite at 6-5. Just to Fly mows him down in the stretch with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
You know, what's funny is that all the jockeys in the race, they see that there's not a lot of speed in the race. So everyone came out sending. And then it's a 5-prong battle down the backstretch. And Javier just sat a perfect trip off the pace timed it to perfection as he angles out in deep stretch. And at one moment here, it was looking like it was going to be close, like he wasn't going to get there, but Javier had it measured. The Hall of Famer does it again.
Yeah, really leveled off late right there. And sometimes because the grandstand is so low here, the angle is tough sometimes when you're watching that pan, being able to kind of tell the dimensions of watching it. The 5 was rolling late. You just never knew if they were actually going to get there. But I will say this, the 4, Rajiv's pick, Max and FIFO ran extremely well.
Yeah, he's just hopped at the start. Like when the gates open, he didn't know that he was supposed to go out and come forward.
Like he dwelt a little bit.
Yeah, he lost about 6 or 7 lengths right away in all kinds of position. Definitely a horse to look forward to going forward. Learned a lot out of this race to end up finishing fourth. But in the meantime, the most important thing in these races is to save ground. And Javier was always adamant on saving ground on the turns. In the straightaways, you can always tip out because you're not losing ground in straightaways. So you see a lot of jockeys will sit in the pocket on the turns, wait for the stretch, and then angle to the clear. That is the ideal turf trip. And Javier knows how to do it.
Wrong lead late, right result. Acacia just too fly.
Yeah, the experience paying off here, and he did everything well, because kind of trying late, flipping back to that left lead in the stretch, but really appreciating getting to the grass. But I had a question for Rajiv about the 4, Max and FIFO, as this was a horse who was very green in the preliminaries, really revved up back in the paddock, broke post parade, trying to keep settled. Raj, for horses like that, especially 2-year-olds, when you get them in the gate and they're distracted, how much does that impact the way that they break if they're paying attention to everything but the task at hand?
Well, Acacia, as you can see, it definitely impacted him in a negative way, because when the gates open, he was more concerned about everything else than coming out of the gate. And he actually waited for the other horses to break, then he jumped. Then he's like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Typical inexperienced horse. He's making his debut. He just kind of doesn't know what was going on. A horse that you'd expect to move forward off of a race like this.
A colt who you told the audience pre-race beforehand that your cousin Ramiro was expecting to show speed today.
Yeah, and he wanted him to show speed. And to add into what Acacia was saying, when a horse is acting up and acting flighty, all right, when you get in the gate, you actually, even if you want to try to break them fast, you can't do too much movement on them to cue them up, because they might just explode in the gate and then end up flipping over or barging through the gate. So it's hard. You're trying to thread a fine line and keeping the horse focused to get him to break well, but not giving him any cues that could make him just lose himself.
Another win, Saratoga, Javier Castellano, Alabama winner earlier this meet. Iron Horse Racing just to fly for Mike Trombetta. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, she is a throwback. The Queen's MG trying to accomplish something on Saturday not done in 37 years. Sweep Saratoga's big 3 races for 2-year-old fillies.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
up the band. That's not a JK shirt. Is that a Coca-Cola shirt? No, you can't have like a JK Coca-Cola influenced shirt. That's like, wouldn't go down well, I
Copyright
imagine.
infringement.
Yeah. I have some problems there, I think.
Could try it and see what happens. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started as the chalk delivers. In the opener, Just to Fly with 7-time Travers winning jockey Javier Castellano with a case in the winner's circle.
That's right, 7 times in the Travers and now a 2-year-old turf sprint as well. He wins them all, Javi. But you and I were just watching the replay with Just to Fly, and you said just a beautiful trip you ended up getting.
He did. I'm really happy the way everything unfolded in the right spot, in the right direction. 2-3, broke well out of the gate. I didn't rush it. First time the turf, let him develop it himself. And 2-3 horses that rushed it, got to the lead, let him dictate the pace. I save all the ground, take my time, I step up outside, find the best stride, he finished amazing.
And for a horse trying the turf for the first time, and obviously he had pedigree for it and they were looking for it the first time, but you can tell pretty early on if they're handling it, right?
Absolutely, the way he did it today, broke well out of the gate, handled so well. But at the same time, I don't want who can do speed because those horses, first time in the grass, use it, take a little bit to get used to. And that's what I want to find. Take my time with a horse, develop it himself, be patient, confident, he pay off.
Well, as you heard, Lafitte was just saying, 7 wins in the Travers. You won the Alabama this year up here in Saratoga. Just some of these marquee races. I know you're not done yet, but can you reflect back on this summer for you and just what Saratoga means to the riders?
I mean, be thankful, be part of the best top jockeys in the country, and be successful for like the Grade 1 Alabama. Have a lot of potential to finish well this weekend. I like Bright Fusion, the Jockey Club. He ended up winning the last year, the Jockey Club. I hope I can do it back-to-back this year. I like the horse Furiosa and the Futurity. Very impressive horse, 2-year-old. He did it really well first time. I think we have a little potential to finish really well. Hopefully everything goes well. And I love this me. He's the best jockey, the best trainer, the best horses, and always doing well. Thank God, being blessed, and everybody's support. My agent, PJ Campo, did really well, good job with the horses, and all the trainers, the owner, they support me to my career and enjoy the ride.
We're all enjoying the ride with you. Congratulations on another win here.
Thanks a lot, Kasia.
Javier Castellano, maybe he's got 7 Travers wins, but look out, back-to-back Jockey Club Gold Cup with Bright Future on Sunday, Lafitte.
You got me on that trivia the other day.
Nice trivia question.
How many Grade 1s at 1.25 miles at Saratoga has Javier Castellano? 11. No, 12. He had that Jockey Club Gold Cup a couple of years back. Of his Travers winners, favorite horse Castellano has ridden to victory in a Travers?
Yeah, it's got to be Catholic Boy. There's something about a horse that can win a Grade 1 on the dirt and on the grass. I mean, I just think it's so unique and it's so cool, and Catholic Boy was one of those horses.
I'm gonna tell you who's my not-so-favorite Travers winner for Javier. VE Day, when he snapped me off at the wire on Wicked Strong. I'll tell you that much.
That wasn't the intention of that question. I promise.
I just have to say it, man. I'm still burning inside from that.
I would be as well. VE Day, the only Curlin winner, I believe, to capture the Travers. We turn the page. Race 2 started the early pick 4, just a $16,000 claiming event, 7/8 of a mile. Gold Crest, 8-5, the favorite. JK, race 2. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the 7. Pretty simple. Been running for 25,000. Ran well last time for 25,000. An aggressive drop down here for 16.
That's coming up. Race 2, 17 minutes. Meantime, closing week here. The stakes schedule, as you might expect, loaded. As mentioned, with anticipation later today, tomorrow, the Saranac 3-year-olds on grass. Big Saturday, 3 graded stakes races headlined by the Grade 1 Spinaway 2-year-old fillies. Here's the field. 7/8 of a mile, very different than last year when all eyes on ways and means. This thing is wide open, all the way at the bottom, quiet side. 3-1 morning line favorite. Number 8, the Queen's MG, 7-2, second choice. Let's revisit the Adirondack. Early August, Raj, and the Queen's MG proving her 44-1 Schuylerville stunner was no fluke.
I mean, she does it again. And what I love about her is she makes her trip because she has a natural speed and puts herself in the race. She's not dependent on anything going her way. She did all the dirty work, being involved in the pace. Both of those wins, the Scarlettville and the Adirondack, put away horses that ran with her. They couldn't finish the race, and she's then sprinting away from them in the stretch. I think she's clearly the horse to beat. And what's funny about it is, I think she's under-respected, especially at the windows, because she's winning and she's paying decent prices. Not only the big stunner, but even after that, she didn't get bet that heavily in this race.
She hasn't been running that fast, JK, on paper, but she's been winning races that would figure to somewhat work against her.
Absolutely, and she's not doing it with a soft trip, right? Her paces have been fast. So she's setting these fast paces. She's having to do all the dirty work, and so I don't knock her as much for having a less than fast number. She is definitely the horse to beat in here.
Championship implications, the 10 fillies that have won the Spinaway and been crowned 2-year-old filly champion, from Dearly Precious in '75 to Echo Zulu 3 years ago, superstar after superstar. Who's next? We wait to find out. Raj, the actual morning line favorite in Quiet Side, just the one start. What impressed you most about her effort, about her debut win?
The professionalism that she showed in her debut. She ran like a horse that has raced before, and she was so polished, did everything the right way. When her rider cued her here, Luis Saez, all he did was shake the reins at her and gave her a little love tap with the crop, and she just kept on accelerating. That's, to me, the mark of a horse that is precocious, ready to go and step up to this level. And what she has most favorable going into the Spinaway is that coveted outside post. Her jockey, Luis Saez, is going to be able to dictate the race from the outside. If the pace is slow, he's going to be able to put her closer to the pace. If the pace is faster, he can adjust and sit back. He's not forced or committed to make any decisions too early, and that's a very good place to be.
She also has John Ortiz going for her, JK, who's just not doing a lot of losing this summer. At Saratoga, you saw the Beyer speed figure pictured there, in 80 for that performance. How does that stack up when it comes to trying to equate what she'll do against top-class fillies in the Spinaway?
Yeah, I mean, her figure, points in the direction that she's going to take another step forward. Like you mentioned, John Ortiz has had an outstanding meet, right? 5 for 8. I think that he's been, if you win 5 races here in general, good meet, you win 5 out of 8 at that percentage, clipping at that level, it's going in the right direction, I think. And she's drawn outside of the Queen's MG as well, which I think is going to be a good spot for her to be.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that coveted outside post is riders as a jockey. I love to see that, because I'm going in, I know that, I can just pick my spot. I'm going to be able to see everything that's going on to the inside of me and really dictate the race.
Ortiz looking to go back-to-back, saddled Brightwork to win the Spinaway last year, defeating Ways and Means. The Grade 1 Spinaway, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies every summer at Saratoga. The colors of last year's winner, WW Racing's Brightwork, the Spinaway this weekend, closing weekend from Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com. $1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 on a hat. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Fierceness winning the Travers last Saturday. Second time that canoe has donned those colors. Our coverage, of course, brought to you by Alapa, and you're looking at number 3 here. She Caught My Eye by Hill & Dale stallion Violence, the 5-year-old mare. Currently 3-1 contender in this upcoming second race. Start of the early, pick 4, $16,000 claimer, 7/8 of a mile. Fillies and mares. There's the horse to beat on paper. Gold Crest to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. 5+ days left or so, JK, and for Arad Ortiz, that 5-win cushion, but it seems bigger than that given the absence of Flavien Prat, Tyler Gaffney, and they won't be here full time to close out the meet.
Yeah, going to be down at Kentucky Downs, that all-turf meet that takes place at the conclusion of ours. So, yeah, I mean, it feels like Irad's probably in the driver's seat, and you know, unless some significant day for Tyler when he gets back, or Flavien in between. Looks like Irad might have another one wrapped up.
Yeah, and an opportunity, Acacia, to create more daylight between himself and the rest of the pack here to ride Gold Crest, the favorite in this upcoming second.
He certainly does, Liffey, and on a very logical contender in this spot, as Arad Ortiz missing yesterday with a 1-day suspension, so back riding today. And as far as that favorite to the outside does go, and Goldcrest is dropping in class from the 25,000 to the 16, though her last win did come for 8,000 in a condition claiming race down at Gulfstream, but that was off of a layoff, and she won by 13.5 lengths. I wasn't in the paddock for her last race, so my first time seeing her. She's a very lightly framed filly. Overall, I just really wish that she had a little bit more muscle mass. She was carrying a little bit more condition, especially behind. I'm going to watch her warming up, but she's certainly fine. She, I thought, ran okay last time out against a notch tougher than what she's going to face in today, and she has some tactical speed, so well drawn to the outside, going the 7 furlongs as well. The number 3, She Caught My Eye, also taking a drop in class, and she's second off the layoff. Was beaten by Deck of Cards, who was in great form and did come back to win with an 87 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. Now, this is a horse who got in good form and then really kind of tailed off, and she just really didn't run a step last time out. She broke okay and then just kind of steadily lost ground. And even though Jose Lascano was riding her hard, was never able to get her into position. She's sharp and she's hot here in the paddock, but that's typical of She Caught My Eye. So she's one too that sometimes doesn't carry the best weight. For her standards, she actually looks pretty good and strong second off the layoff. Just hoping that she can get into the race a little bit more and show a bit more second off the bench. We'll know pretty early on if she's traveling and if she still has it. The number 6, Rebo's Valentine, yet another one who kind of struggles with her weight. Sometimes you just see her and she just really doesn't have much muscle behind, in her hind end, being able to push off. She's a smaller kind of petite filly as well. Again, for her standards, she's doing well right now, and she's dropping in. Also trying the 25,000 after facing tough New York bred, 2 other than Allowance Company on both turf and dirt. My problem is that she just really didn't do any running last time out. I think that there is an opportunity for her to potentially take a step forward, but she too needs to get back to showing some of her early interest in those races. Lafitte?
See if Ricardo Santana can get her in the mix early. Acacia, Rebo's Valentine, making their way front side for the $16,000 claiming event. And a mare in this race, Raj, that you won several times on?
Yeah, I mean, fun fact, number 1, Awesome Anne-Marie. The first 6 times she raced, I rode her to 4 victories back in 2020 to 2021. So it's great for me to see her running still. One of the few horses that I've ridden that are still racing now.
The funny part is there's a 0% chance that would ever happen for Richie if he was sitting here. Love you, Richie.
Well, we both said, what is she, 22 years old? Awesome Anne-Marie.
She still got it, and this is her closing strongly on the outside, the number 1. Today she gets an extra furlong to run into, so.
The entry, you could see there that Awesome Anne-Marie rolling late. She caught my eye. There she is, Kendrick Carmouche, second start after long layoff.
Yeah, her last 2 runs have not been very good, but maybe second off of a little bit of a break, she might show back up.
Mon Petit Chou, second in her last pair.
Her speed was taken away from her when she hit the gate last time. I expect her to be a major pace presence today.
Number 5, My First Love, and trainer Bruce Brown saddling a winner yesterday.
Yeah, switching to the Bruce Brown barn. This horse ran sneaky okay last time. I thought got a nice trip, showed some nice tactical speed as well.
Rebo's Valentine. Let's see if she can show more tactical speed this afternoon.
Hot connections from the Mike Maker barn. This one should be sitting a stalking trip.
And Goldcrest, the favorite, the key for her as well, tactical speed.
Yeah, she's drawn outside. She's dropping in from 25,000 down to the 16. All signs point to go.
That's the field. Start of the early pick 4, the $16,000 claimer, 7/8 of a mile, fillies and mares. Perhaps you're just tuning in, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Circling back to Mon Petit Chou. Her latest, Mon Petit Chou. This is on the 26th of July. There she is in front, turning for home here. Opens up a big lead, but there's a danger lurking from off the pace.
Yeah, my problem with her is how much better is it going to get for her? I mean, she was nice and clear. The pace wasn't blistering fast. It was quick, and she still got run down. How much better of a trip could she work out here?
No, I mean, that was very favorable. What I liked about her, though, that was 2 starts back. In her most recent start, she overcame some adversity. She didn't get off to a good start. She got a wide trip from the 11 post. She actually stalked the pace and still managed to put in her run to finish second. So I do think that she's a legitimate contender here, and she does have a distinct pace advantage on her rivals. I expect her to be the pace setter. So, you know, ultimately, I landed on number 7, Goldcrest. The stars have a line for her. She has a perfect outside post. She's dropping in class. She has natural tactical speed to be right up on top of the pace and able to control it. I think this is a layup for Irad.
On the favorite Goldcrest, but we're looking at Mon Petit Chou. Acacia, as she continues to wind up for this second race.
She does, and well done on your French pronunciation, Lafitte, as Mon Petit Chou. She comes out of that same race as Awesome Anne-Marie, and of the 2, physically, they were entry mates that day, and now the number 1 with a new barn. But of the 2, physically, I do prefer Mon Petit Chou. I think that last time out, as Raj mentioned, she did hit the gate a little bit, but she wasn't that far off of it. I think she just ended up being wide with that outside post that day, and actually turned out to be to her benefit a bit. But she's one that just was really held her conditioning well, as we love to see the young fans here enjoying a beautiful afternoon at the races. But as far as Mon Petit Chou is concerned, she's a horse that I respect. And the fact that she was taken out of her comfort zone and still ran well last time out. I know she's not a winning type, but she's always right there. You have to respect a 6-year-old like this who always runs her race. I'm going to land, though, on the number 5, My First Love, first off the claim for Bruce Brown. She's one that I thought has looked pretty good in her last couple of starts as well, so I think it's just kind of continuing in the right direction. She is one of those horses that really does need Lasix when running, and sometimes it can affect her. She can get a little bit washy prior to her races. She can get kind of revved up. She can get really drawn up as well. I'm not seeing any of that from her today. And she's had a relatively reserved warm-up out on the track from Dylan Davis and is hoping that there will be some speed. Again, I know she's not a winning type either, but this is just one of the better times that I've seen her look, and she's a little bit of a nicer price than the favorite, as looks like we have a rider off the 6 in Rebo's Valentine, Ricardo Santana. Not sure if this is a saddle adjustment. Looks like it is a tack adjustment out there on the track. Nope, looks like she's gonna be, well, I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on it, Lafitte, and I'll keep you posted. Looks like it is just a saddle adjustment on Rebo's Valentine, who again is a relatively narrow framed filly.
Rebo's Valentine, have to get it just right, Raj, the saddle.
Yeah, I mean, that's very important, you know, to have the saddle on right, because it could get dangerous if your saddle is in either too far back or too far in front. It needs to sit right on top of the withers, and so it's best to, if a jockey feels like it's a bit off, out of line, to have it adjusted before the race.
Is there anything you were like really specifically particular about when it came to the saddle itself, the positioning, where you were most comfortable?
Well, right in the ideal places, right behind the withers, is where you'd want your saddle. But what I will say is the most dangerous thing is when your saddle slips in front of the withers, goes up on the horse's neck, because then you have no balance at all and no control. And if you try to pull on the horse and your saddle goes even further up, that's the scariest situation to be in. Your saddle could slip back and it'll be a little bit uncomfortable, or you know, if it slips back too far, but it could still be doable. But when the saddle slips in front, it's actually super dangerous. You have no control on the horse.
Have to get it just right. Ricardo Santana back aboard. Rebo's Valentine and Santana closing out the meet, winning more races and with some momentum towards the end of the Saratoga season.
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo's he's had an interesting journey in his career, right? I mean, riding first call for Steve Asmussen, riding all of Steve's good horses. Then they obviously had a situation in which Ricardo wasn't riding for him as much. Now he rides for him, but not the same rate that he is. And then you have to kind of find your way, because what happens in those situations is that a lot of other trainers mentally kind of cross you off their list because they know you're going to ride for Steve Asmussen. So they kind of cross you off their list. So it's the one negative, I think, with being so tied in with one barn. Rajiv, I don't know if that happened to you throughout your career at all.
Well, yeah, it's the egg, all your eggs in one basket. It does possess some risk. It's a double-edged sword. The benefit is, you know, you have that commitment and you have that guaranteed mounts. And what happens is now you turn away other barns because they know that you're tied into that barn. Or you could go with the point, how I used to do my business is, I used to just try to ride a bit for everyone. And it gave me a more widespread opportunity. But there's positive and negative about each kind of way.
Santana here riding for Mike Maker. Another big summer at Saratoga for Maker. Rebo's Valentine, an outsider at 17-1. Just to her outside will be the favorite in Gold Crest and Arad Ortiz, 5 clear in the rider standings for now. As we hand things over to Frank Miramati with the call post-time start of the early Pick 4 Race 2 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Gold Crest will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fairly even start. Rebo's Valentine and Gold Crest both out okay. Here's Awesome Anne-Marie coming through along the inside, and Mon Petit Chou in between horses is vying for the lead as well. She Caught My Eye, Yellow Silks down at the rail. My First Love is at the back of the field. They're heading toward the 5/8 pole, and it is Awesome Anne-Marie who emerges with a length lead. On Mon Petit Chou second, the opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Rebo's Valentine is 3 deep in third, followed by She Caught My Eye inside of Gold Crest, 2 clear of My First Love. 6 lengths covers them, heading to the 3/8 pole. Awesome Anne-Marie, 3 parts of a length to Mon Petit Chou, who re-engages in second. It's 2 more lengths. Gold Crest in between horses, inching up, taking the 3rd spot through a half in 46 2/5 seconds. From the back, My First Love is trying to rev up, has 8 to make up with a 1/4 mile to go. Awesome Anne-Marie and Mon Petit Chou. Gold Crest swings out for the final 1/8 mile, still hand-ridden, but 2 to make up inside the furlong pole. Mon Petit Chou on the outside, Gold Crest grinding away. Gold Crest, Mon Petit Chou go on with it. Gold Crest gradually getting the upper hand, and Gold Crest under Arad Ortiz Jr. takes care of business. Mon Petit Chou second. Awesome Anne-Marie, Rebo's Valentine up for 4th.
She had to work. Finally put away Mon Petit Chou. Gold Crest, the favorite. In the second here at Saratoga, Arad Ortiz, 6 clear. in the rider standings.
I love something that Irad did just now, forcing her to change leads. So if you watch this race coming off the turn, he was asking her to go, and she was gradually getting there. It looks like at one point she was almost not wanting to get there, and he was just so focused on getting her to swap over to her right lead. And what that does is, she looked like she was stuck in the 4th gear. And right there, he tugs on the left rein, she swaps over, and then she goes to the 5th gear. And that's what made her go past, because if he didn't focus on making her switch leads, she might have got there and hung on that left lead and actually not go on by.
She was absolutely hanging on her wrong lead there, and Rajiv nailed it. As soon as Irad corrected her and kind of pulled her to the left, she flopped back over to the right, and then she ended up running by fairly easy in the end when it looked like she could have been 3rd at some point.
That aggressiveness of Irad to focus on pulling her over, yanking on that left rein. He's trying to make her switch, and she's not switching here. And he pulls her off to the outside a little bit, and he goes again. And watch him here, how he pulls
Still
that left
nothing.
rein.
Right
Boom.
there.
And then that's when she goes on by.
Like some trading of paint there. Just a little brush with Mon Petit Choux as Goldcrest goes on by. It's fascinating listening to different riders, current riders, retired riders, and the different philosophies on changing leads and how important it is to get the horse underneath them to change leads, whether it's something you really want to emphasize, or if they don't necessarily want to do it, you don't push too hard.
Yeah, if you look at horses like cars and they have 5 gears, you know, in the beginning of the race, you're in gear 1 and gear 2, and then you start advancing into gear 3 and gear 4. And if the horse is stuck in gear 4 and doesn't want to go into gear 5 because he's not switching leads, you have to kind of get him to swap over. And that's when she really hit her top gear, is when Irad was able to pull her over and make her swap leads. And she wasn't doing it willingly. He had to make her do it.
Awesome Man Marie down on the inside, the mare that Raj won 4 races on. And JK, a solid effort. Mon Petit Choux, she fought just too much Goldcrest, too much Arad Ortiz in the end.
I completely agree. I mean, look, Source is the favorite, was the most likely winner. Yeah. But and Irad's the leading rider in the room. But you still got to go out there and get it done. And they did. And Irad and the horse did their job to get this win.
Joel Martinez, winning owner. Jose D'Angelo, winning trainer. You were a big fan of her sire, City of Light, a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. He was a dynamo.
No, he was tremendous. He won the Pegasus. He won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He sired a 2-year-old champion and sired a Travers champion.
7-4-1-6. When we come back, Tom Morley unleashes the big torpedo. Not Torpedo, the big torpedo. Coming in hot. 2 stakes wins in a row. What'll he do in the Saranac?
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road.
Digital Age.
And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, and usually well. Taking a little stroll down Union Avenue, but the best walk is into the winner's circle, and that's what Goldcrest got to do here in race 2, ridden to victory by Arad Ortiz, who's joining me here. And Arad, you said you knew last time this horse did not change leads, and you really made sure he did it in the stretch today.
Yeah, I mean, last time I have a beautiful trip, and I don't know the feeling. That was the first time I rode her, and she hung a little bit, to be honest, and I learned from her. So today I try to buy my time as long as I can.
And getting her to finish as well. How important was that to time it and be able to run down those pace setters?
That was great. They come back to me, those horses, they hook up in front of me, and I just track them, and you know, in the end, I try to make her switch. One time she don't switch. Then I go again, and she give it to me. She changed lead, and then she rebroke a little bit. I went all in after she changed lead, and she got the job done. She got there on time.
Got another win for you. But coming up later in the With Anticipation, you're going to be aboard a tenacious leader for Todd Pletcher, a horse that won on the dirt off the turf last time, trying the grass, though, today. Do you have any thoughts on how he'll handle the surface?
He's been working so good since before he run his first starter. And after that, I think he entered on the turf, and race come off the turf, and he won. He won nicely, to be honest. But we probably, if Todd put it in because he sees something, so I trust him.
Easy man to trust in as well. But we saw you serving suspension yesterday, so back today, wrapping up this weekend and going hard for that riding title. It's been such a tremendous meet for you.
It's been great. I mean, we're trying to do our best. We have Flavian and Tyler to have an unbelievable meet, and so much respect for them, and we having fun, and at the same time we're working and do our best out there for our owners, and thanks everybody who support me, support my agent, Steve Roaching. He do a great job, and we're here fighting until the end.
Fighting to the end, indeed. Congratulations on this win.
Thank you.
And you certainly saw that fight on display here in this race, Lafitte.
Riding a $16,000 claimer like it's one of the grade ones we watched last Saturday, Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes him special, right? I mean, I think that, you look at those 43 wins, they can't all be $1 million grade ones, but
he rides them all the same.
He sure does. He absolutely does. You nailed it on that.
He's consistent, and he's so intense. I mean, every day, when you think about it, all the success he's had, sometimes people start having that success, and it's like you lose the desire. But he's definitely hasn't lost his desire. He seems hungry out there, whether it's in a grade 1 race or he's riding a low-level claiming race. He gives it his all.
It seems silly to ask Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, if they have a chance in a stakes race. Their mere presence, like of course they do. Tenacious leader though, in his turf debut this afternoon in the With Anticipation. The individual, this 2-year-old, what do you make of him?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at all of the factors, right? You have a not this time. You've got Irad, you've got Todd, you've got an outside draw, and you've got some tactical speed. I don't care what race it is in the country. If I say all those things, you're drawing line.
I mean, top combination, right? Top combination. It's not really my cup of tea, but initially, when you look at the pedigree, I didn't see a lot of turf for me. But then when you see that he wins on the dirt and Todd is so adamant to get him on the grass, that makes me think that this horse must have shown a lot of grass indications for him.
Thursday feature With Anticipation, 2-year-olds a little bit later on this evening here at Saratoga. We turn the page, moving right along. Race 3, New York bred sprinters, fillies and mares, 6.5 furlongs. Evaluation, odds on, one start, one win, JK. Why considered such a standout going in?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a fast speed figure first time out. Trained by the gentleman who's likely going to win this meet as the leading trainer, ridden by the guy who's going to likely win this meet as the jockey. That equals 4 to 5.
Hard to critique.
I think the inside post could be tricky for this horse in this race. He's going to be having to force to push early into a fast pace, or having to take back and potentially be pocketed in on the inside. So I think this might be a tricky post.
Calling for the upset?
I'm calling for the upset in this race.
Me too. I'm going to go with the 2.
I'm going with the 7, right. Sweet Anniversary.
That makes
calling for the big
Catalina
upset.
wine mixer.
Makes it more. That's Step Brothers, isn't it?
Cruise the Catalina.
Nothing but shock thus far. We'll see if that trend continues or if we do have an upset in 19 minutes, race number 3. Closing week highlights. Lots to look forward to. The stakes rundown later today. Of course, that with anticipation. Yeah. Saturday, Sunday, Labor Day is loaded. Tomorrow, the Grade 3 Saranac. Take a look at the field. 3-year-olds. A mile and a 16th on grass. Number 1, West Hollywood is the favorite. This is the big Torpedo, 5-2 second choice. His latest, he capped Callaway. July 18th, facing New York breds. Raj, the big Torpedo, odds on and performs accordingly.
And this was nothing short of impressive. And right after this race, I thought that this horse should not be run against New York breds anymore. He's got to try open company, because you usually see turf races dominant by horses coming from off the pace. When a horse is able to run fast early in a turf race and sustain it, he actually kicked away. That's a serious weapon to have.
How much tougher is the competition, JK, that he'll be facing in the Grade 3 Saranac?
I mean, you can just look at his price, right? I mean, he was 2-5 in this race. He's 5-2 morning line in the Saranac. So it's a huge difference in who he's been facing. And now, look, he got loose on the front end. He'll probably have a little bit more pace pressure in here today, but it's less about the pace pressure and more about who's going to be running at him late. Horses like West Hollywood. We'll see
How good is he, supposed? How good is he?
I think West Hollywood's pretty nice. We'll see how good the 3 Take Me to Church is, making his first start in the North America for Brad Cox. It's the competition late is going to be the problem potentially for the big Torpedo.
This is a stiff test, because all these horses in this race actually are horses that are doing really good. Like Yo Daddy, I know he did win on the dirt last time, but if you ever watch his last turf race, he had the worst trip of any horse could ever have. He's an up-and-coming horse that I think could be any kind of horse as well.
How many times do you think he gets called the big Thor-pedo tomorrow? Let's set the over-under at about 6.5.
I'm undefeated right now so far.
Because I'll provide like 5 of them.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I'll always call him Torpedo, because that's how Jamaicans say torpedo. We always leave the H out anyway, so they actually, it's a Jamaican torpedo.
He has an advantage. That's not fair. Big Torpedo, he's fast. So New York bred, see what he does in the Saranac tomorrow right here at Saratoga. Stepping aside, Johnny V. What hasn't he done at the Spa? All-time leading rider, races, won, money earned. He's done it all. However, there is one glaring omission on the resume. At least there was. Stay tuned.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
Johnny, I've selected your ride aboard Fierceness in the DraftKings Travers as the ride of the week. What was your strategy going into the race?
Really, I mean, I had a great post position. That's the best thing. I mean, on paper, it looked like it's going to be a lot of speed. My thing was like, I'm going to come out running past the wire, and this is what I told Tad, you know, so even the day before, I want to go towards the wire and see where everybody lands. So I don't want to push my horse to a position where then it had to be taken him back because we in a half pace, you know.
How did the gate work out for you? Because I think it was important that he actually, even though you don't want to have to be on the lead, to have a good start.
I don't know. I mean, you said the first 2 jumps, I put him in there, but not me asking him to do something. I just kind of go forward with him. Didn't initiate, didn't chirp on him, anything on it. I just wanted to get a comfortable position. And you can see, I lose reins on him. I want to see where I'm going to end up.
Now that you're going down the backstretch, you know, the race is kind of set up, the established positions. How do you feel from here, and what are you looking for?
Well, what I'm looking for is like, now I know I have Saranac really close to me and have the feeling there, though, you know. So now I'm thinking they're right next to me. I have to be a little patient, though, you know, so I'm trying to, and actually you start thinking for the horses coming from behind too, so let me be a little patient. But I was close enough to him that I was comfortable, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't want to commit to myself yet, though, you know, to him. And then I see when I got a half a length here, Luis kind of like, this horse is one of the horses that kind of runs, you know, when you get close. So I was like, I'm going to move and get him out of there and hopefully get the filly stuck behind him. Actually, she got out of behind him a little sooner than I thought. Exactly.
So now you come into the stretch, you have him running where you want.
Man, he's running, and it got to the point, and all of a sudden he kind of started looking in the infield, and he started waiting. It's like, hey, no, buddy, we have to go on, you know. I went left-handed, and I saw the filly coming, and I got close to her. I mean, I was proud of him. As soon as I got really close to her, he actually re-engaged again. Brian did actually a really good job keeping the horse calm and put her behind the horses, and she settled. I thought she probably was going to be ranked behind the horses, but like I said, I watched him warming up. I'm saying he's done a great job keeping the horse calm. You can't take away anything from the filly. What a good horse, obviously.
What a great race.
Wow, man, incredible.
Well, this was
fierceness, give it everything that you can.
This was definitely a Travers for the ages in my
absolutely,
mind.
you know, this is what you look for this kind of races, this kind of travel. But
you were the difference maker. That's why you got the ride of the week.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Johnny V doing Johnny V things. Now a two-time Raj Ride of the Week winner.
I mean, he's just so amazing. And what was so incredible about this ride was the rhythm, the flow that he did. What Johnny did was he was a good passenger. He didn't override fierceness early, but he didn't take away what he was given him. And riding is a lot like dancing, right? You want to be in sync with your partner, and Johnny was in sync with fierceness, and that made the horse breathe better, smooth as silk, and when it came down to it, timing that move perfectly, when to come off the turn, making his move, and then that was where he got the slip, the jump on Torpedo Anna, and was able to hold her off by this much.
Just clutch, JK, and for Johnny V, who's made a career with that very trip. How many times have we seen that with him and Todd Fletcher in big marquee races?
Oh, no, I mean, that's the Todd and Johnny trip right there, and it worked out perfectly. You know, Johnny said something in the post-race to Maggie that really stuck with me when trying to understand why Fierceness had run as poorly as he had in a couple of races. Johnny said he sent them away from there and then grabbed them, and Fierceness didn't like that, and he stopped doing that now. He lets him just kind of do what he wants to do out there, not confuse him, and not make him resent that type of style of a ride.
Third Travers win, Johnny V to Acacia in the paddock. This third race, Acacia looking at the heavy favorite evaluation. What are you seeing?
Well, Irad Ortiz will look for his own rolling double, and my first time laying eyes on this filly, but she was very game on debut, beating Geopolitics, who had been a little bit of a horse with seconditis, but she did come out of that race to win in her subsequent start with a 79 by her speed figure. Now, I thought was interesting what the guys were saying about the rail with this filly in evaluation, because she draws the inside post yet again like she had in her first start, and she really wanted to kind of rush up inside and press the pace a bit more. But watching that race, Irad Ortiz got her to settle nicely. And looking at her here, I mean, she is on the muscle. She's definitely one of those kinds of fillies that maybe in contrast to a horse like Geopolitics, who could be a little bit more of a herd animal. This one is definitely an alpha. You can just see it in the way that she's marching around the paddock. Incredibly athletic, and I actually like the extra half furlong for her in here as well. And looking at her work, she was going easily in company with a colt who's graded stakes quality, or at least a stakes winner recently. So she's definitely the horse to beat. See what kind of trip she gets from the inside. Right next to her is the 2 Cruz to Catalina, who's really sharp going out. She was totally fine throughout, and I remember seeing her on debut and covering her race from the set, and she was very quiet in preliminaries. Not the case today. She is definitely on her toes. Finished second to Dolomite last time out, who we did see finish second in the Fleet Indian on New York Showcase Day on Saturday. Krista Catalina has continued to develop and strengthen overall. Longer frame as well, so she too should appreciate a touch more ground. And sitting behind horse as well last time out and showing that she could close. The number 5, Nolita, comes in off a layoff for Belmont. While she did win at a mile, I certainly don't mind shorter for her. She did well with that break. She's definitely strengthened coming back, making that jump from 3 to 4, which you like to see. One that just sometimes took a little bit of time to get going, took a little bit of time to strengthen. She's touting herself beautifully today and looking like she could be ready for this 4-year-old debut, Lafitte.
And there she is, Nolita. Bill Mott with layoffs. We'll check those stats in a moment. Acacia's Paddock Report brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. They're playing our song Call to Post. We start with the favorite evaluation, Powerhouse Connections, all eyes on her. Even money.
I mean, look, she deserves to be the price that she is. I'm just not interested in betting her at such a short price.
Cruz to Catalina. She's been effective in both starts for Riley Mott.
A nice second place finish last time at this level. Definitely some talent here.
Take out numbers 3 and 4, aforementioned Nolita, Flavian Pratt aboard.
Yeah, that was an absolute crawl early in the last race. I can't play horses off trips like that.
Riley Mott running a filly, so is his father, Bill Mott. There's Duck Fat, 11 to 1 currently.
Yeah, almost pulled off the upset last time. This 1 for 30, 1 win from 30 lifetime starts.
And then Sweet Anniversary to the outside, a sharp Finger Lakes Invader.
Yeah, oftentimes these Finger Lakes Invaders are a little bit ignored. This one's taking a little bit of money, and on paper, makes a little bit of sense.
That's the field. These New York bred filly and mare sprinters with a World Series champ on hand. Jason Worth, co-owner of a Belmont Stakes winner. Looking forward to the next stop with Dornick. Jason Worth here at Saratoga, a place he now calls like a second home.
American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. $400,000.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. Closing week. Where did the time go? Welcome back as we get set for the third race in about 4 minutes. Horses warming up. Nolita, you heard Acacia discuss, trained by Bill Mott. Stat check. Mott, layoffs. Last 5 years, dirt sprints. JK, shocker. He's good, pretty good doing this as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little stat. And usually when I look at these stats, I like to try to understand what does it tell you. It just tells me that Bill Mott, a Hall of Famer, not surprising, knows how to get one ready off a break, especially to sprint, a sprinter ready off the break, you know, to win at 27%. Anything over 20% in horse racing is pretty darn good. And so this, you'd like to think that this horse will come back running to the best of her ability. The problem is that I think the best of her might not be as good as what some of these others are going to run.
Bill Mott been pretty darn good for a long, long time. Has Nolita, Acacia, and then Sweet Anniversary, the Finger Lakes Invader to the outside. What can you tell us?
Yeah, she is coming in. As Jonathan mentioned, if you just look at her speed figure, she certainly does match up in here, winning on a wet track last time out when being pretty wide throughout as well. And that was after winning by 15 3/4 lengths when sprinting on debut. Looking at her in the flesh, though, it's kind of amazing that she was able to win going 5.5 furlongs because she's such a tall and lanky individual. Filly by Salamini, whose progeny I think are certainly runners at a variety of distances and surfaces. And one thing you have to say about her, even though she's been running up at Finger Lakes, this is actually her first time in New York bred company. So I would not look at her and say she looks like a sprinter. I would look at her and say she looks like she wants to go longer, but she's certainly already shown that she's fine sprinting. And she did break a bit slowly from the rail last time with the outside post today and those big long legs. She's gonna have plenty of time to get into stride and get comfortable with the race playing out to her inside, Lafitte.
Defying her build, Sweet Anniversary to the outside, the bookends, evaluation. Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, and Brown, well on his way, JK, to a 7th Alan Jerkins training title. There he is, and a 4th in a row for Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. And he, you know, he does it at a high level, too, winning a lot of high-level races. You know, I think you saw on social media today, he posted a picture of the 4 blankets, flower blankets that he's got so far for the year up here with winning those big races like the Diana and the Test and the Jerkins.
Finally getting that first 4-star Dave that had
that 4-star Dave, exactly. And so that's what's impressive about it to me is that Chad does it at the highest level. And this is no offense to anyone else, but, you know, it's not a lot of claimers. It's not a lot of, you know, aggressive drops. It's grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 type animals, maidens, allowance types. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, his barn, the quality in there is just phenomenal, and every year he brings up such a strong string and is able to do it year after year after year. Just incredible, the consistency of that barn.
7th overall. Alan Jerkins trainer title here at Saratoga for Brown. An evaluation here, and you were both concerned about the rail.
It's a
4 to 5, the favorite.
It's a tricky spot to be in. She's the heavy favorite because she's potentially the best horse in the race. All the other jockeys know that. So they're going to try to put her in an adverse position within the realms of the rules, which is try to get her boxed in. The jockey, Junior Alvarado, to her outside, he's going to come out running and force Irad to make some tough decisions. Irad has to either pick, am I going to gun her and try to go wire to wire, or am I going to take her back from the inside and sit in the pocket and wait until the stretch to try to find an opening? If he does either one of those, he could be a victim of either a super fast pace by gunning, which would make her get tired early, or he could be trapped in with nowhere to go and get out running too late.
It's not a first. She broke from the rail in her debut. She handled it just fine and beat a really nice filly. You could see she had her sights set on geopolitics and went right by her late.
Yeah, no, I mean, she absolutely did that day. But I just think that and geopolitics came back to run well. It was still when geopolitics was geopoliticking, being a little goofy and not wanting to win. She won since then with blinkers, but I think it was a different situation there. Look, evaluation can absolutely win here. I just don't trust her at a short price.
See how it all unfolds. Filing in, New York bred filly and mare sprinters. Evaluation odds on. Frank Mirmati standing by.
2 more left to load. Duck Fat coming up. Sweet Anniversary to the outside. Right up to the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sweet Anniversary, a little bobble out of the gate. Evaluation, on the other hand, had a beautiful start. Cruise to Catalina came away smartly and takes second. Nolita third. Sweet Anniversary is 6 lengths off the lead, and Duck Fat at the back of the field. Down the back stretch, and it is Evaluation, leading by a half length to Cruise to Catalina, with Nolita 3 off the pace in third. It's another 4, Sweet Anniversary and Duck Fat. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Evaluation passes the half-mile pole, leading by almost a length. Cruise to Catalina, keeping her company and putting the pressure on now. These two testing one another. And just in behind them, Nolita is 2 off the pace in third, coming toward the quarter pole. Sweet Anniversary 5 off the lead as Cruise to Catalina has run by Evaluation at the quarter pole. The half in 46 seconds flat. And Cruise to Catalina is the leader by 2. Evaluation. Nolita is now trying to pick up some ground, but it's Cruise to Catalina with a furlong left to go and a 4-length lead, and no one's coming. Cruise to Catalina and Junior Alvarado overwhelming the competition and running up the score. 5, 6, 7 lengths when the smoke clears. Nolita was second, Duck Fat third in front of Sweet Anniversary.
Well then, running up the score is right. The filly with the big white blaze, Cruise to Catalina, rolled up to the favorite Evaluation, who offered little resistance, and Cruise to Catalina does just that and romps, Jake. Hey, well done at 3-1.
Yeah, look, I mean, she got a great trip sitting right outside of the favorite in here, Evaluation. And Cruise to Catalina, a daughter of Catalina Cruiser. He was such a cool racehorse in his own right.
Powerhouse.
And look, I mean, this horse won first time out for Riley Mott. And Riley's not out here just throwing a bunch of first-time starters out at you, so you know the horse has some talent. Came back, I thought, ran well to Dolomite here, and just, you know, projected to be good value considering the way they were overbetting the favorite.
Yeah, the favorite really had no resistance, and Irad, like we talked about going in, he's going to have to either choose the gun from the inside or take back. And I think he went in thinking, hey, I have the best horse. Let me not be too creative. Let me just let her roll and run them off their feet. Problem is, she ran for a half a mile, and then she was already gassed.
Yeah, we know she's better than that. She just stopped today, did Evaluation. But for Cruise to Catalina, now 2 of 3 with a second place finish. Riley Mott not here, watching from somewhere with a big smile on his face. Mott, the Mott Exacta, Riley with Cruise to Catalina, Nolita finishing second for Bill Mott. Evaluation, she won her debut from just off the pace here. She has more natural speed, JK, and it looks like she's fine and in control, headed up the backstretch.
Yeah, just for whatever reason, she just wasn't having it today. And when they turned for home, she put up little to any resistance at all.
I don't blame Irad for taking her to the lead because she broke on the lead.
Sure.
And, you know, if you're on the best horse, you break on the lead, you try to ration out the speed, and that's what he was doing. I think Irad is going to be disappointed that Evaluation didn't have more to offer for him today.
Cruise to Catalina, Junior Alvarado, Riley Mott. Kind of cool for, first off, the Mott Exacta, father and son. There's Dad. There's Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, youngest trainer ever inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Got his first Whitney about a month ago here at Saratoga. And if there's anybody he's going to lose to, who better than your own son?
I mean, do you think he said congratulations, or do you think he'll text him later? I take that back.
He already texted
No, Bill's not texting anybody.
No,
let's be honest.
I know what Bill is going to say. You're paying for dinner, young man. I know.
Yeah. So, yeah, we know who's paying for dinner.
My old man never let me win at anything when I was a kid. play sports, we play like marbles with like little army guys and all that.
Yeah.
Never.
Bill's character.
That was his whole thing.
That's why you. That's why you're so tough now.
When you're going to, I wouldn't go that far. When you beat me, you're going to know you earned it. You earned it. In this case, Riley Mott has the filly to beat the filly his dad trains, Nolita. All about Cruz to Catalina in the third at Saratoga.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on this lovely Thursday afternoon in race 3, a special one for trainer Riley Mott, his first Saratoga victory with Cruz to Catalina. Unfortunately, Riley already back to Kentucky, but Junior Alvarado rode the filly to victories. He's joining me here. And Junior, obviously, you ride a lot for Bill Mott. You know Riley Mott and have seen him come up. How special to be a part of this win for you?
Yeah, it's been amazing. We started winning races back in Gulfstream Park in the winter this year, and we've been pretty successful. He just keeps spotting and putting the horses in the right spot, and I mean, making my job very easy.
And for this filly, Cruz to Catalina, she was very sharp in the preliminaries too, but put you in the good spot and had plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time, I don't know what happened. Maybe she's been second time in the inside a little bit. She was very intimidated the whole way. For a second, I thought wasn't even hit the board, and then she kind of re-rallied and finished second last time. So, with a shorter field today, I was able to break clean and, give her a little motion. When she put herself in a good spot, I knew I had a good chance to win,
Winning nicely by open lengths as well. But coming up this weekend, you'll be aboard Arthur's Ride once again in the Jockey Club Gold Cup horse you won the Whitney with. I know you're close in contact at the barn and part of working all these horses and preparations. What have you seen from him?
No, he's been great. After he came out of the race in a great shape, and he's been working very nice. He's been very happy in the barn. So we're looking forward a good race this Sunday coming.
He's a fun horse to follow. Congratulations here, though, Junior.
Thank you, Cassia.
We'll get a chance to see the big white Arthur's Ride this weekend, Lafitte. But first of all, Riley Mott's wife, Megan, texted me back, said, so sad but happy at the same time. So I want to wish them a big congratulations on this first Saratoga win.
So special, a first Saratoga win, but of course, yeah, you'd prefer to be here, but watching that performance and Cruz to Catalina, congratulations, Riley Mott, first win at the Spa, and this filly who absolutely dominated this afternoon.
She sure did. I mean, if you're going to get your first Saratoga win, why not get it in style, Cruz to Catalina? But trust me, Riley's not unfamiliar with the winner's circle, right? Working for his father for so long here at Saratoga and as his assistant. So he's known his way around there, but just not with his name getting announced.
But yeah, getting that name stamped on there, it makes a big difference, I feel like. And, just well-deserved for Riley Mott. and the Mott family name, it just dignifies class. It's so easy to root for these people, and we know what Riley and his wife went through in the past with their family and stuff, so always people close to the heart that I want to see win.
Very well said. Very well said. Congratulations, Riley Mott, a first win here at Saratoga. Arthur's Ride and his win in the Whitney. We'll see him in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Is just the tip of the iceberg for Arthur's Ride? What do you think the narrative is about him at the end of the year?
Well, I think that the narrative could be pretty laid out come Sunday evening, right? If he can come back and kind of run back to what he did in that Whitney, then I think that he can throw himself to the front of the clubhouse, or the lead of the clubhouse, excuse me, for the Breeders' Cup Classic, right? I mean, we still have to see what Fierceness is going to do moving forward, but man, the way he ran in the Whitney, if he can duplicate that in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, he to me, he turns into the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Oh yeah, if he runs that race back against that level, he's definitely going to go into the Breeders' Cup as one of the top choices, and the ability is there. He's just ascending up the class ladder. I feel like the best is yet to come for him.
Breeders' Cup Challenge event, Jockey Club Gold Cup for Mott. He's taken this path in the past. Cigar, one that comes to mind, 95 Jockey Club Gold Cup Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Arthur's Ride, odds on 4-5. Who poses the biggest threat, in your opinion, JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always thought Disarm had a chance to be really good. The race that he ran in the Travers last year was a spectacular race, but he just hasn't lived up to that yet. But in the hands of Hall of Famer and the winningest trainer in North America, Steve Asmussen, I'm still kind of hopeful that he could find a better race in those old races, but looks like Arthur's Ride's kind of got him over a barrel currently.
I'm excited we get to see him in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Last year, Wide Barrio won the Whitney. We didn't see him again until the Breeders' Cup Classic. Naturally, that was the right move. He dominated on both stages. We do get to see Arthur's Ride in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Tough to segue back to $75,000 maiden claimers, but here we are, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. 3-1 currently. Call protection number 4. It is wide open. When we come back, this story so much fun to follow. Last few years, the Davis family, siblings riding with and against one another. Jackie, Katie, Dylan, and of course, Mom and Dad, Robbie and Marguerite. And we go back to the very beginning. That's next.
Hey, $774,000, $775. Want to be 60? Then help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge. Got to be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000 on a 50, 850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornan to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornan win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
this old man.
You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here and Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
The Davis family, that bond, the pride of a father, Robbie Davis watching his kids follow in his footsteps. And what a summer it's been watching Dylan Davis, this breakout meet. Katie Davis had a sensational summer last season at Saratoga, and that moment with Jackie Davis when she won her first race at Saratoga in August of 22 for her father on a long shot, Hallelujah. I remember it was four-star Dave Day. Four-star Dave Day. We were on set, we said hello, and it's like the best part of the day has already happened. And it was this moment, Raj, and Jackie Davis winning on Hallelujah for her father, her first win at Saratoga.
And you can see the emotion and it's that pump in the fist and then the smile on her face. Look at that smile. She's wearing that emotions on her sleeves. And man, that feeling is surreal.
Look at that.
My father was a jockey, my brother was a jockey as well, and you know, we rode together, and it doesn't matter if it's a $1 claiming race or a big time race. Winning for your family is just that much more special. And you go home and celebrate together as well.
Jackie Davis, she's riding Fluorescent Bay in this one. Riders on their way into the paddock. Dylan Davis will be on Hurricane Express in the two-tone Peter Brandt green there, right next to Jackie. The Davises into the paddock. And this fourth race coming up here is $75,000 maiden claimer. We check in with Acacia, standing by with this race for Paddock Report.
Love that Davis family. But we will start with Flavian Pratt's mount, who is taking quite a bit of attention, though, trying something new for the first time, and that's the 4 Call Protection, who is stretching out in distance and is trying the turf for the first time now by Good Samaritan. So there's certainly turf influence there. The dam's only win was on the grass. The sibling was over 1 on the turf, but looking at him here, he has every kind of physical attribute that you'd want to see for a horse trying the turf. Kind of that pancake-like hoof. The foot is where we always look first and foremost to see that oftentimes that flatter hoof will lend itself more to the grass. Slacker in his pasterns, his ankle kind of area, to see how they're going to potentially be able to travel over the turf course. So he has all of that. I have no problems with him switching to the turf at all. A very good looking individual as well. Really strong, really well muscled, getting a little bit more distance, should be totally fine too, and did show some more speed last time out when off the layoff and making the first start of his 3-year-old season. So you should absolutely assume that he will be able to take yet another step forward. Chad Brown's other horse in this race is the number 1 Hurricane Express, who dropped to this level last time out and finished behind another horse in here. Sanborn was closing on his left lead as well. He had come back as a gelding and was more awake in the preliminaries. Just really looked like he, even after being gelded, was carrying quite a bit of condition still. And they've actually brought the pony over to him because they were having a little bit of trouble getting the blinkers on. Sometimes horses just, when you kind of put your hands up to their head or trying to put equipment over their face like blinkers, they kind of throw their head up, and they're much bigger than we are. And so that's kind of what Hurricane Express is doing now. So I'll keep my eyes on him as they are very much having a tough time getting those blinkers on Hurricane Express. He's kind of wanting to throw his head up and rear back. But while he is one that does carry quite a bit of condition, he definitely looks a little bit more fit and defined now, second off the layoff, and see if he could build off of that last effort. The number 3, Our Tempest, is also dropping in class for the first time for Todd Pletcher, a horse that he actually broke through the gate last time out before that race. I wasn't in the paddock, but looking at the chart, and I remember watching that race, and he got pretty revved up after doing that. It's kind of like the air coming out of a balloon, where maybe kind of the anticipation of going forward, and then they kind of expend that energy, and especially when going 1.5 miles, that's really not what you want. He is incredibly laid back here in the paddock, kind of has his head down low. So I think that instance just really kind of shook him up last time out. I don't mind him cutting back in distance. In fact, he actually ran quite well, going a bit shorter early on in his career, and faced his stablemate El Razine, who we saw take big steps forward and came back to win yet again. And Lafitte, I'll keep my eyes on him here, as it looks like they are finally able to get the blinkers on the 1 Hurricane Express.
Yeah, somewhat of a fight there with Hurricane Express. No fight here, as you see Jackie Davis and family. Big hug there, revisiting that victory with Vallelujah a couple of years ago. Her first at Saratoga with her father, Robbie Davis. And Robbie Davis in his day, who won some big races, Wagon Limit, one that comes to mind in the Jockey Club Gold Cup for Alan Jerkins. And the MIG always describes him as a really good rider, a fierce competitor. Robbie Davis, and for his son Dylan, the fact that he's riding for Chad Brown here, there he is, by far the best summer he's ever had at Saratoga. Not a coincidence that Chad Brown giving him an opportunity.
No, look, if you are wondering why we keep getting so excited about the year that Dylan has, is because it's career changing to have the summer that he's had here. Prior to this start, Chad, who's going to win this meet again, has only ridden Dylan, this will be the 6th time, 5 times prior, and one of them was last week on Sheeta Booty. So when you have that success here, Chad can look to his owners and say, hey, I'm going to ride Dylan, and his owners aren't going to say who, why, or no. They're going to say, oh, Dylan, the guy who's won all those races,
yep,
who's giving perfect rides to these horses, winning at big numbers. Sure, Chad, that's fine. Give him a leg up. When you can have success here, you make it easier for your agent to sell you to trainers and for your trainers to sell you to their owners.
Very well said. And I'll go on and say this. Dylan has earned this opportunity. He's earned it. He's worked his way up from the grassroots in this industry, and now he's at the highest stage and earned the opportunity to ride for the top barns. Well deserved.
Wonder what his highlight was this summer, the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby victory or the Rajiv Mirage Ride of the Week?
Absolutely the Rajiv Mirage Ride of the
Without
Week.
question.
He talks about that more than winning the Saratoga Derby.
That was the first U.S. Grade 1 victory. Also had 2 Grade 1 wins north of the border, all 3 for Christophe Clement, I believe. And just a cool moment in general, Raj, when you go into the locker room, the jocks room, and there's the Peter Brandt silks. You put those on and you go meet Chad Brown to discuss pre-race strategy in the paddock.
It's the pinnacle as a jockey to come out and ride for the top trainer in the country. I mean, you know, riding for Chad Brown is always something that jockeys dream about.
The high-profile connections all around. Cherie DeVoe, trainer of Sanborn, standing by with Acacia.
Indeed, as we were just talking about Sanborn and how he's a very energetic individual, but Cherie, you're saying you're familiar with that temperament in the family.
Yes, we actually had Noble Beauty when I worked with Chad and kind of inherited that, but it's all right. He's not bad. He's just very forward and stay out of his way because he's strong.
He certainly is, and a good-looking individual, too. I mean, ran well last time out. What are your thoughts on him potentially taking a step forward today?
He definitely should. You know, his first race, I don't think he really understood what was going on or what his reasoning was to be out there, but he did take a step forward, and he's a horse that just might have to learn as he goes along. So hopefully we have another improvement here and we can get it done.
One that looks like the sky's the limit, though, is coming up later in the With Anticipation, sending out Without Caution. What were your thoughts on that maiden win? As he certainly showed some class out there.
He is, and he's one that came in, and I've seen him a couple times training as an early 2-year-old, and he just has always been that way. Consummate professional for as young as he was. He's just come in. He's always been all business. And again, you never know when they're 2-year-olds what they're going to offer, and then going 2 turns for the first time. You know, they can surprise you. And not saying that I was surprised, we just try to manage our expectations with all of our runners that, you know, they might need a race or two. But he came here, and from when we walked in the paddock until after the race, he just seemed like he had done it a lot more than he had.
Looking forward to seeing him later today. Best of luck with your runners this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte?
Without Caution, featured With Anticipation, race 10. Don't forget the pick 6 of the carryover, 85,000 plus. Get started race 6. Post parade for the 4th. There's Hurricane Express and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, ran at this level last time, draws an inside post and puts blinkers on.
Number 2, Mr. Flowers, big effort in his latest.
This one has a lot of natural speed. He's going to be close to the pace, but does need to improve to take down the top prize here.
Late on the scene, laid back our Tempest with Manny Franco.
Yeah, he was laid back here, which is good because he broke through the gate last time. He's going 1.5 miles last time, cutting back as well.
Like he's ready for a nap. There he is, our Tempest, followed by Call Protection, Klarman, Pratt, Brown.
Tries turf for the first time, and why not? His mom, Conquest Bad Uncle, his mom, she raced exclusively on the grass.
That was Sanborn and then Fluorescent Bay and Jackie Davis.
Big long shot here, doesn't have much early speed, needs to step it up a bit to be competitive.
Steadfast Resolve, Javier Castellano looking for a second on the afternoon.
Yeah, look, this horse ran okay last time. You know, it was 5th, but I thought it was okay. I think this one's interesting.
John the Baptist on the ascend. He's improving.
Yeah, gradually improving. Had his best finish in his most recent start, 2nd, but that was at the 40,000 claiming level. Today he steps up to the $75,000 claiming level.
That's the field for this 4th race, 3 minutes out. JK, you have to read this one.
I always forget when you make me do this. Where are we at here?
This is you, man.
There. Is this it? That's not it. That's Naira Betts.
Okay, this is
let's see. Hold on.
Not sabotaging
I can just fake it, I think.
Go
I'll
ahead.
just fake it.
No, I do it 90% of the time.
No, in the Money Media, we got some fun YouTube content up there. We got previews for all the grade 1s. We've got stats, all kinds of good stuff. It's in the Money Media. You can go to the YouTube, you can find it, and you can see some more of my mug if you want to.
Really good stuff.
Great stuff.
Really good stuff.
Great stuff.
Assistant starters making their way to the turf course for this 4th race. Getting that pick 6, 85,000 plus. Get started in race number 6. There's Mr. Flowers winding up with Ricardo Santana, his most recent late July. This is at Laurel Park. Facing softer Roz, Mr. Flowers, perfect trip. And I like how he just fights to the finish, never discouraged, and dives at the favorite, Captain Dusty late.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying his best. Captain Dusty was on the lead. It kind of got a little separation from him here, but sometimes horses get a little discouraged when the competition run away from them. Mr. Flowers actually tried to re-engage Captain Dusty here and was doing his best run and coming to the finish. That race, though, is quite a bit lower class than he faces today.
Yeah, what is the discrepancy on paper here, JK, between those $45,000 maiden claimers at Laurel and this field?
Well, I mean, I think that when you run a $45,000 maiden claimer at Laurel, those horses are for sale, and there's some chances they'll get claimed. When you're running for $75,000 up here, it's a little less likely. This is really just, to me, like the lowest of low levels, worst maiden special weight you can imagine.
Gotcha.
That's what this feels like. That's how I treat it. You know, these horses are dangled there. If you want to grab them for 75, go for it. But it doesn't typically happen. So I think trainers can run horses in here and just know they're going to get a little bit of a lower level. You're not going to have to deal with a $350,000 Into Mischief or a $400,000 Lope de Vega. You get to kind of find some that are a little bit easier to deal with.
The fans here soaking it all in for the last few days of the summer at Saratoga. And for this fourth race here, as we have just about reached post time in Acacia, yeah, listening to Cherie DeVoe talking about Sanborn, like mother, like son, and just stay out of his way.
I always think that's interesting when trainers are familiar with the families, Lafitte, and some great insight from Cherie on Sanborn. And yeah, he is. I kind of commented to her that he's a little bit like a bull of a horse, that he's just kind of like, if you're in my way, I'll just knock you over. And he's so powerful in the way that he's put together. And you see, he's sharp out there on the track. He was last time out as well when she added blinkers, just a short cup cheater blinker. But I liked him in that last race, and he was beaten by Fly Right, who was just so much more experienced and was dropping in class for the first time and had some back class. And so I felt I really couldn't jump off Sanborn today, because I still do think that there's a little bit in there, and maybe he's slowly but surely figuring things out. The number 7, Steadfast Resolve, is taking a drop in class for the first time. I noted last time that I liked the shorter distance much better. He was part of a favored entry and just broke slowly, and that's been his Achilles heel throughout. Needs to get out of the gate a bit more. I will say he was sharper today than he was last time. Definitely perked up a lot out on the track, which I appreciate. He warmed up with the pony, but hopefully he can kind of get into the race a little bit earlier on, because he's one that is, as mentioned, facing maiden claiming company, so a little bit lesser quality than what he's faced in his first 3 starts so far, and I just think this is the right spot for him, Lafitte.
Trained by George Weaver, Acacia, Steadfast Resolve. Co-owned Vinny Viola, Mike Rapoli, the Travers victory last Saturday. Javier Castellano aboard, one of Travers in those colors. 2011, Stay Thirsty. The connections, you look at this race, JK, and you see the Rapoli colors. You have the Matacot Aqua, Seth Klarman, Eclipse Thoroughbreds, Peter Brandt. You say this looks like a grade 1.
If you just turn this on, you think what stake race is this on a Thursday?
Exactly.
Race 4.
Well, we're gonna have one of those too. With anticipation later on, pick 6 with the carryover starts in the 6th. Here's the 4th, and here's Frank Mirmati.
John the Baptist. They're in the gate. And they're off. John the Baptist sprints out of there, drifts in while taking command early. With call protection and Mr. Flowers second and third. Mr. Flowers on the inside, tugging, but taken back now as call protection moves into second. Sanborn is in third. Then it's Art Tempest. Hurricane Express is down on the inside, 6 lengths off the early pace, hugging the rail as they move into the first turn. On the outside comes Steadfast Resolve with 6 to make up now as well, and Fluorescent Bay at the back of the field. 25-1 for John the Baptist, who leads over call protection, 3/4 back, now a length and a half behind second. Then it's Mr. Flowers along the rail in third, followed by Sanborn, 4 off the pace in fourth. Another length back finds Steadfast Resolve, Orange Cap while 3 deep. Our Tempest in between horses, Hurricane Express inside of them, and 4 more to Fluorescent Bay. The half in 50 and just under a 5th. And it's John the Baptist passing the half-mile pole. Leading by 2 over call protection with Mr. Flowers at the rail in third, followed by Sanborn, 4 off the pace in fourth. Our Tempest between horses, Steadfast Resolve on the outside, and Hurricane Express That trio been together throughout, 6 lengths clear of Fluorescent Bay. 114-1 for John the Baptist, call protection. Mr. Flowers angles to the 3-path, losing a bit of ground at the top of the stretch. And on the outside, call protection is up to take the lead, putting away John the Baptist. A wall of horses in behind as call protection widens. Call protection, way too good for them. Call protection sprinting through the stretch will turn it into a 7 or 8 length romp. Steadfast Resolve was second, Mr. Flowers third, in front of Sanborn.
Call protection in his turf debut gallops for Powerhouse Connection. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, another win at Saratoga.
Absolutely relished the grass. You know, the pedigree said so that he'd like it. His mom, Conquest Bad Uncle, raced exclusively on the turf. And Flavien just had this horse in a perfect position, sitting second right off the pace setter, but he was always traveling like a horse that loved the grass. And look at him extend. He looked like a cat running over the grass.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking to me that that Chad had this horse on the dirt. The way that horse just reached and was really extending late in that race.
It didn't take too much out of him either, did it, as Chad Brown makes another trip down to the winner's circle here at Saratoga.
And I'd also guess that he's walking down there fingers crossed, hoping no one claimed this horse.
The only one claimed out of the race. The
Really?
only one claimed out of the race. Bittersweet. He has others. I've been told he has other good grass horses in his barn. I've been told.
I tell you who got a tough trip was the number 7 Steadfast Resolve. Being that he finished second, because he had a poor start and race wide would be an understatement on both turns. Extremely wide. And came out to
good
second.
run. Yeah, bad start, wide. But Mike Maker claimed call protection, but a win nonetheless for trainer Chad Brown, standing by live with Acacia.
That's right, turf debut, a winning one, and Chad certainly had the look of a turf horse, and he loved the green stuff today.
Yeah, got him on the turf, and he was able to kick away from these horses pretty nicely, and so it was a good run, a good win for Seth.
You explained once to me with these Klarvich horses that are dropping in class that it's to kind of put them in the right spot where they can be effective, so you can put that money into elsewhere, investing in other horses.
Yeah, I mean, this was his good look on the turf here, and it seemed like a good race for him, and he's been a little disappointing, this horse. He had always trained pretty well, and he's had a few issues here and there, so we're just being realistic about where to spot him, and, you know, the yearling sales are just coming ahead, so we're focused on, you know, reinvesting and searching for those stakes horses, the next stars around the corner, hopefully.
And speaking of stakes, I want to ask you quickly about the With Anticipation. Zulu Kingdom making the U.S. debut. What have you seen from this horse?
He trains well. I've been really pleased with his works. The one thing about him, first time in the country, is if he's going to have enough focus to just finish his race off the right way. I do see him occasionally, a curious horse, I'd say, looking around a bit. But his works are good, and I do expect him to run well.
Thanks for the insight. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Chad Brown, the victory. Call protection, but headed to Mike Maker stable, the only one claimed out of this fourth race. Brown, as he alluded to, Zulu Kingdom, who we'll see later on in the With Anticipation, the Thursday feature here at Saratoga. Again, that took nothing out of him, still giving Flavien Prat a handful just to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, he was really reaching, and you see, like you mentioned, Mike Maker takes him. So I'm sure Mike Maker will have this horse going a mile and 5/8 on the grass in no time.
Shit. Kentucky Downs winning a $4 million race next week.
I mean, he sure looks like a horse that has a lot of stamina because he's nowhere near tired. You can see him galloping back, and Flavien is having to pull on the reins to slow him down. A horse that really enjoyed what he did and wants to do more of it.
Impressive. 4-7-2-5. Much more following this fourth race at Saratoga. Pick 6 gets started in the 6th. And also a look ahead to the With Anticipation later on this evening. We'll stretch this out as long as we can. We have new audiences joining us, and they'll be getting here just in time with that. Pick 6, always an added sense of excitement. JK with a carryover, 85,000 plus, and a difficult sequence by all accounts.
Yeah, it's typically always difficult, though. But, yeah, you're right. It does definitely get started off tough. And Chad didn't help much if you were thinking about singling the 7 Echo Wisdom. Is that what we're calling the horse? Kingdom, Echo, something Echo. I'm getting there. Zulu Kingdom. See, Echo Zulu, it all threw me off. Zulu Kingdom. You know, he said the horse is a little bit curious, so I think some people probably looking for a single. That doesn't feel like a singleable horse to me.
It's the With Anticipation, very challenging pick 6 sequence. It all gets started in the 6th race with the carryover. Impressive performance there. Call protection, but headed to Mike Maker's stable as our coverage continues. The final Thursday of the meet from Saratoga, and that feature With Anticipation, Cherie DeVoe, Without Caution. Best of the Americans, perhaps best of all. We'll find out this evening.
Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. $9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Saratoga.
Three o'clock in the east. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal. Look at that shot. Down the stretch on the turf course here at Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look, the Spa, terrific late summer afternoon. Spiraling towards Labor Day weekend, all goes by way too fast. Not only closing week, Pigeon Appreciation Week, I'm kidding, Fan Appreciation Week at Saratoga, and the colors of the Travers winning owner Mike Rapoli with Fierceness the Champion last Saturday. Welcome everyone, I'm Lafitte Pinkai, trackside still. So much coming your way with a big pick six carryover getting started in race number 6, 85,000 plus. And today's featured event With Anticipation, 2-year-olds on grass, who are for those who perform well, perhaps onto the Pilgrim at Aqueduct, and maybe, just maybe, onto the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf this fall. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years with the usual, unusually well aforementioned pick 6 in the 6th, and the With Anticipation Grade 3, race 10 of 11. Only a few days left. Get signed up. Better late than never. NairaBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Take advantage of that $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. Now joined by a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage. Handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, let's start with that pick 6, JK. What do you think the key is to the sequence as far as putting together a reasonable ticket?
Well, there's not a lot to really lean on. I like to lean typically in stakes races on a horse I can single because I trust them a lot more, those stakes types. But race 8, I will say this, that Flying P Stable has been off to an outstanding meet. They've won a lot of races. They've got 2 horses in here, one with a lot of speed, one to come from out of it. A little team tactics there. I think maybe you could get away with trying to use that entry as a single.
And we'll get to the with anticipation field, the 2-year-olds, Raj. It's wide open going in. If you could ride one, if you had your choice, who would it be?
I would ride a number 2 without caution. I mean, his one race was so professional for a 2-year-old, and he overcame some adversity. The dynamics of the race wasn't suitable for him. They ran slow in front, and he was still able to just tip out and roll right by them. This horse is, I believe he's the real deal, a horse with tremendous upside, and he's proven over this track. I know some of the Europeans look very intriguing, like the Zulu Kingdom, but this is the proven commodity, and that's why I pick him.
Godolphin's Cavallo Baby is a favorite. We're going to take a look at that race from without caution. He was 13-1 on that particular afternoon. Kind of fell between the cracks a little bit. JK Nudge runs today. He's battling up top, but without caution, who saved ground until tipped out for the stretch drive.
And the Nudge was 5-1 that day too. Sometimes when that happens, when there's a 5-1 and a 13-1 shot that run well, I start to wonder how good the actual group is. You got to at least ask yourself that to a certain extent. The pace was pretty quick in here, I thought, from a pace figure standpoint, and I thought without caution kind of picked up some pieces late. I'm approaching this race that I don't think those 2 runners are coming out of a very live race. I'm going to try to beat them with the 2 Europeans.
Yeah, I thought the pace, at 48 and change, that's pretty moderate for me. And when I look at it, the horses that were first and second, setting the pace, they ended up second and third. No one else really changed positions. Well, without caution was able to run by them. So I felt like it's a race that the pace really held up, but he was able to overcome that and pull away from the pace setters.
With anticipation to be contested on a firm turf course. John Deere track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature, high 70s, low 80s, low humidity. Very comfortable here in upstate New York. You hear the bell, 17 minutes out. That means to post for race number 5, just a $25,000 claiming event. Older horses, 3/4 of a mile dash. How'd you see this one unfolding, JK, with a heavy favorite here? She's a little edgy, even money.
Yeah, well, the tricky thing about She's a Little Edgy is that she ran for $25,000 last time and won. That claim was voided, though, so now she shows right back up in here in the same spot for the same connections.
That's coming up in 17 minutes, plus little card talk. Bob Baffert, he's done it all those American Classic victories, 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, but now, and only now, is that resume complete.
Ride with Jonathan, then I know I've made it in this business. That's when you know you've made it.
I had to have that's flattering. Now it's complete. Only since with Jonathan Kinchin, Card Tactics coming up next, the 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, Bob Baffert.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Bob, you know, there's a rumor going around that since Asmussen cut his hair, that you and I are the only ones left with the best hair in racing.
You know what? He's got beautiful hair, too. I mean, that guy's got thick. He looked like the dude.
Well, Bob, you had another one inducted into the Hall of Fame. Is it an exciting moment for you when these things happen?
It is. You know, you're proud of them because they're like your children. You know, you spend a lot of time with them. And it brings back the memories of when you went through it all. I'll never forget, I'm in the paddock, it's raining, Kentucky Derby. So all of a sudden they're coming in from far away and I see this chestnut come in with a white face and he's just this massive horse. And I'm thinking, oh man, that good magic. God, he looks good. Man, he looks tough. And the closer he got to me, I go, oh, that's my horse. That's justified. I'm good. There's good magic behind him. You know, he's about half his size, you know, like, oh, I'm good. We're good here, you know. But for an instant, I got a little nervous, John. What a horse. He just got stronger as we went along. He was an incredible horse.
I got to ask you, how'd you get American Pharoah beat first time out?
Actually, he really wasn't ready to run, and I got him down there, and he was a little bit of a head case. He gets in the gate, he's fractious, and Jill's asking me, what's our chances here? So I said, this is my best 2-year-old. She says, so this is our best 2-year-old. We're screwed. You know, we gotta win.
But American Pharoah has absolutely annihilated them in the Del Mar Futurity.
But that race, when he won the Futurity, that was pretty impressive that day. That's when I knew he was really a special horse.
How about, have you ever seen anything like that morning when you brought him here for the Travers and all those fans were watching him train?
You know, I was so overwhelmed by that. It's the first time I've really gotten nervous about even galloping a horse. There was like 15,000 people. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. And when we turned him loose, he just took off. But I was thinking, oh man, he's going too fast. And I got him back to the barn and he was blowing. He drank like a bucket and a half of water. And I'm going, oh, I don't like this. He did too much. So when I went to saddle him the next day, I could tell in the paddock he was a little quiet.
They're off in the Travers.
Frosted came to them, and they were just ding-donging it from the 5/8 pole. It was a match race, their own little private match race, and I don't think he saw Keen Ice coming.
Keen Ice has won the Travers over American Pharoah.
So it was disappointing. You know, it's a race that got away from me. I let the horse down. You know, I feel like he shouldn't have gotten beat the rest of the year.
There's not too many performances that you've had over here at Saratoga that are more impressive than what Arrogate did in his Travers.
Arrogate was just a beast of a horse, and we were bringing him along slowly. So I had to find a rider for Arrogate. And I'm going through the jockey calling. I can't find a rider up here. I'm trying to find something. Who's left? Mike Smith is left. Here we go again. I said, Mike, I need you to go ride this horse.
Arrogate, what a commanding performance. He won the Travers by 12.
Mike comes back and he goes, first thing he says is, man, you guys were right. He can really run. What a horse he was.
Bob, you know, I know you're a California guy, but I don't know, why don't you come hang out with us for a whole summer here in Saratoga?
You know, I've always thought about it. It's one of those things where, you know, when you've been stuck in Southern California and you're by the beach. See, you got Del Mar stuff on. You're not dressed for Saratoga. You're at Del Mar. It's wonderful racing here. There's nothing like winning a race at Saratoga. Eventually, I'm going to do it.
Wasn't a no. Left the door open. Bob Baffert, Cart Talk. Brought to you by Gainesway Power. Passion. Performance. You imagine those 2-year-old races here at Saratoga if Bob Baffert had a string out here?
I mean, they're already a war.
Man.
Yeah, you throw Bob in the mix with Chad, Todd, Brad Cox, Bill Mott. It's
an 8-week Breeders' Cup, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Son Bodie looking up at the Triple Crown Trophy, the first of 2 with American Pharoah. Raji at the 6 Derbies, the 8 Preaknesses, the 3 Belmonts, 18 Breeders' Cup victories, and now eligible to run horses in the Kentucky Derby once again once we get there next spring.
I mean, what's left for Bob Baffert, really? He's accomplished everything that any trainer could ever dream of. He's hit the sport on the highest of highs, and then it even went even further by taking out the Triple Crown, the most coveted thing in our industry.
And he trained Indian Blessing with the Prioress on the horizon. She was a 2-year-old champ, a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner on a wet track at Monmouth Park. And they cut her back to sprinting, JK, and she was a machine.
You know, she was a different horse when she started sprinting. I mean, she was good.
Yeah.
Prior. And that's what's so fun about the races like the Test and what we saw from domestic product last weekend in the Jerkins is these horses that are you know, you're trying to get them to go longer, and then eventually you decide, you know, let's try to get them sprinting again, and then you get performances like you just saw with Indian Blessing.
You ride in that? You ride in that? You beat her. You beat Indian Blessing with
Music Note in the
Music
ballerina.
Note, yeah.
But, you know, I got to race against her a few times, and I'll tell you one thing. I was just such a fan of her. Her natural speed, the way she ran. I mean, even though I was competing against her, I was also a fan just being able to see her run. And the day when I beat her in the ballerina with Music Note by 5 lengths, I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just beat Indian Blessing. You know, so it really made it. Music Note was a great horse herself, like an 8-time Grade 1 winner. But, you know, Indian Blessing was something special.
Love those Earnhardt silks on the back. No bull. She was no bull. Indian Blessing. Great to have and see Bob Baffert on Cart Talk. Tough segue back to $25,000 claimers, but here we are. As you look at an even money favorite, she's a little edgy. Acacia, I guess the conversation starts there. Is she a little edgy, relaxed, calm? What are you seeing?
Well, she does not live up to her name, thankfully, Lafitte, as, sorry guys, for camera order, we will start there with she's a little edgy. Coming in off the back of that win, she's usually one that's pretty laid back in the preliminaries and doesn't really care about much of what's going on, and that's much the same. Now, she did win last time out using her speed. The claim was voided, but she comes back at the same level of competition, and sometimes it is just hard to read into those because we just don't really know the full story of what took place. Looking at her here, like I said, she's typically a pretty chill mare. Now at the age of 7, she's one that does carry quite a bit of condition, and seeing that from her yet again. So I'll watch how she warms up, but overall here in the paddock, I can't really fault her against this level of competition. Now, might have noted we had a slight delay in the paddock. The 5 Toscanova Beauty just had a loose shoe, so there is always a attending blacksmith here in the paddock to be able to attend to that, and just kind of secured that back on, checking her feet and everything a-okay now, and she was very calm, not reacting at all to getting that little shoe repair in the paddock, accompanied by the pony, but Linda Dixon's horses usually are in the paddock, and I've seen Toscanova Beauty in the past running here in New York and just not really stacking up with her competition, not looking great in her coat. That's not the case at all today. She looks like she's doing very well and dropping back to a level where she was 3rd behind She's a Little Edgy 2 starts back, and she's a much bigger price at 14-1. The 6 Malibu Moonshine is cutting back in distance and dropping in class. 2 things that I think she will really appreciate. I understand the barn has had a tough meet and some close calls as well, with horses finishing in the money. This horse has a ton of back class, being a multiple stakes winner, both against Open and Maryland bred company, and I think that she will appreciate getting back to a sprint and looks tremendous here for Charlie Baker Lafitte.
Positive vibes there. Charlie Baker, Malibu Moonshine. Another look at her in the post parade. We start with Hazardous Humor. Last 3 races at Delaware and Laurel.
Yeah, her last race was pretty poor. She's 12-1 in here.
Golden Moonlight likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, expected to be a part of a fast pace here. I don't think that's going to do her any favors in the deep stretch.
Backed by Gold, Rudy Rodriguez having a strong second half of the meet.
Yeah, this is where I landed with the more attractive cousin. I don't believe that to be true. I'm just playing along with the bit.
True. He just texted me that's exactly what he believes.
You guys are equally handsome.
It takes heart seeking a second win at the meet.
Stepped up off the claim and ran a good race, finishing 4th by 5 lengths at the 40,000 level. Back into a more realistic spot today.
Toscanova Beauty. Katie Davis takes over.
Yeah, has some speed. Going to need to find that race from 2 back.
Number 6, Malibu Moonshine. You heard Acacia discussing her brother and sister to break side by side. Dylan Davis aboard.
A lot of back class here. The thing for this one is she doesn't possess a lot of early speed. She's going to be dropping back and making a big run in the stretch.
She's a little edgy. 10-time winner with Rod Ortiz.
The deserving favorite. Won at this level last time as the favorite. Marginally, though.
Jackson's Dixie, New York bred 7-time winner.
just been going the wrong direction the last 3 races. Was extremely wide last time, but I'm more concerned with the trend in which this horse is moving.
The runners in the 5th, 5 minutes out, $25,000 claimers, and a heads up, a reminder, the $40 Friday feeder contest. It's a low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race post time tomorrow. Visit NYRABets.com/contest. Your contest player, JK, what's the lure of a contest like the Friday feeder contest?
Well, I mean, I think anytime that you can do something to help offset takeout, it's something you should take a look at. When you play in these contests, because of the prize money that comes along with it, there is an opportunity to try to do that. And then look, it's just fun. You know, you're sitting on your couch right now, you're playing. If you hit an exacta, you got to text or call someone to tell them. It's kind of fun to hit an exacta and look up and see your name on a leaderboard. It kind of drew me to contests. I thought it was a lot of fun to be able to compete with other people. And, you know, if you haven't done it, you should check it out.
Very cool. Again, registration closes before the 3rd race tomorrow. Here's the favorite. She's a little edgy, and let's revisit her latest, late July, right here. She was a favorite. She made the lead, Tuscanova, Beauty, and others, Raj, chasing, but there would be no catching. She's a little edgy, holding on by about 3 parts of a length in the end.
She was able to clear, and she got comfortable on the lead and control what I called pretty moderate to slow fractions. And ultimately, the best horse gets that advantage. Is going to be tough to beat. She held on. Today, she's going to face a lot more pace pressure than she did this day, and I think she's a very vulnerable favorite.
Vulnerable favorite. It seems to be consensus that she's one to perhaps take a stand against, yet here she is hanging out even money 3 minutes out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think she's definitely vulnerable off the voided claim. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm hoping. I've joked about it on the show before about where we play this Survivor game. My brother-in-law picked this horse, so I'm selfishly rooting for her to run off the board, but I think she is a very likely winner of this race.
That Survivor game, you have to finish in the top 3 every day. Pick one horse,
pick one horse, yep. And so, you know, I'm sure he's watching. I'm rooting against you, Joey.
Chalk eating Joe.
Backed by Gold at 8-1. Handsome Cousin aboard. Her last, her most recent, mid-August, right here. Stalking the leaders. There she is. Raj, and finding her best stride, gonna blow on by.
And this was a gutsy effort because she absorbed pace pressure from the inside and the outside. And to be able to do that and still repel your competition, I think this was a really good effort. And this filly also has a lot of back class. She had some good races in the past, and she regained that form in this race. Also, she was claimed out of the race by Rudy Rodriguez, who's really getting hot of the moment. He likes what he saw. He double bumps her in class, so she definitely one to consider.
Backed by Gold at 7-1, looking for a second win at the meet. Acacia, as is the 4 filly here, It Takes Heart.
That's right. She's been in good form right now, too, as we did see her win for previous connections for 16,002 back. And then much as Rajiv was just talking about with Backed by Gold, jumping up in class off a claim. And that's what It Takes Heart did last time, running for 40,000, now dropping back down to the 25. So it's it's a little Goldilocks effect, I think, with It Takes Heart, finding the right spot for her, as she was also taking an aggressive drop in class to win for the 16-2 back. She has some natural speed, though, and I wanted to talk about her because I agree with Raj that there should be some more pace pressure on your favorite. She's a little edgy, namely the presence of the 2 Golden Moonlight, but I don't think It Takes Heart is going to be too far off of it either. She had an aggressive warm-up from Manny Franco, took her right away from the pony. She was pretty laid back in the paddock, but he really woke her up out there on the track, and I thought that we should see her being forward, and she's moving well out there on the track. A horse that I think belongs in this spot, like I said, kind of finding the sweet spot. But how will that pace develop in this race, Sophie?
Now, right from the start, Rajiv, what are you looking for? What are you expecting in terms of race shape?
I expect the pace to be blistering, especially with Acacia kind of confirming that Manny Franco is intent on warming his mount up and wanting to go out to the lead. And this is ultimately why I ended up picking number 1, Hazardous Humor. I can see this filly just sitting a perfect ground saving trip, off of dueling pace setters and getting first run on the closer. She has the perfect running style to be not too far off the pace and just benefit from a pace meltdown. That's why I'm picking Hazardous Humor in this race.
Well, I don't have a problem with the race design and the way that Rajiv sees it. The only issue for me is that she just seems to be going the wrong direction. You know, her last race was pretty poor, and I didn't see too much of an excuse. I mean, she was a little wide coming off the turn, but that was about it for me.
The competition that she faced in that race, I believe the level is much tougher. Even though it's Delaware, it's still an optional 2 out of the end, which is a significant class increase than what she faces today. So I think dropping back in this class, I expect her to regain her form of the past. Well, I'm hoping she does.
Kedjik Carmouche, Hazardous Humor. 5th race from Saratoga, pick 6 of the $85,000 plus carryover gets started in the 6th race. Filing in, final check of the tote board reading, 6-5. She's a little edgy. Trustworthy, question mark? We're about to find out. Frank Ramadi standing by.
Last few runners left to load. It Takes Heart in the colors of Photos Finish LLC. They've had some wins this meet. Jackson's Dixie to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hazardous Humor is hustled out from the inside, vying for the lead along with Golden Moonlight. They're stride for stride. It Takes Heart sits right off them in 3rd. She's a little edgy 4th, backed by Gold. 5 off the pace in 5th. Tuscanova Beauty, Jackson's Dixie, and 2 more to Malibu Moonshine. It's Hazardous Humor and Golden Moonlight going through an opening quarter together in 22 and 3/5 seconds around the far turn. It Takes Heart, perfect trip, 3 off the pace in 3rd. Another 5 suddenly to She's a Little Edgy in 4th as they string out coming to the quarter pole. Malibu Moonshine, pink sleeves along the rail, is making some headway. It's Golden Moonlight, Hazardous Humor, It Takes Heart coming after the top pair, 3 deep. Malibu Moonshine, Tuscanova Beauty, they're coming to the 8th pole. Hazardous Humor clinging desperately to the lead. Golden Moonlight, continued progress for Malibu Moonshine, who has hugged the rail and has taken the lead under Dylan Davis. Malibu Moonshine pulling away through the lane. It's going to be an easy victory for Malibu Moonshine, sprinting clear by 4 lengths. Hazardous Humor, Golden Moonlight, It Takes Heart.
Malibu Moonshine, Dylan Davis accelerating late. 6-1 winner in the 5th at the Spa.
I mean, I sound like a repetitive parrot, but Dylan Davis just saves ground every time and gets through on the inside. He's just riding remarkable, just being patient, staying on the rail. He's the difference maker in a lot of these races. When the number 6 passes the number 1 on the inside, that's a big advantage.
Comes through on the inside. She's found her best stride. Malibu Moonshine, first win of the summer, first win at Saratoga for trainer Charlie Baker.
Yeah, it's a great job by Charlie Baker. This horse had been beaten by 28 lengths and by 26 lengths in the last 2 starts, and then comes back in here, gets an outstanding ride by Dylan Davis, who's been outstanding throughout this entire meet, comes right up the inside while the rest of them were circling wide, and gets Charlie his first win.
Go back to the start. Raj, you like Hazardous Humor towards the inside, a bang-up second place finish, 6-1-2-4. Anything else catch your eye?
Well, it was a great start for all except the number 6, Malibu Moonshine, who runs him off the pace. I was pretty surprised that Hazardous Humor was hustled as hard as she was to make the lead, but she ran a very good race to run second. The favorite was an absolute no-show. From the jump, she said she takes all hard. She just never really had anything to. She's a little edgy, sorry. She really just didn't have much to give.
Saw Davis last riding the rail throughout and plenty of room to operate late. She shoots on through, goes past Hazardous Humor, 6-1-2-4. Yeah, the favorite, she's a little edgy. The concerns in the end, not unfounded.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, at this level, it's hard to love a horse at 4 to 5. You know, sometimes you'll see some big droppers that make a lot of sense. you know, she's a little edgy. It's Linda plays this game well. She plays the claiming game well. She puts them in spots where they can win, but she also puts them in spots where people will take them. And she's moving horses and getting this one and claiming that one, and you take this one and I'll take.
Bobbing and weaving.
It's exactly, bobbing and weaving would be the best way. And she weaved and bobbed today, and I'm sure someone jabbed.
That was Acacia's top pick, by the way. What a good pick. And
6-1.
Yeah, I wanted a horse coming from off the pace because I thought it was going to be a pace meltdown. So I was surprised that my pick was the one that was setting the pace.
She won from last. Did Malibu Moonshine. Happy Face Racing Stable. Dylan Davis having another nice day at the spa. Daylight win at Malibu Moonshine. 5 of 10 overall results. Reaction when Saratoga Live returns.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. A lovely shot of Saratoga Lake getting into the last days of summer. A program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today is Malibu Moonshine wins here in race 5, trained by Charlie Baker. Charlie, as you and I were just discussing, some close ones throughout, but finally getting that first win. It's ups and downs as a trainer. How do you keep the positivity with this game?
I'm always confident, you know. It's a horse racing game, so you got to have the horses, and we just had some bad luck, but I was always confident we'd finally get going, and hopefully this turns the barn around. We need to get a win here.
And a barn that does such a great job. Your horses are always well turned out, but this filly, Malibu Moonshine, she had plenty of back class too.
Yeah, she had a lot of back classes. She never got better as a 2-year-old from to 3, but she's consistent. You know, she runs that same number, 6 to 970. But she was doing great coming into the race, and the owner wanted her to go for 25, so it was a great chance for me to win a race. So it's good. Yeah.
It all worked out today. She comes from very far back, though, too. Any nervous moments there?
You know, once she got on the rail and started picking horses, I felt good. And I looked at the front end, they were battling, and I was looking at where the favorite was at, and he wasn't moving. So I felt good most of the ways, but still you got to get it done. So when she came up inside, I was pretty pleased.
Well, we're very pleased for you. Big congratulations.
Thanks, yeah, I needed that. Thanks.
The ups and downs of this game, Lafitte, but Charlie Baker getting that win, and the filly Malibu Moonshine was claimed, but goes out a winner.
So claimed and moving on for Charlie Baker. He's a good trainer. He's a good trainer, and finally getting that first win towards the end of the meet. Saw Bruce Brown get his first winner yesterday afternoon, and something to feel good about at the very end when you have one of those struggles that the very best of the best will go through.
And that's the thing about this meet. We celebrate wins the way that we do is, someone like Mark Casse, who's had cold meets and is having an outstanding meet. Someone like Rudy Rodriguez, who was like 0 for a lot at one point a couple years back, having a great meet. And then even Chad, right? Being in a knockdown drag-out fight last year with Linda to tie, and now to be winning. It's not easy. It's not a foregone conclusion. I don't care how good of a trainer you are, and Charlie Baker's included. He's a good trainer, but it's still that hard to win here.
It makes it all that worth it more when you do win. It makes that win feels better. When you have to overcome that tough start, I think it gives that extra feeling of joy when you do get that win.
Charlie Baker gets his impressive performance by the winner, who is moving on, having been claimed following that effort in the 5th race. Time now for the pick 6, the carryover, 85,000 plus, and time now for some very good 2-year-olds. Noble, Confessor, and one particular performance has one 2-year-old has his hoof prints all over this one. JK.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Chancer McPatrick. We'll see. Hopefully, I don't think they've drawn yet. Drawing today, if I'm not mistaken, for the hopeful on Monday. But if Noble, Confessor, or T-Craft, or even American Promise were to run well in here, that only makes Chancer McPatrick look even better for what he did a few weeks back.
Saratoga's most prestigious race, the hopeful as always, closing day at Labor Day, and this 6th race in 19 minutes with that pick 6 carryover, the sequence to get underway. While we have a moment, though, all summer long, it has been an emphasis here on Saratoga Live, the importance of Thoroughbred Aftercare in taking care of the horses, taking care of the athletes that take such good care of us. And some of these stories just stand out. They're a little bit different. They just stick. Such is the case with Juliana Stowell at TRF Second Chance Program.
My name is Julianne Stowell, and I'm the Director of Client Relations at Now Brennan Stables. Prior to this role, I was known as Inmate E53130.
Jules, take us back to when you first got into Lowell, when you were first incarcerated, and just the feelings and your mind frame when you first got there.
Numb, very numb. I felt alone, if that makes sense. You know, you're surrounded by people, but it's one of the loneliest places you can be. A toxic relationship, a poor choice of friends, and a multitude of bad decisions led me to being separated from the world I once knew.
So when did you begin the Second Chances program?
I was 3 years into my sentence.
For everyone who doesn't know, what is the TRF Second Chances program?
So it's a vocational educational program that's offered inside the prison. It's textbook-driven program, but it's also hands-on. So it's a multi-purpose program. Upon walking through the gates of hell, something I never expected to see caught my eyes. Horses up on a hill grazing in a pasture.
What did you find that they taught you immediately when you started the program?
The horses?
Yeah.
Kindness. They taught me patience, understanding. They taught me probably more about myself than about them. You're dealing with a retired racehorse who's been through, we don't know, trauma, broken down, injuries, potential abuse, same things that we as individuals, especially who are criminals, go through, experience when we're out there living a not good life. So yeah, we're very similar. We're broken, we're misunderstood. So yes, there is a huge factor of relating. I now had something to care for and look forward to. My healing nature kicked in, and not just for the animals, but for myself. As I was nurturing these beautiful beings, they were nurturing me as well.
If you had to tell somebody, as somebody that's lived through it and gone through it, what is the single most important thing that the TRF does for horses and humans?
Their tagline, their new tagline. You know, they changed it for the mere fact that it's not just about the horses. It's saving horses, but it's also changing lives. And that, you can't say it any better than that.
Changing lives, a fascinating story as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, great stuff with Juliana. What was your biggest takeaway from the time spent with her and learning more about her story?
She's an amazing woman in that, yes, she can fully admit that she did not make the right choices early on in her life, and she was left in a dark place, obviously, literally and figuratively. And when she got out there with the horses, just the feeling of being healed, the feeling of learning how to kind of accept one's emotions. And it just goes to show, as these horses help Jules, they've helped so many others that are incarcerated just heal and become better people. It teaches them so much, obviously from a vocational standpoint, but from a human nature, from a human decency standpoint as well. So the Second Chances program, Lafitte, is just, I think, second to none. Obviously, it's unique to the TRF, and it's a major part of why we devote so much to the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. So I'm just so pleased to be a part of it and to be able to tell Jules' story.
All cyclical, the humans taking care of the horses, horses taking care of the humans, and the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and the emphasis in the industry taking care of the thoroughbreds that take such good care of us. Our thanks to Juliana for her story and sharing that with us here. Just the level of courage that it takes to be that open and honest about a dark period of her life, but now that having been there with the program and the difference that she has made and all the benefits that have come out from being part of TRF Second Chance program.
Well, I would think that her sharing her story will actually help others donate, that could help others feel the same thing that she felt. So definitely makes a ton of sense to me.
Excellent, excellent stuff as we get set for the Pick 6 next here at Saratoga, post time in 13 minutes for race 6.
Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Get your hands on a few of these yet?
Not yet. They said I got to wait till Sunday like everybody
You
else.
have to wait. No, well, I mean, you don't. You know where they're stashing them. Just saying you don't. The windbreaker. The giveaways have been awesome this year. This one perfectly timed as the temperatures drop and seasons change. On Sunday, the Saratoga windbreaker, that line in the morning, it's going to look like Travers morning.
Of all the giveaways, that's my style. That's the one I'm looking for the most. I might be in that line.
I'm not telling you we're stashing them either. To Maggie with this 2-year-old Paddock report. No pressure, Maggie. Just the start of an $85,000 plus pick 6 carryover.
Great. Now I really feel the pressure, Lafitte. Thanks a lot. No, I'm kidding. As we'll take a look at a few, as you guys were mentioning before the break, about Chancer McPatrick heading towards a Grade 1 hopeful, and several contenders in this race faced him last time. We'll check in with the horse who is taking a bit of early money, and that's number 8, Noble Confessor in here, finishing third to Chancer McPatrick that day. I thought he broke very well. He did sit that 3-wide trip around there, and he didn't want to switch leads down the lane that day. Now, in the paddock prior to that start, he was slightly green. And I'm not saying that he was acting badly, but he was nickering. He just was a little bit bewildered here in the paddock. Today, a lot more settled. Oh, I've been here before. I know what my job is. He does look like a horse, too, that would benefit from getting a bit more ground. Although the pedigree, you know, a quality road, they can get the distance. There isn't much on the bottom side to suggest, though, that longer is better, but then again, a mile might be right up his alley. Furthermore, he has that Hall of Fame trainer in Todd Pletcher in his corner, who I just see so many horses excel under his tutelage at longer distances. Now, a horse that is really striking for getting more ground is a horse that didn't get very close to Chancer McPatrick, but that's number 1, American Promise, a son of Justify. He is enormous, as Wayne Lucas's 2-year-olds do tend to be. They're very long and leggy types that he has a type that he buys, I would say. This guy, though, really, I think, will benefit from getting some more ground to work with. And he was really slow out of the gate, sprinting, going 6.5, and he showed a little bit of interest in a sneaky kind of way down the lane. So look for him to really benefit from the added ground. Now, number 3, Fiddling Felix, completely blew the start first time here at the spa, but he had a tough trip. Then he went on to chase wide. He launched a 3 or 4 wide bid around the turn and really was just running late. He galloped out well, just didn't have quite the impactful kick that Chancer McPatrick had that day. Now that I look at him here in the paddock, though, he's a little bit smaller than the rest of his competition, whereas last time I thought that he would prefer the extra furlong. Now I'm not so sure if I want him going the mile, but sometimes with that extra ground, it mitigates a horse who is a little bit slow from the blocks. Well, they're hitting the track, and a horse that made it very tough for Chancer McPatrick last time out was T. Craft, and Acacia, she is joined by his owner, our good friend, Lee Einseidler.
Always love a chance to catch up with Lee, Maggie, but Lee, T. Craft, big effort last time out behind a horse in Chancer McPatrick that is pretty well thought of.
Yeah, he is well thought of, and actually, T. Craft surprised us last time. I was a little concerned going into the race. He hadn't worked all that great. But he outran his odds for sure. But he's come out of that race great. He's worked great twice. And I kind of feel like he went into that race and now the light went on.
The experience paying off as he gets some more distance today, too. Any thoughts on how he'll handle the extra ground?
Yeah, based on his works, we're in a mile race for a reason. We could have run him 7 furlongs, but he appears to want more ground. His father liked a lot of ground, and I think he should appreciate the distance.
Well, thanks for the insight, Lee. Best of luck.
Thank you, Acacia.
T. Craft taking a little bit more money today than he did last time, Lafitte.
4-1 today. Yeah, not getting that 16-1. T. Craft. Let's meet these 2-year-olds. American Promise, second-time starter for D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, broke slow and had some trouble in that race with Chancer McPatrick, but Chancer, he overcame it.
Chancer a blur in the stretch. There's Filoso and Dylan Davis are going to go back-to-back.
Incredible debut, finishing 4th by 3.5 lengths, closing late. Looks like he should appreciate the extra 2 furlongs he gets to run at today.
Fiddling Felix, 2 sprints, now the stretch out.
Don't break well once, I'll call it unlucky. Don't break well twice, I'll call it a habit.
Number 4, Spurgeon, first try on dirt.
it has pedigree for the dirt by Honor Code, and this one has showed a bullet workout over the dirt in its most recent work.
Thorum and Eric Cancel takes over.
This horse took some money. It was 9-1 into the teeth of Chancellor McPatrick and Noble Confessor. Sneaky money.
Discreet Dancer has to be thrilled he doesn't have to face the likes of Ferocious this afternoon.
I mean, and this horse had a terrible trip first time out. It should have got a lot of valuable experience from that race.
And same can be said for Contrabandist, 4th to Ferocious in his first try.
This horse was 4-1 in the teeth of Ferocious. Interesting.
Noble Confessor, 9-5 with the Rod Ortiz.
It's had a perfect trip in its debut, tracking in third and then kind of fading in that race.
And T. Kraft just heard from his owner, Lee Einsiedler, 7-2 to the outside with Junior Alvarado.
You can't argue that he ran well last time. That pace was quick. I'm just concerned how far this horse wants to go. I feel like Noble Confessor would be the one that should take a step forward with the added distance.
9 2-year-olds, $100,000 purse, a mile from the Wilson Chute, pick 6, and the carryover starts here. You could bet it on your Naira Bets account. Still have a few days left. Closing week. Get involved. Sign up. Use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Circling back to T. Kraft and his second career start. And this is what we've been talking about. And Chancellor Patrick. And yeah, he left quite an impression. Noble Confessor, T. Kraft, there they are, but the danger looms from off the pace.
5 of the 9 runners in this race today ran in this race. And of the 5, T. Kraft clearly ran the best race because he had to break from the inside and it was rushed hard to make the lead and chase the whole way. And if you even look at Noble Confessor, who was the number 6 in that race, he faded to finish third while T. Kraft still ran to the wire. I mean, he's, for me, clearly the horse to beat based on that most recent start.
Well, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. Yes, T. Kraft in that race did run the best race. T. Kraft had a race prior to that, so that he had a little bit of an edge on fitness when it came to Noble Confessor. Noble Confessor, to me, if you're looking at pedigree on who wants to go a mile, I would go with Noble Professor here with the quality road and the second dam. Was a very nice horse for Noble Confessor. But T. Kraft is a half to straight no chaser who is an outstanding sprinter. Don't get me wrong. Fast sprinters can get it, can throw any kind. But, you know, this horse is a half to a
his
sprinter.
pedigree is heavily tilted towards sprinting. I mean, if you look through his whole entire lineage, they're predominantly sprinters. However, I believe that he's going to be dangerous if he's able to get to lead on the front end. The other horse that I like out of this race, because I'm not too much of a fan of this Noble Confessor, I just think he didn't do much running in that race, and he's going to have to step it up, and he's a short price as the favorite. The other horse that I'm really intrigued with is the number 1 American Promise. He's the one that I think is going to really want to go a mile or even further based on his pedigree. And he did have a tough trip. Broke slowly, got shuffled back, then got steadied on the turn, had nowhere to go, swung wide. This is the kind of horse that I expect to make a drastic improvement with a race under its belt.
American Promise by Triple Crown winner Justified, drawn inside. Maggie and Acacia trackside, and we'll start with the colt to the outside and T. Kraft.
Inside, outside, trackside, we got it all covered here, you know? We'll take a look at T. Kraft. Actually, we're going to check in with both of the Bill Mott trainees. And Acacia, T. Kraft, well, he makes a good impression overall. Are you suspect of how far he wants to go?
I am. I thought it was interesting what Lee Einsiedler was saying about his horse. You can watch one of his recent workouts on XVTV, which was in company with Royal Presence, who is 4th on debut, and he started very far behind that horse, kind of closing, much different than we saw him run last time, but he is very sharp in the warm-up today.
Got a big warm-up with Junior Alvarado aboard, galloping away quite nicely here on the track. So we'll see what he does. And you would have to think with basically everyone stretching out in distance, will he face a little bit more pace pressure, though breaks comfortably to the outside? I have some interest in number 5 in here, Therum, for trainer Bill Mott. He was pretty green in the paddock first time out. He was good on the track, and he's good yet again on the track, but so much more professional. Looks like a horse that will benefit from the distance being added today. And furthermore, kind of got a little bit of a test ride first time out.
I agree. I think he's going to learn some things out of that first race. Also, I thought he looked quite soft first time out and just much more defined, much more clued in as to what his job is. And maybe he's a big price because Eric Hansel doesn't ride as much for Bill Mott, but I certainly wouldn't count him out either.
Yeah, I'm going to take him here. Why not at 19 to 1 as I'm not, I like the favorites, but I can see, them being upset. Number 2 is Filoso for Chad Summers. I thought he made an impression that he wanted to go longer, and based upon my notes, I think he just looks so much more fit having that race under his belt.
Yeah, my first time seeing him, so that's certainly good to hear, and experience just counts for so much as well. And the way that he ran, I agree, more distance. And Dylan Davis took him right away from the pony, giving him a big warm-up, and he was really striding out.
Really looked good in the warm-up, especially as you're going to land on number 1 American Promise. He looks like he wants every bit of a mile.
Oh, amen to that. Another one didn't look totally fit first out. Thought that he wanted more distance, gets all of that today. Nice pedigree on this one as well. We've seen these Justifies just winning, doing everything this week.
Exactly, taking the PG Johnson yesterday. Lafitte, they're heading to the gate.
American Promise. Raj likes him going in, drawn inside. These 2-year-olds to kick off this pick 6. Anything else that grabbed you in the sequence? JK, anything else that stood out?
Just the entry in the 8th, with some speed and a closer with the Flying P horses in the 8th, the 1 and the 1A, and then in the stake and with anticipation, I just felt like the 7 and the 8 were the 2 that I wanted. I was going to play against that common race from Nudge and Without Caution, the 1 and the 2. I'm going to go with the 7 and the 8 in there. And then I think a lot of people will probably try to look to credit worthy in the last, the 2-horse for Chad Brown.
2-year-olds on this Thursday afternoon, closing week Saratoga, the With Anticipation later on this evening. And here to kick off the pick 6 with the $85,000 carryover, moving into line. 3-2, number 8, Noble Confessor, favorite at post time. Here's Frank Miramati.
There is Noble Confessor backing away just momentarily. Gets a little bit of a nudge. He's backed away a couple of times. Colors of the St. Elias stable. Just a moment to congratulate Mr. Viola on the Stanley Cup. That got him in the gate. Here's T-Craft to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Filoso had a good beginning today and will vie for the early lead. He's one of several going out there with Discreet Dancer, that chestnut in front. Discreet Dancer headed now by American Promise. So it's American Promise in front. With Discreet Dancer in second, T-Craft Pink Silks 3 wide third. Fiddling Felix is on the inside, and Noble Confessor is 5th, but only 4 lengths off the lead. Filoso broke well, but now settles toward the back of the field in front of Therum. The 2 trailers are Contrabandist and Spurgeon at the back. 24 3/5 seconds. T-Craft knocking heads with American Promise toward the half-mile pole. It's 2 lengths back. Filoso advancing along the inside in some traffic. Between horses is Fiddling Felix. And outside of them comes Discreet Dancer. They're followed by Noble Confessor in the green silks through a half that went in 48-1. Noble Confessor is now moving up as T-Craft has taken the lead and opened up 2.5 lengths. It's T-Craft in front. American Promise second. Noble Confessor is third as they reach the quarter pole. Behind them, Fiddling Felix, along with Filoso racing in 5th along the inside, making headway now. And here's Filoso cutting the corner and making a bold bid for the lead. Filoso takes off under Dylan Davis and has opened up 3 in a hurry. Spurgeon is on the scene from way out of it, coming through along the inside of American Promise and T-Craft. Filoso sharp in victory. Stylish W by 3.5. Spurgeon was second. American Promise third. T-Craft fourth.
Stylish W, stylish ride. Dylan Davis on the inside. We saw it with Malibu Moonshine in the 5th. He does it again with Veloso. 7-1 shot to kick off the pick 6 at Saratoga.
I mean, Dylan is on cloud 9. Let's face it, this guy is riding absolutely incredible. Just saving ground. Saving ground is ultimately the biggest difference maker a jockey can do. It's the shortest way around it. When you sit on the rail on the inside, what you do is you're forcing everyone else to go around you. And, you know, Dylan just stays there and gets through because the 9 was on the rail, then he opened the rail. Like the easy pass.
Yeah, I couldn't find this horse. You know, Chad Summers, first-time starters in his career, doesn't have great numbers. He doesn't have great numbers.
But this horse had a race under his belt, and he.
No, 100%. There's a lot of horses in here that had races under their belt that were better than this one. I know. Right. Congratulations. It was an outstanding ride by Dylan. I didn't see this horse before, and when I squint my eyes now, it's still hard to see.
Is there? So Veloso here, you had 5 of the 9 exiting the same heat. Chancer McPatrick, and as impressive as he was in his debut, the top 2 finishers did not exit that race. Spurgeon completing the exact at 36-1. Do you feel any different about Chancer McPatrick based on how those horses that chased him performed today?
Absolutely a concern. For a horse that's going to be a short price horse, when you want to evaluate what he did was visually impressive, Chancer McPatrick. But if he was doing it against a bunch of horses that weren't very good, then it wasn't that impressive. You have to then ask yourself that, and based on this race, based on the fact that that pace kind of fell apart, I might start looking elsewhere in the hopeful on Monday.
I mean, 5 of the 9 runners in this race came out of that Chancer McPatrick race, and neither of them could even finish in the top 2. Definitely cause for concern if you're a big Chancer McPatrick fan.
By City of Light, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. So good at those middle distances. Veloso stretching out from 6 furlongs to a mile, and the perfect ride, Dylan Davis. It's wash, rinse, repeat, essentially the same type of approach that worked so well about 35 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan has been, look, you look up there in that top left corner, that doesn't say 6-5 next to it. Dylan's winning races at high-priced horses, 7-1 here. It's an outstanding meet for him.
Veloso, 7-1 to kick off the pick 6. 2-4-1-9 results, reaction when we come back. Off and running in the pick 6. All about Veloso, all about Dylan Davis on this Thursday at the Spa.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the Affirmed Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as we love getting a chance to see the stars of tomorrow in these 2-year-old races. And Filoso delivered, if I could say it, as we have Dylan Davis, winning rider, with me, as well as the namesake Lou Filoso, who we'll get a chance to hear from here. But Dylan, let's start with you. You rode this horse first time out. What a step forward from first to second start.
Yes, so we've been working with him in the morning a lot, and he had to learn from the inside and outside with the company, and switching his leads was a big key with him. Sometimes he'd be a little stubborn, but we put him in that sprinter race and taught him how to get some kickback and the flow of the race, and he ran well. And we knew that he wanted some more ground. So again, working with him in the morning in between these 2 races and preparing him again for today. The mile shoot was tough. We were trying to break as best as possible. We got a little squeeze out there, but I was able to secure that inside spot, get him focused, and he was in a good rhythm down the backside, and found the rail again, turned it for home, and he shot right through there, and right on cue switched to his right lead and got to business, and I'm happy with what I saw. He ran a great race today. Thanks to the team and everybody.
So much more professional throughout as well. And you mentioned coming up the inside, it seems like you're the new rail rider around Saratoga here.
I'll take it if it's open, of course, yeah, and of course you have to have some horse, but if it's open, I'm willing.
We love it. Dylan, we'll let you go. We know you're riding a lot. Congratulations here.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks, sir.
As we have the namesake of the race, Lou Filoso here. It's always fun. We get a chance to see these names, and you learn what they're named after. Lou, you were telling me you and Al Gold of Gold Square have been best friends for many years.
We go way back, Al and myself, and we actually owned Al's first horse he owned was with me. We were partners with we had Henry Carroll as our trainer. So we were going way back.
How exciting to see a horse named after you.
This was exciting. He called me about it. He told me he was going to do it. He gave me a choice of a couple, and I don't know how I stumbled on City of Light, but I did. And he said, you know something, as we've been going along, he said, I think we got something here. I think he's good. His first race was pretty impressive, a little trouble, a little green, but he put it all together today.
He certainly did. Well, congratulations. I'm sure fun to follow your namesake in the future.
Nice meeting you. Thank you very much, Acacia.
As Lou Filoso gets a chance to watch Filoso win at Saratoga. Lafitte?
How cool is that for him?
Nothing wrong with that at all.
How good is that?
It's got to be a lot of fun.
Watching this 2-year-old, his namesake, glide under the wire. Hold on to that crop, Dylan. Almost lost the crop, didn't nearly lose the race. And by the way, he's on a contender in the 7th as well, in case you're wondering. Dylan Davis riding Inherent Promise. 7-2, contender for the 7th. Filoso, meanwhile, 1680 for the W. Spurgeon at a big price, completing the exacta.
No, Filoso was outstanding, and if you had Spurgeon in that exacta, that was a tough exacta to have, based on a lot of the different thoughts that were going on in that race.
This will be interesting just to watch the wagering. I think now closing day in the hopeful for Chancellor Mick Patrick, based on how the horses that chased him performed in that race.
Yeah, it's too bad, too, because I was looking for a great price on Ferocious. But now the Chancellor price might kind of creep up a little bit. But it looks like it's going to be a heck of a race. They've already drawn, I believe, Ferocious drew the 2. There's a couple of other really nice ones in there as well.
Final thoughts before we say goodbye. With anticipation, who takes down the Thursday feature?
I went without caution. I believe that this horse is just he's the real deal, and I'm excited to see how he runs today. But I wouldn't be surprised if one of the European horses really puts in a big effort. They seem like they have some good quality as well. It's going to be a really cool, interesting race.
I'm going to go with Cavallo Bay and the international superstar in the irons, Dylan Davis.
That's coming up with anticipation this evening, the 10th race of 11. If things didn't work out in the pick 6, the late pick 5 about to get underway. Greg Wolf and the crew in the paddock to take you through the rest of the way here on Saratoga Live and see what that 2-year-old does this afternoon without caution. Serious contender in the Thursday feature.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a billion, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,500,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Complexion Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the final Thursday of the meet from Saratoga as we gear up for fireworks on this final weekend. In the With Anticipation, Without Caution, showed a quick turn of foot to pull away and win his debut. Now comes a graded stakes test to see if he's Breeders' Cup caliber. Can Irad Ortiz Jr. go wire to wire and close out his third straight Saratoga riding title? Flavien Prat chasing history, one stakes win shy of equaling the all-time Saratoga stakes record. Can Bright Future repeat in the lone Grade 1 win of his career? We'll look ahead. He'll have a tough test when he lines up in Sunday's Jockey Club Gold Cup against Arthur's Ride. Will attempt to cement his status as the top older horse in the country. Brilliant in the Whitney. He looks for back-to-back Grade 1s for his Hall of Fame trainer on this closing weekend. All that and more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. An absolutely gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York. Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we get set for the late pick 5 to come from this historic racetrack where we've had so many more great memories this season and still a few more to make these final days of the meet. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. And we're going to close out in a very big way. Two very big Grade 1s for 2-year-olds. Of course, that Jockey Club Gold Cup will preview all that action to come and a very competitive late pick 5 ahead that includes 2-year-olds in the Grade 3 With Anticipation, named after the 5-time Grade 1 winner who was so popular out here on the East Coast. Here's a look at the field that is going to line up. 3 come out, still a very tough group, including Without Caution, who we talked about off the top for Cherie DeVaux, won the debut at this meet back on July 20th and really scooted away mid-stretch to show that impressive turn of foot. We'll see what he can do here in his stakes debut. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and former champion rider Richie Migliori. Your thoughts on Without Caution today?
Oh, I mean, I think he's probably the logical horse to beat in the race. He got a very good trip in his debut. No reason he shouldn't get a decent trip again. I think he's logical. I don't think the Euros are that strong. I think you and I, Greg, have a slightly different idea in this race, but there's nothing not to like about him.
You know, I thought this race was good. I mean, the only thing is you could tell how green He kind of gets during the stretch, and he kind of takes a couple bad steps towards the wire a little bit. But again, I think he should improve out of this effort. But I'm along with these two guys next to me. I think one of the Pletcher runners is going to fire today.
Yeah, this was a nice effort. Sat behind horses, sipped it out. I think he hit the front and kind of got lost, Paul. Got to jump in leads back and forth a little bit, but that was a very nice debut. He loses Jose Lezcano, who's serving a suspension. Manny Franco's been riding extremely well, picks up the mount. But it's a really intriguing race, I think, because of the European participation and kind of trying to measure the depth of them.
Charlie Appleby horse for Godolphin comes here, States debut. Chad Brown runner with just one start under his belt makes his States debut. So we'll talk more about that field as we get closer to that Grade 3 with anticipation part of this late pick 5. Take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 7 to kick off the sequence, just 15 minutes away. And that 10th race we just touched on happens at 6:16 Eastern time. 2-year-olds with Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf aspirations lining up. Track conditions brought to you by John Deere. We'd love to hear this. Fast and firm. Really one of, I don't know if we've had a better day this entire meet. It's just incredible today.
We've been very fortunate. You know, Travers Day, a gorgeous day, and this last week, it feels like the last week historically often is some of our best weather.
You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. There's the offer. $250 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code SPOT250 at sign up. And play any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. No one has done this since 1987. Sweep all 3 stakes for 2-year-old fillies at this Saratoga meeting. Can the Queen's MG for Saffie Joseph Jr. with Dylan Davis pull it off in the Spinaway? We'll have a preview coming up.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on Saratoga Live as we get set for race 7, mile 16th on the turf. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career as we look at Vintage Vino for the Linda Rice Barn. Kendrick Carmouche will ride. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale to see how they all look in the paddock. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and we'll check in with some horses coming off of respective layoffs. So we begin down on the inside with Chad Brown's trainee, number 1, Right to Vote, as he comes back now as a 3-year-old, a horse that really lacked a lot of focus and mental maturity as a 2-year-old. I will admit, I questioned him moving to the turf. He ran fine, but at the end of the day, I do question the overall quality of that field as well, because it was a blanket finish. And whenever you have one of those, it's not a very good race, as the buyer would indicate. But again, buyer's a little hard to judge with 2-year-old racing. I'll say this horse has changed in both ways, mentally and physically. He is way more long and lanky and developed, and has been focused as they come now that he does get Lasix for this start back, and actually has developed into more of a convincing horse getting on the turf. So I like what I'm seeing from him. There has been a massive improvement in many areas for Right to Vote. Moving on to number 5, Chow Chuck. Not sure what Son of Adios Charlie was doing going 1 mile 3/8 last time out on May 26, but he was doing such. And also he's a little bit against the track, because that turf course that day was leaning towards speed, and while he tracked the pace, he was wide in doing so. And furthermore, the cutback in distance is going to be preferable for a horse that at 1 mile and 7.5 and at 7.5 furlongs has been right there and ran faster figures. He's a little bit more broad and compact. He's a big, strong boy here, and he's impressive physically. So I love his demeanor here. I like the conditions for him. He's impressed me for Fernando Embreu. Moving on to number 8, Active Mutiny. Well, he's nearly committing an Active Mutiny here in the paddock. He is honestly, in my opinion, losing his race before even leaving the paddock today, because he has been such a handful to get the tack on. Now they're trying to adjust the tongue tie, which isn't happening. He's getting really hot and agitated and washy, and just, he doesn't want any part of being messed with here at all. He looks fit enough coming back here, and I do think, you know, he deserves another try here, as on a true turf course at Keeneland. It was a course that had some give in it, and now he's getting a firm going, but he hasn't really changed much physically from 2 to 3. And guys, the way he's behaving just leaves me to look elsewhere.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes away from the 7th. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Talked about 2 big grade 1s still to come for the 2-year-olds. Spinaway for the fillies, and the Queen's MG, 44-1. Opening day of the meet in the Schuylerville. Added the Adirondack, and now it's going to try and pull off this sweep for the first time in over 35 years.
I think the going is going to get tougher, and she's not even the morning line favorite, as Quiet Side had that impressive debut. But what the Queen's MG has been able to do is put together wins. And a lot of times we see impressive debut winning 2-year-olds, especially the fillies, that just don't come back and run them. And with the Queen's MG, you feel a certain sense of security that she's at least going to show up and run reasonably well.
Yeah, I agree. She's been very consistent. Obviously has an affinity for Saratoga. The one thing, although the story back in the Belmont Stakes Festival wasn't so good, but
that was her second start. But there you go, right?
Right, and right, regressed and then comes forward. But she's never been drawn inside of a horse in any of her starts. She's always had the outside post, and I just wonder if she gets outrun, how does she react to kickback?
Well, I do think the 9, 10, and 11 are all players. The horses on the outside of her, especially obviously the 11, which Andy was talking about, Quiet Side. So she's going to have to rate in this race, I would think.
I'm laughing because I picked the 7.
Yeah, and you know, listen, Brendan Walsh has brought in horses here that have come and have done well. This horse was really well bet at Ellis Park.
The best 2-year-old filly we saw this year was the Chad Brown maiden breaker, Don Alberto, whose name's escaping me, who won the Friday of Travers weekend with a 94 buyer. Looked like the second coming of Himdo. Yeah. After that, these are the promising horses that we've seen so far, at least in Saratoga and the area of the East Coast.
Final week stakes scheduled today. That feature we talked about, with anticipation, we have the Saranac tomorrow. Grade 1 Spinaway for the ladies. Saturday, the boys get their turn, closing day in the Hopeful. We have that Jockey Club Gold Cup Arthur's Ride. Whitney winner looking to go back-to-back in Grade 1s on Sunday.
And the Harvey Pack.
Indeed.
Second running.
It's all great. Going to close out incredibly strong with what has been just a tremendous meet again. Saratoga, we always can count on, never disappoints.
It's just, I mean, listen, there's over 1 million people that come to the races here for a reason, and I don't think there's a happier place on earth. I know I say this a lot, but it is a place that's just, it's just joyous. It's just a privilege and to be here.
I feel the same way. Saratoga is just ingrained in my DNA at this point. Been coming here since I'm 14 years old. Lived on the backstretch here and loved every moment of it.
Yeah, 15 years.
Magic.
15 years straight I've been coming here. And the relationships I've just formed with the people that are local here has been amazing.
Great town. I'm lucky to have grown up here.
6 minutes away from this 7th race. Post parade coming up. Vintage Vino coming out of 1.5 miles and 1 mile 3/8 races for Linda Rice. Right now is your 2-1 favorite. And certainly did have some trouble last time out.
Was best last time, but maybe shorter distance won't be to his liking.
Here's right to vote for leading trainer Chad Brown with Manny Franco.
It's interesting the things Maggie had to say about him because they kind of mirror things Chad Brown said to me, and he's optimistic that he'll run well today. Whether he wins, we'll see.
First-time starter for Todd Pletcher with Irad Ortiz Jr.
I thought this horse could be live. Tap it, Colt, out of an orientate mare, so you got a little bit of stamina on the top side and a little bit of sprint on the bottom.
There's some turf pedigree there, too. Prime to go. Fernando Hara rides.
His PPs would belie his name.
I don't know if I think everyone has a shot in this field. We'll go back to him in a minute. Vintage Vino, the favorite.
Put the blinkers on in 1.5 miles and came close, and now cuts back in distance. Although El Razine, who won that race, came back to win.
Chow Chuck at 8-1.
This is my top choice. This horse had a crazy trip, 2 back in the turf, and then found 1 mile 3/8 too far last time.
Active Mutiny, who was not acting great in the paddock.
No, he wasn't. But, you know, both turf starts, this horse has been bet to favoritism. Maybe he'll run a little bit better than he was acting in the paddock.
And Inherent Promise is, chased a pretty good one last time. Clever Mischief to get beat a length to a Chad Brown horse.
Oddly, I kind of agree with something you said, Greg, that he's the horse to beat on paper, yet an easy horse to try to beat.
Yeah, I mean, consistently has run probably the best races in this group. Outside post, some things going against him. There's the favorite, Vintage Vino. So let's look at what happened going 1.5 miles last time out, Andy.
He was much the best in here, and he had a decent trip, caught a little bit wide. It was more that the winner had such an exceptional trip. And as Paul pointed out correctly, the winner came back to win. There's no doubt that if you take the talent he showed in this race and put it in here, he's the horse to beat. The problem is he may be a horse that gets better with more distance, and he's not going to show that today's distance.
That's true. I mean, I do love the way he finished there at the end of that race, and he's warming up with a little bit of the four's warming up with a little bit of a purpose. There he is right there.
Kendrick warm up.
But
yeah.
the blinkers were on last time. And to get him to settle going 1.8 miles, I thought that was key. But you can't be that far back in this race, Mig.
No, and I think, with Kendrick aboard, he's probably thinking that. I know he knows he has stamina. He's going to try to get some position. But I'm with Andy. I think the turn back from 1.5 miles to 1 mile 16th is huge. And maybe he's just a horse that just wants more ground.
And his lack of speed is going to put him well back. And it's just hard to see a situation where he's even competitive early.
You can warm it up as big as you want. We'll see. I don't know if that's going to matter if he's going to be in front.
Yeah. Maybe if you find an engine and you tie it to him, he can
There
get
was
there early.
Chow Chuck. So this horse, a couple of starts at Gulfstream, and we talked about it earlier. Andy had it quite a trip in this race.
It's the 11 horse breaking on the outside, okay? And so watch right away. He's the second from the outside. He breaks about a half length slow or so there. So right away he's in a tough spot. He gets caught. A lot of people like to exaggerate, breaks and wide trips. Well, you're seeing right here, he's a legitimate 6 to 7 wide being carried out here in the first turn. So what that does is they not only lose ground, they lose position, and he falls much farther back in the race. And you see the horses that are sort of forward. Test Factor was the winner of the race. He's up towards the front. Now he's still far outside, like Richie likes to say, and he's right, like he almost always is. You got to save ground at one turn. Well, this guy didn't just lose ground. He was out in the middle of nowhere, and he's still finishing. Now, this was not a killer field he was in, but he's not exactly in a killer field today.
It was an impossible trip.
Look at him. He's still closing ground at the end, Richie.
Here's the other thing about it.
Well, the rail was way out,
Well,
too.
here's the other part. If you look at his race before that, he hopped at the start and went to the front end and then got popped at the wire.
With the 6 and 7 scratched, with a clean break,
Yeah,
there's a very good chance he'll be in front.
He could be showing more speed, yeah.
Front.
He's 8-1 with more on Chow Chuck. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, he's going to be my selection here. And you can see kind of why they thought that 1 mile 3/8 would be maybe to his liking, given the trip that he had there, because he basically ran 1 mile 1/16 at the very least with the wide trip. But this guy just looks so good, and you can tell that he has run on his mind. So I'm going to land on him too at a healthy price, because I too can't really fault number 4 in here, Vintage Vino, your favorite at 2-1. He looks great physically, but I these types of turnbacks generally just don't pay off. So check in with a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, number 2, Wheelhouse. They paid $600,000 for this horse as he worked, or he was bought out of the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Now, this probably got that much for him because he is a have to jaywalk. Now, she was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, was her big year, and then she managed to win the Delaware Oaks as a 3-year-old. And then there's also Danza Trice, who was a multiple stakes winner going long on the dirt. So why are we on the turf? I will say this guy worked decently and watching his workout on August 2nd on XBTV, but he was on the inside of an unraced 2-year-old filly. He's supposed to work better than her, and he had a former rider in Chantel Sutherland on his back. So I don't know. I would take the wait and see approach, and plus he just doesn't look like the fittest first-time starter for this barn because they usually look very fit and defined. We'll see what he does. Number 3, Prime to Go. Greg, you had mentioned some interest in this horse, and I kind of get it. Had a little bit of a trip last time where he was pinched back at the start. He was a long way last. Then he swung 7 wide heading into the stretch, losing ground around the far turn when that race was won on the front end. We saw the favorite that day, Main Beach, come back and get validation with a 78 buyer. This horse looks fantastic for Jorge Duarte. Granted, his horses usually do. He puts a very well turned out horse on the racetrack every time he comes here. This horse just had that, kind of quiet, sharp confidence that you like to see, as he is a humongous price on the board, guys.
Yeah, 17-1. Thanks, Maggie. And, I think the last couple of races looks like he didn't finish at all. Little deceptive. Running figures that kind of fit with the rest of this group. We'll see.
Yeah, but that's congruous with turf racing by the nature of the races they're in. Listen, if you like Prime to Go, good luck. It's a very big price. I've gone elsewhere. Though I'll tell you what, 6-1 on Chow Chuck. I mean, I like him. I bet him. I don't think it's a great price. Because
short.
I'm not, as well as he ran that day, this is no killers in this field, but that was not a great field.
It's the same with me. I like the 4 Vintage Venus. There's no way I'd play this horse at 2-1. I'd actually land on the 2 Wheelhouse and take the 5-1 there and just hope that the horse can run, to be honest with you. I can't take 2-1 on Vintage Venus.
Late pick 5 starts right here. Dylan Davis looking for his 3rd on this Thursday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. Got a real restless runner there. That was number 8, Active Mutiny, rattling around in the gate. And Junior Alvarado jumped off, but that's very brief as he's coming right back to get into battle. And they're off. Chow Chuck is going to the front. Inherent Promise came away well. Right to Vote along the rail in 3rd. Active Mutiny is in between them. They're followed by Wheelhouse, who's 5th in the early stages, 5 lengths off the speed. Prime to Go and Vintage Vino is at the back. Around the first turn, Chow Chuck is the pacemaker. Leads it by 1 length over Inherent Promise in 2nd. Then Right to Vote under a tight hold in 3rd. He'd like to be a little bit closer. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds as they swing on to the back stretch. Active Mutiny is in 4th. They're followed by Wheelhouse, Vintage Vino, and Primed to Go. Down the back stretch. And it's Chow Chuck and Javier Castellano a half length in front. Inherent Promise will keep that one honest, but suddenly it's a length and a half advantage for the pacemaker coming to the half-mile pole. Then Right to Vote in 3rd. Active Mutiny is 4th. Wheelhouse 5th, the half in 48 seconds flat. Vintage Vino is next with 7 to make up, leaving Prime to Go at the back of the field. Around the far turn, Chow Chuck carving out the fractions, has to go on with it now. Inherent Promise, though, is looming menacingly. 2 more lengths. Right to Vote very much in the thick of it through 3/4 in 1:11 and 3. Chow Chuck, Inherent Promise in the yellow colors right up alongside. 2 clear of Right to Vote in 3rd, and Vintage Vino getting going in the center of the course. He's starting to roll, but has a lot of work to do as they come to the 16th pole. Chow Chuck tough, but here's Right to Vote on the outside. Right to Vote is the new leader, and pulling away, it's going to be Right to Vote. Holding off an oncoming Vintage Vino, then a photo between Chow Chuck and Inherent Promise.
Right to Vote, 3-year-old debut. pulls away late for the leading trainer at the meet, who gets his second win today.
Got a delicious trip behind horses using that rail and stalking in third and gets it done. Nice win by him. Chad Brown now over the last 5 years is 7 for 10 with maidens coming off of 6 to 12 month layoffs and turf routes at Saratoga.
It's pretty remarkable. Layoffs don't seem to be any issue whatsoever. Like a lot of times you'll look at a horse coming off layoff and go, well, you might need one.
Might be a positive with him.
Yeah, I never feel like that with a Chad Brown runner. Love the inside post, set the absolute perfect trip. And honestly, Maggie's comments about his maturity put me over the top with him. Right to vote, set the right trip ball.
Well, Manny Franco could have won to the inside, and he said, you know what, I'm not taking any chances. I got the best horse here. Let's keep on going, because the 4 was starting to roll. Vintage Vino, he started to kick in like we thought late in the race, but the trip went to the 1, and a good ride by Manny.
Yep, tough beat for second for the 5, who ran very well with the 4 just sort of picking up the pieces.
That's a fast race too, huh?
Klarovich now opens up a 3-win lead over Flying P.
33 wins at this meet for trainer Chad Brown. It's not going to be like last year. It will not come down to the last race of the meet. He is securely wrapped up this training title.
Yeah, he's home and cooled out.
It's an impressive return for this horse.
Yeah, much different horse, much different horse. Maggie said it, and as I said, it mirrored really things Chad Brown said to me. I wish I was smart enough to listen, but a 1.5 would have been good.
And he's a horse that, when you look at the final time, that's a pretty good final time for these type of horses. And he's a Vino Rosso. He could, I would think, excel even going longer.
I love when you watch horses galloping back after a win. Doesn't he look
now
happy
he looks
with
like
himself?
a winner, doesn't
Well,
he?
I've always said this. Whenever they come back, they never look like a loser, don't they? They look like a. It's like they're like shining
They
bright.
know they won.
He frankly looked like a winner every step of
He
the
did.
way.
He
Was
did, yeah.
traveling well. Manny was rating him behind horses, and he was just getting an absolute perfect trip, and he delivered.
9-2 here on Right to Vote for the leading barn at the meet, Klarovich Stables. Leading owners, and Manny Franco, who quite often delivers when he gets chances for this barn, does again here. 1-4-5-9 finish. Impressive 3-year-old return to the races for the son of Vino Rosso for trainer Chad Brown here in the 7th to start off our late pick 5.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Thanks for spending your Thursday afternoon with us here on Saratoga Live as we are back here at the spa and brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Head on over to nairabets.com today to get started. Well, we saw a successful return as a 3-year-old to the races for Right to Vote. And Chad, he seems like a horse that, well, just shows how much horses can change from 2 to 3.
They really can. You know, we gelded him and turned him out, and the horse really improved. I heard your comments in the paddock. You were spot on. The horse was much more focused this time around. I thought at 2 he's washy and unfocused, so I totally agree with you. And he filled out a lot. And it does look like he lengthened a bit, so he did everything we wanted. Of course, we have a patient owner in Seth Klarman, so we gave the horse a chance, and he really came through today. Manny rode a smart race, staying closer.
It seems like Seth just put so much faith in you, to your decisions to turn horses out, your decisions to buy different horses and freshman sires as well. Talk a little bit about that relationship.
Yeah, we're partners, and I've had the opportunity to actually go to work with Seth a couple times, which was a real bonus. So I can see how he leads in his own industry, in his own company, and then with me, he puts a lot of trust in people if you earn it, and he listens and learns, and he forms a partnership with the people he works with. So I'm happy to work with him, and he also provides a lot of advice in situations, so it's a great team.
Now we'll see his incentive pay in the Grade 1 Hopeful on Monday. As you pointed out to me, the 6th race, a good indicator, which the winner of that, Filoso, came out of incentive pay's race.
Yeah, it looks to be maybe a key race, which I'm happy to see. I know the figure was a little low, and there's some fast horses in this race, but it was so early in the meet. These horses rapidly improve with their numbers every week, and I don't feel like I had the horse fully cranked, about 80%, and he was ready to win. So I would expect his number to move forward. I love seeing a next out winner that was behind him, because that horse was impressive today that ran earlier. So yeah, I have high hopes for incentive pay.
As you should. Had a little bit of trouble in that debut too and was able to overcome it. Chad, congratulations here on your 2nd winner of the day.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown having Right to Vote, ready to rock and roll off the bench, guys.
Yes, indeed. Impressive here. This horse off the bench. Big move forward. You expect to see some improvement from 2 to 3. This was a lot of improvement.
A completely different horse. Completely different horse. And listen, as I said, he was telling me similar things. Maggie basically, I would have thought, and I know she didn't, that Maggie had been there for the conversation I had with Chad Brown by what she was saying in the paddock, because he even commented the same thing. That she really seemed to see the same things that he did.
The best thing when Maggie likes one, if you've already liked the horse on paper, which I like this horse on paper, that just put me over the top, getting that positive reinforcement.
Good start off to the pick 6 here, Greg.
Yeah, a couple of prices.
It's a tough sequence, man. I'll tell you what.
7 to 1, 9 to 2.
Chad Brown and Klarovich may hold the key for a lot of people, because the biggest potential single in the sequence, the shortest price, is credit-worthy in the last race.
Yeah, 100%.
Take a look at the odds here for the 8th. That's credit-worthy, by the way, in the last, the 2. Chateau went gate to wire last start. Will drop down from 16,000 to 10,000 today. And the other half of the entry, Afternoon Heat, might be the horse to beat of the entry anyway in here.
I think if the entry wins, I know Richie disagrees with me, but I think if the entry wins, I think it'll be the 1A. I don't like Chateau at all.
I do think Chateau will cut out the fractions, but
yeah, he's fast.
He's fast, and he's dropping, and it's probably going to set up for a stealing. There's one thing about the 1A, he's 3 for 44 lifetime. He doesn't like to win races, where Chateau does like to win a little bit of races. This entry could be a little vulnerable. If you look at the will pays, actually the 3 and the 8, the 8 is actually the lowest will pay in the pick 5.
Co-favorite right now on the board as well, the 8. We'll have much more on this 8th race to start the late pick 4. When we come back, we'll talk about a man who has had just a very rapid rise since coming to the U.S. here in 2019, Jose D'Angelo. He's gone to a Classic. He's gone to Royal Ascot. He's gone to the Breeders' Cup, Dubai. We'll have his story next.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here at the premier meet in the country. You're watching Saratoga Live as we get set for race 8, approaching the 20-minute mark to post. And a man who's already run on today's card will try and add a second here on our horse he just claimed. It's been a meteoric rise for trainer Jose D'Angelo after a successful run in his home country of Venezuela, where he was leading trainer in 2018, along with becoming the youngest trainer to win the premier race in that country. He followed his dream to come here to the States. And after a very short time here, he's already been to some very prestigious races. Preakness in one of the classics, the Breeders' Cup, Dubai, and had the best showing of any U.S. trainer at Royal Ascot.
Since I was a child, I always loved the horses. More than all the sports, more than everything. My father and my mother told me, like, when they go to pick up me, the teacher say, can we talk with you guys? Your kid put all the chairs in order and see all his friends, and he say, and they're off. In 2012, I was in the university. One friend owns some horses, and I say, Jose, can you train them? Say, of course I can, but you know, I'm studying right now, so I don't have plan to be a trainer. I had the conversation with my father, he support me. I can't finish my university because I started getting so many horses, and you know, I'm doing that I love. I came from a horseman family. My father was trainer in Venezuela. Now, thanks him, we make a good team here. We have a good operation that everybody work with love. When we win a race, it's not me, it's all my crew, all the guys, all the horses. When you run a race, the people see just the race, but the people don't see all the steps that you do, all the obstacles and the problems that the horse can have, because they are athletes that work hard every day. I claim a lot of horses, and we won so many good races with them. Jesus' thing. Everybody calls him different, but you understand, he speaks English and Spanish. So I drive Jesus' team from Momot to here to Saratoga to run the Gin Dandy. You know, we ran all the big races. And always good. He had a bit hard. He always show up. I'm so proud and happy and blessed to train at him. Going to Royal Ascot was successful experience. You know, was so amazing. Was like a movie. Be there. You know, I thought we got the race, but was so close. We lost by half leg. Was tough beat. It's tough game, you know, like you lose more than races that you won. So I always try to stay positive and take the right decision for the horses and for me. The goal of every horseman and everybody is go and run the Derby, but more than the Derby, I would like to just try to win at the top level all the races that I can. Yes, I'm proud for sure. I feel good to stay winning races, but I still hungry. I want to go and win more.
Really been just an incredible rise for this barn. He had a win earlier today in race 2. Show it to you here. And of course, You know, Jesus' team, one of the horses he talked about in that feature, that's a horse who ran for $25,000 claiming and would go on to run in the Haskell, the Jim Dandy, the Preakness, Breeders' Cup, Dirt Mile. He was second to Nick Sco. He's done a lot with a little.
I love this piece because you can really feel his appreciation for training the horses and the process, and you know, being in places like Saratoga, like Royal Ascot. We're all privileged to be here, and sometimes I know I probably take it for granted, but it's nice to hear, somebody who has that fresh appreciation of something that they get to do and they know it's really cool.
Had a stakes win too in the Coronation Cup.
Nice filly. She's really, really gotten good
That was
since switching her to the turf. Since moving her to the turf, she's been exceptional in moving to his barn as well. She is really good. Unfortunately, she's overshadowed by that monster that Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have, but she is really good.
Star of Mystery, yeah. She's been good. And stakes win at this meet. It's incredible. I mean, just looking, we were talking about it before we showed the piece. How many horses he has in his barn? He's only been in the States for about 5 years.
Well, we've seen a flux of these trainers come from South Florida. Jose D'Angelo, Jorge Delgado, Gustavo Delgado. We also have Safi Joseph coming up here doing amazing things. So the trainers from Florida have come up here and have done well.
Well, he's got a contender in this race as well. Co-favorite right now, that's Emerald Forest. Just claim this one off of Linda Rice. That can be a difficult thing to do. Enough said.
Well, it is. I mean, I agree.
Okay. We'll be back. Talk about Emerald Forest chances, the entries chances, and who else to look at in this 6 furlong sprint when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No one likes sitting in traffic, and at the races, any delay could cost you money, and we can't have that. So here's how to avoid having the races go off before you get your bets in. Tip number 1, get your plays ready ahead of time and beat the lines. If you can sketch out your bets early, at least 10 minutes before a race, you'll usually find the windows open and you can make your plays without feeling rushed. You don't want to be that person who slows down the line. By the time you walk up, be ready to share all of the bets you want to make with the teller. There is a specific way to say your bets too. Start with the race number, followed by the bet amount, the bet type, and then the horse number. For example, in race number 2, can I please do $5 to win on number 4? You can save even more time by betting on one of these machines, and it's the same exact process. You pick the racetrack, race number, type of bet, bet amount, and the horse or horses you're using. For everything you need to know about playing the races, go to americasbestracing.net.
It always pays to be an educated bettor. Thanks to ABR and Dan Torgman for that little feature. As always, here on Saratoga Live, we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out abr.net today. As we'll move on and take a look here at the horses assembled for race number 8. As you heard prior to the break, we see an entry that is favored. Guess for what owner? That would be Flying P Stable. Though things may be separating a little bit, as Klarovich Stables has had 2 winners on the card. But number 1, Chateau, actually purchased privately by Jay Provenzano last time out after his win, and kept with trainer John Kimmel. He's such a cool horse, though, as he's been in a lot of barns in his 7+ years on the racetrack, and every person that I've ever talked to about Chateau has said what a cool customer he is to be around. Just really calm and almost cuddly in a way, and he's always really, really quiet in the paddock, which is kind of odd. He threw me off quite a few times in his early days because he's also so fast. So it's not the typical demeanor of a horse that has that wicked early speed as he does. But overall, I think he looks fantastic. John Kimball's done a great job since claiming him. We'll move on to the entry mate. That is the 1A Afternoon Heat, who's going first off the claim. I've never seen this horse before, but last time when running a mile, I can see what they were thinking with running this horse longer, because he's kind of a bigger build, but he's also built downhill, and he's also a little bit more of that sprinter stride, kind of a more shorter, rapid stride, which just lends itself better to these, shorter distance races. And he is sharp for this turn back for Mike Maker today, as he is really on the muscle too. So I think this is the right spot for him, as we'll take a look at Hatch, who I think was against the racetrack last time when wired by Prince James, who did not figure necessarily being on the front end, and he was chasing outside in the 5 path over the slop. Gets a fast track today, as he'll go out for the first time for Linda Rice and winning Move Stable. I wish he was a little bit more energetic here in the paddock. Not that that's unlike him, but he just seems really, really quiet today. I'll watch how he behaves out on the racetrack. And then we'll check in with one that won last time. That's number 9, Charging Arrow for Fernando Abreu. He was one that I don't think you necessarily wanted to be down on the rail back on August 11th. And he wasn't. So he was kind of with the track that day when getting the job done. He was also outfitted with a new piece of equipment. It was actually an extension blinker covering that right outside eye. And I really wasn't a big fan of that, but as I always said, there's a fraction of horses that it works with. And for Charging Arrow, it seems to have worked. Greg?
Riders up as we get set for the post parade momentarily. This entry now coming 8-5 favorites. We'll talk more about them in a moment. This is the big news this weekend. Windbreaker final giveaway of the meet. It happens Sunday. That is going to be a long line Sunday morning.
Yeah, and it's multi-purpose. If you need it for the rain, you can also wear it with a tie. And like I always said, it's not the arrow, it's the Indian. There you go.
Looks very sharp on you.
It looks very sharp.
It is. It's very, very nice, too. I like it. Goes with the tie. Let me straighten that out. Thank you very much.
You're not giving that back, are you?
No.
Why would you?
All right, supplies will not last as long as we thought. So get that Sunday final giveaway of the meet. We've had some good ones. This was the best summer for giveaways, no question. And fans love them. So get out here Sunday.
You were carrying out those bucket thingies, the
tumblers.
The tumblers, yeah, those were legit.
Yes,
and the
they
hats were legit. Everything was legit. You're right.
Jersey.
That's
all
one
of it.
thing about coming up here. Saratoga always has the best giveaways, by far.
Well, I'm leaving here Monday with the cap on, carrying the tumbler, the baseball jersey, and the windbreaker on. That's how I'm leaving town.
I like it.
Wearing all the swag.
Post parade coming up. We need to get a MIG bobblehead next summer.
Now hurts my neck looking at that kind of thing.
I can understand. We'll see the entry here first. So Chateau, 9-year-old, went gate to wire in a $16,000 claiming spot last time out. Off the win, drops in for $10,000.
He rode one of the strongest inside biases I've ever seen at a racetrack, which I think dramatically enhances performance, and I think he's way overbet.
Other half of the entry, Maggie loved what she saw. Form is there as well for afternoon heat.
Yeah, so this one claimed for 16, driving for 10, as they're trying to keep pace for the owner's title, and I agree. I think he's the more dangerous half of the entry, but he was claimed from David Jacobson, which is dangerous.
Post 4 for Bourbon's Hope.
Yeah, Bourbon's Hope is the horse that's going to kind of in and out. Drops for 10 or 12.5. You just don't really know where he's going to sit.
Linda Rice, first off the claim with Hatch.
I like Hatch off the claim for Linda. You know, I thought he ran okay last time, but Prince James benefited from a speed track, though he was forward.
That 4 to me is scary. He's got some back class.
He does have some back class, and I get where the people are going. And you get Jackie Davis aboard and Lisa Reed. They're actually a good combination.
American Gentleman went by. Here's the 6, Daddy Knows.
You know, Dominic Schettino here and Katie Davis claimed this one off the Oscar Barrera barn.
Here's the Jose D'Angelo runner, Emerald Forest.
Taking a lot of money. And, like, this horse has been claimed at Wayne Potts and Linda Rice, like Andy said.
Looks like he's on his toes, too. Here's Charging Arrow of 14-1.
Last time was the time for him as he got a dream trip to get it done. He'd probably have to run a little better to get it done, but not impossible.
Horse who was behind him came back and ran third against 20,000, stepping up in class. His next start. There's Bust and Shout for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Bust and Shout comes in off a layoff since June 29th, but comes out with a work 2 back that was very, very sharp. 9-1 with Romero Mirage aboard.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for this 8th coming up. Pick 4 pool. Just over $200,000. You can play it right there by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the code to use at sign up. Spot 250 and get that $250 deposit match sign up bonus. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. 5 minutes away from this 8th race, and it's hard to deny or not talk about what those colors have done at this meet, Flying P Stable.
No, their horses have been running through proverbial brick walls to get it done, for the most part, winning a very, very high percentage, and they have an entry here, and I get why they're short. Now, while I find flaws with Chateau, a horse I've never trusted, and I think he's dressed up off a win, he's got an entry mate that could be tough as well. It makes him a powerful entry. I'm against them, but I could see the 1A saving people like the 1.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here's Emerald Forest, Paulie. So Jose D'Angelo claiming off of Linda Rice.
Well, this horse was, what, even money, 6-5 last time out, and he just got, he lost all chance at the start.
Well, after the start, actually, you'll see him here. He breaks fine here, but what happens is they just get tightened up, mostly because the horse coming over in pink brings the field in. He gets steadied out, and he just had a nightmarish trip that day after that. But I got to tell you, I still think that he's a unreliable horse, to say the least, and he's claimed from Linda Rice. You know, you'll see him get stayed back there, and he had a ridiculous trip. He wasn't winning with it, but I don't love horses claimed away from Linda Rice, as you were pointing out earlier.
Just, you feel tough to move up off one of the best barns on the grounds.
Tough to get them to repeat their performances, frankly. And don't forget, she had claimed the horse for $32,000 and dropped it in for $12,500 in this race, and now the horse is in for $10,000. None of that is a vote of confidence, Richie.
No, and listen, obviously she plays the game very aggressively, but she doesn't give anything away. I mean, you know, so...
But even the new people, Jose D'Angelo's going, dropping even further. Now they're trying to win here. I guess he's already at 12.5, but too many negatives for me, especially for second choice.
The horse showed really good courage after that beginning.
I used the 3 and 10 to start some small pick 4s. I think the 10's a little interesting, and I like the claim of Hatch, but you know, Paulie, as you said accurately said about the 1A, he just doesn't win races. This horse has a little trouble getting his picture taken as well.
Well, that's the thing when you get with afternoon heat. I get the numbers are there, and he runs consistent races, but he's 3 for 44 lifetime. As we continue on with this race, like I thought the 5 showed a lot of courage, and you can see horses are launching from out of everywhere. But again, they're going to have to catch Chateau. If the 8 breaks a little bit better, I think the horse is a major player.
Listen, lower level horses, who's good on the day, right? I mean, you can see some surprises. I'm picking Chateau. I hate the price, but that's a different conversation, right? Yeah, I'm picking the horse that I like as opposed to the horse, the odds. I'm not playing odds.
Right, but you're betting. So I understand if somebody said, you just have to pick the winner, well, that's different. But it's all about betting. And at the end of the day, you're getting 7 to 5, and you have to ask yourself, and maybe you and Paul both feel, and I respect that getting 480 on him is a fair price. I don't. But when you're endorsing it, then you shouldn't pick him.
But I do think he's going to win.
But you do think it's a good price.
So if he thinks the horse can't lose, then price probably doesn't matter.
It's fine. There's a difference between can't lose and thinking a horse is going to win.
I don't have a problem, but you're giving me conflicting signals.
Let me ask you a quick question,
You said 75 is not a good price, but
real quick, if the 1A is not in, what would Chateau be?
2 to 1 to 2 to 1-ish or so.
Then is he bettable?
And if you like, high heat would probably be the favorite.
But if you like the 1A, I could never endorse telling people to bet the entry because he probably would be 3 to 1 or 7 to 2 on his own. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think more money is going towards them, and they're all combining to make a short price. And listen, you do get the other one, so you get the little chit along with it. I think it's horrible value because, as you said, Paul, the 1A is camera shy, 3 for 44, and I don't trust Chateau at all. I understand that these owners are winning with just about everything, and their horses are often outrunning their PPs, and I get it, and it makes me scared of them. But I could never take his price in Chateau, who is the most reliable thing about him is no lead he has is ever safe.
Well, I think that's a very fair point, but let me ask you a question. Have you ever picked a horse and then not liked the price?
Of course, all the time.
Well, that's the position I'm in here.
No, but yes, but Richie, I can't change my picks. I give them out in Talking Horses. I can't change my picks. I would change my picks, and I often say in the show, I picked the 4 here, but at these odds, I would bet the 6, in situations. So it's a little different for me because I have to leave the same picks
I'm going
up.
to stick with Chateau, and at the prices, I would pick Hatch at 4 to 1 before Chateau. Is that fair?
Yeah, I picked Hatch.
Entry doubly tough, and they're going to have to run down Chateau as well. Entry at 6 to 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
I just want to reiterate something about Chateau as well, as Andy making a big point about the owner's horses running through proverbial brick walls. This horse won with another owner last time. Like, Jay bought this horse a little, not after his last race, so he could try to win the title because he's a horse that has speed, and there's a 10 at the end of the meet, so why not run him in this race? I get it. The entry is too short because of who they are. But let's talk about Emerald Forest, who is a little bit of a enigma, because the best I've ever seen this horse is actually when he was doing his best running, which was with Rick Dutrow. And every time I see him for different trainers, he's just a little bit different. Like, for instance, when my husband had him, Tom Morley, he would be a washed out mess. And that's not kind of typical for Tom's horses, but that's just what he did. Today, he was really rambunctious in the paddock, but I love what Irad did, even though he tried to run off with him a little bit early on in the warm-up. He got so much of that nervous energy out, and he has settled in beautifully, and he's moving really well. So I appreciate that from Emerald Forest. And as you guys said, he had a bit of a trip last time out. So there's some appeal, obviously, to the public as well, as he's 3 to 1, Greg.
Sort of makes one thing clear. The reason I don't like Chateau, besides the bad price in the entry, is his race last time was benefited from as strong an inside speed bias. So I think his 76 is probably somewhere more in the low 60s, which doesn't make him a contender in here. That's why I'm specifically against him. I respect what Maggie's saying about Jay taking him over, but still.
You look at his last couple of races, and his numbers had tailed off quite a bit, and then magically got back. Not magically, and he won good races 4, 5, 6 starts back, but got back to a higher number than he had.
The bottom line is when you have speed like Chateau, you're going to win races every once in a while because no one's going to catch you. It's just the bottom line.
And he's the one to catch here. We'll see if he can go gate to wire from the inside post.
And I'm not too proud to get saved by the 1A. So, either way, I'm going that way. And I'm not immune, guys, to I love this horse. I'm by the barn every day. He is the nicest personality on a horse I've met in a long time.
Well, you talk about reliable. I mean, he's the win leader in this field. 10,000 claimers, you don't get a lot of reliability. So horse has won over $800,000 in his 62 career starts. Here's the 8th from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Bustin' Shot will be the last one to go in. Right up to the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start, and Chateau is hustled out, responds to the cue, and opens up 2 in the first few jumps. It is Chateau to be the pacemaker. Hatch is the gray, racing along the inside as Bourbon's Hope now emerges to take the second position. Hatch gets off the rail and is now racing in third. Just outside of him comes American Gentleman in fourth. Widest of all is Bustin' Shout, only 3 lengths off the lead. Followed by Charging Arrow around the far turn. It's another 2. Back to Notaway, who's in front of Emerald Forest, Afternoon Heat, and Daddy Knows. 22-3 for Chateau. And Chateau opens up a 3-length lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Hatch and Bourbon's Hope are second and third as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's still Chateau holding the lead by 3 lengths. Bourbon's Hope running a good race in the center of the track. Charging Arrow is becoming a threat. He's starting to close the gap on Chateau, whose strides are shortening. Chateau weary, Charging Arrow coming. Charging Arrow's got him past the 16th pole and is going to pull away. Charging Arrow confidently ridden to a 2-length win. Hatch was second, Photo for third between Bourbon's Hope and Chateau.
Charging Arrow comes and gets Chateau. Fernando Abreu and Luis Rivera Jr. back-to-back wins for this 5-year-old.
And I'll tell you something interesting about this horse. 2 races ago, he lost by 8 3/4 lengths to Chateau. While Chateau was on the gold rail, he was out in the 4 and 5 path the whole way. He won his next start with a good trip. He got another good trip here and he ran. But this is a great example of how much a bias can affect results, how exaggerated they can get. And Chateau did what he likes to do. He got an easy lead here, Richie. That's a slow first quarter.
For him, that's
and
slow.
He just stopped. But like I said, no lead is comfortable for Chateau.
I could see before the 8th pole his stride was deteriorating. I said he's laying down. This horse, I think, kind of bucked. Now, it wasn't as pronounced a bias, but I think you want to be inside today as well. And he came out and around. And so
I don't. I think the inside has been good today. I think it caught people off guard because nobody wanted to be on it the last few days.
Dylan Davis gave a couple rides coming up the rail.
Might have been on the right horse, too. But no, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think the rail's been okay today.
Yeah.
Riders been staying away from it, and Dylan said, I'll go there, and he was right.
How'd you like to have this trifecta? And again, I'm going to say this again.
Say it again,
Omar Hernandez Moreno keeps giving long shots. Good rides to get up for second and third. He's been doing it all meet, Mig. And again, another 45-1 shot. This trifecta is going to be nice.
But Hatch, the runner-up, coming up the rail again with Dylan
no,
Davis.
there's nothing wrong with the rail. I don't think the rail's a big advantage today. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
But it's funny that Dylan keeps finding his way down in there, right?
I wonder, though, if Hatch ever really was comfortable inside. And I think Dylan kind of wanted to get off it, and he couldn't really get him off it. So I'm not sure. I think this one, it was just, I think it was a little bit of circumstance. I think if you asked Dylan, he'd probably say, I kind of wanted to get outside of him, but I couldn't. But, the winner was best.
9-3, 2B1. Back-to-back wins for this 5-year-old Charging Arrow for $12,500, now for $10,000. We'll let you know if he's going to a new barn when we come back. Luis Rivera Jr. for Fernando Abreu. When we come back, we'll talk an undefeated 2-year-old. Just keeps on rolling with a win in the funny side. Moplex, Sanford winner as well, 2-time winner at the meets. He's got some honors coming his way when we return.
Possess such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 12-1. Upset winner in the 8th. Charging Arrow. Back-to-back victories now. 2-time winner at the meet.
And he was one of, I think, 5 horses that were claimed out of the race as well. And William Rivera has quietly had a good meet.
He has. The 1, the 1-8, 3, 8, and 9 all claimed. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, the 1-1A 3-8-9 got claimed here. So I'm pleased to be joined by Fernando Abreu with Charging Arrow, back-to-back wins. And I was making fun of you a little bit last time he won because you kind of made your own extension blinker for him.
Yeah, it's just a little secret. He's been doing good with him in the morning. But nah, really, I didn't have an extension cup for that owner with the colors. He always liked running with his blinkers. So I came up with a little bit of black tape to cover that eye up.
It worked a charm as he put together back-to-back victories.
Yes, he's been training real good. He's been going good. He seems to been handling the track very good in the morning. So I figured, he was going to run real good. Shame he got claimed, but you want to win races here in Saratoga, you got to put him in the right spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the truth. And 12-1. I couldn't believe he went off at that price. Obviously, you couldn't either.
No, I didn't. After his last race, he ran real big, and 3/4 in 10. I thought he was going to be here, even though this 10,000 claimer was a tough one. There was a lot of horses dropping and all that, but I didn't think he would need to be 12-1 here.
Productive Saratoga meet for you. How you feel as we roll into the last few days?
Sad because it's ending, but it's been a very good meet. My horse has been running real good, and I can't complain. I'm thankful for all the owners and they give me the opportunity to bring them here. My main guy, Pete from Paddock, he does a lot of claiming with me. So once you have that you can switch them off, change stock. It's always good.
Well, job well done to you and the team. Congrats.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Fernando Abreu here, Charging Arrow. He found the secret, but he's not going to tell us the secret. It's just all about that tape on that extension blinker, Greg?
Something's working. Back-to-back victory, winning twice at a meet. At this meet, that is very hard to do.
I'll tell you what's working. The guy's a good trainer.
Yeah.
There he is.
Outstanding.
That middle pick 5, 10,000. If you're live in this pick 6, it paid $561. The pick 3, my goodness.
For $1.
Keep on going, yeah. For $1. And like you said, Andy, I think a lot of people who are alive are leaning on the 2 and Chad Brown in the last.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Up next, big scratch with Jamode coming out, but still a very tough race. Mile distance, New York Bred's first allowance condition, and it's the 6 right now. Skylar Starship coming in from Finger Lakes. A little surprising. He was favored at 5-2.
Yes, it's very surprising.
Could be the speed of the speed, though. Could
You don't think Nunzio's the speed?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes
I
those
think the
one
6
number
is quick
horses,
as well.
Yeah, be close.
Do you think the fact
Sprint
that
speed?
he ran third behind Pandagate and Doc Sullivan, maybe people are seeing that? And
I think people watched Talking Horses this morning.
No, he'd be the longest shot on the board if they watched.
Oh, that's when you pitched on top?
It's a wide open race. Let's get back to the horse we talked about before we went to break. He is undefeated. Jeremiah Engelhardt having a great meet. Moplex, funny side, did not start great for him, but it ended well.
Yeah, kind of bobbling beginning, stumbled and ducked out to that empty space you talk about. I like what Irad did, though. He didn't overcorrect him right away. He let him run down the crown of the track, get into his rhythm, and then slowly angle him over. A lot of times riders, as soon as the horse ducks out, they grab him and want to overreact a little. I like how smooth he was about it.
And then he finished the deal off. You see Eric Cancel on the 9 looks like he's home and cooled out, and you're thinking Moplex, after all that going wide the whole way around the racetrack, my goodness, what a race this was, right to the wire, and he got up.
Yeah, Eric gave the second horse a terrific ride here, and you know, just a little bit unlucky, and I think that almost mirrors kind of meet George Weaver's having, where the seconds have been piling up for him. You know, a lot of times those winners in the past, those have been winners for George, who seems to do so well up here, and now it's just been a frustrating
Fun meet for these connections. Our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week, Jeremiah Engelhardt, RNH Stable, and Arad Ortiz Jr. has been the pilot for both those wins here at the meet. Great Jones' first whiskey distillery in Manhattan since Prohibition. Visit them at 686 Broadway in Manhattan to learn about their approach to making 100% New York whiskey. Jeremiah Engelhardt makes the right call with that horse. Finding the right spots, so important in this sport.
Got the graded stake win, but then smartly decided to run there instead of the hopeful, where he wasn't going to be good enough to compete.
And listen, it goes part and parcel with, you got to be a good horse person, but you got to be a good manager, and you got to spot them
credit,
properly.
You know, did not get overly ambitious.
And I think he deserves a little bit of a break. He's got 3 wins now. He can take a little time, get into the New York program, and he's going to be a force to be reckoned with going on in the New York program.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, is he the best older horse in the country? He'll have a chance to prove it again. He was best in the Whitney by a lot. Can he win the Jockey Club Gold Cup as well? The Whitney, that was the prep, really, for this race, because this was the point that they were spotting all along for Arthur's ride. He'll have a chance to become a 2-time Grade 1 winner at the meet. We'll preview it next.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up on Sunday. First run back in 1919. Fastest ever run, 1997. That year's coming up a lot lately. Skipaway, 158-4. Most wins, the great Kelso, 1960 to 1964. Just dominant. 2 ownership groups have won it twice. Glenroll Farm, Bohemia Stable. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 6-time winner of this prestigious race. Eddie Arcaro, look at that. That is incredible. 11 wins in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. 3 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. First was Cigar, the great skipaway, and then, of course, Curlin, who was a Horse of the Year, 16 crown champion, including Curlin, Hall of Famer. And 7 named Horse of the Year. What a list right there of superstars of our sport. Members of the Hall of Fame across the street, 24 who have won this race. So much history with the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and this year we're going to see this emerging new star in the older horse division, Arthur's Ride.
Yeah, no, he obviously very impressive in winning the Whitney, and if he's able to run back the kind of figures he's run in his last 2 races, he's going to be a handful. I am salivating at the prospect of betting against him.
Why?
Because he rode a very strong bias in his favor and other circumstances when he won on Belmont Stakes weekend. And I believe, as well as he ran last time, the track was very favorable to speed and he got clear. And while he's going to get clear in this race, I think if he gets a fair track in here, there's just competition. Tapit Trice came back and ran very well. The horse who was second to him may have run better than it looks, and I think he's vulnerable at a very short price. I am looking forward to betting against him.
His back-to-back races, 111, 110 buyer, and I thought he ran them off their feet a little bit, and last time out in the Whitney. You know, Disarm is an interesting horse in there, you know, coming back 4th off the layoff. But I would think, what do you think this horse is going to be? Make 3 to 5, 4 to 5, somewhere in that area?
He's going to be very short price with those 2 big figures back-to-back, the Tour de Force and the Whitney. And he's going to make the top. I mean, he's going to be comfortable on the lead. But sometimes horses like that are not well served going slower on the lead. They're better off going a little faster because it takes everybody else out of their natural rhythm.
Keep in mind too that this was the race they've been reporting for all along. Obviously, the Whitney's one of the most prestigious races out there, but that was a race that they were using to serve to get to here.
Yeah, true.
Because this was the one they wanted all along, and now he obviously stepped up and dominated that group. And this field, when you look at the rest of the field, Andy, would you agree? These are not the elite of their. I mean, he is right now.
Except I would say that National Treasure was the elite horse in the Whitney. He was a total no-show. I'm not knocking the race Arthur's Ride ran. He ran very well in there. But I believe he had a lot of things go his own way in his last 2 races. And to me, he's a classically dressed-up horse. And, you know, Tapit Trice was always a good horse last year, and maybe all he needed was a little IRAD.
Tapit Trice, winner of this race, the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, Highland Falls, was 5 1/4 lengths behind in second. This was Tapit Trice's first race back, Paulie, as a 4-year-old.
Well, he's a horse. Mig always says it. This is the ultimate bicycle horse. And you can tell, I think what Andy was saying was getting IRAD aboard. I think this is the kind of horse that you want to get to the front and just keep on going, and he'll show his talent. He's always been a horse. And then Bright Future won this race last year, and then a lot of people, I think, are forgetting about him.
Yeah, this is the lone Grade 1 win of his career. He ran the biggest figure he's ever run in this race, so maybe he just loves Saratoga, too.
Well, he caught a muddy track last time in the Whitney when Arthur's Ride was, a runaway leader. So, looks like we're going to have good weather, a fast track. You might see the better version of Bright Future this time. I think it's a great point about Tapit Trice, though, with IRAD. Yeah. He's a rider that puts the bit up in a horse's mouth and demands from them. He doesn't ask them. He tells them this is what we're going to do. And some horses need that kind of direction.
And I wonder a little bit with the second place here at Highland Falls if Laurent's going to be more aggressive in this race than he was at Monmouth. Obviously, he's not going to be in front of Arthur's Ride. But I think we'll see him closer to the pace and maybe further in front of Tapit Trice. And they're both dangerous. So we'll see what happens. I just think you're supposed to bet against horses like Arthur's Ride. In a similar way, you're supposed to bet against the Chateaus of the world, horses that were enhanced by biases, and he's had it twice in a row. I'm not saying he's not a good horse because he had credentials to be it, but he's going to prove it to me here at least.
We will find out on Sunday, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. in that older horse division. Right now, back to business with today's card. This 9th race, 1 mile, New York breds. Entry-level allowance, and it's the 8 Nunzio. Impressive first time out for Michelle Giangiulio, who's the 5-2 favorite. Kendrick Carmouche back aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, when I talked to Michelle after Nunzio broke his maiden first time out, she was very excited about him, as he is a horse that has hinted throughout his preparations for that debut that he had some talent. I know the number may be a little bit on the lighter side, but I think it's something to build off of. And furthermore, while he wanted the 7/8, I think this is a horse that does want longer, as Michelle said that as well. He's so long, so scopy, and you know what? He's so much more professional. Second time out, he was just a little green, kind of looking about, not acting up by any means, but just didn't really know why he was in the paddock that day until he got, I think, into the starting gate. And today he's like, oh yeah, I got this. So I like what I'm seeing from Nunzio, as he is your current favorite. As number 6, Skylar Starship, I know scratched out of the Albany last Sunday here to run in this spot. I thought maybe in hindsight an error not to go to the lead in his last start, going a mile around 2 turns at Finger Lakes. I know he had to break from a more outside post, but as a heavy favorite that day, he allowed the eventual winner, Union Lights, to stroll along on the front end. I think this is a horse that should be aggressively handled. It seems to be how he's been, somewhat successful. I don't know that he's changed much, though, from 2 to 3. Looking at him here, he was always a horse that struggled to carry some conditioning as a 2-year-old. Well, it's even more exacerbated here in the paddock. So I'm not loving the development that or the lack of development that I'm observing from Skylar Starship. Number 3, Choose a Crowd. I tried to get him to the winner's circle last time, stretching out in distance. Now he's back to the dirt. I'm going to catch up with Derek Ryan in a moment to see what the thought process was going back to the main track with this guy, as he does put a pair of significant cheater blinkers on. So, covering his vision by about 1.5 to 2 inches. He looks great. Each time I see him off of the bench, he continues to progress and get stronger. And I do think a mile is right within his wheelhouse, and it's not like he looks overly turf. So I'm looking forward, Greg, to catching up with Derek to see what he thinks about Choose a Crowd.
All right, Maggie, we'll look forward to that. 8-1 right now on Choose a Crowd, the 3. Paul, going to try and supersize this bankroll.
Yeah, the bankroll's been struggling. You see that it's a $9 ticket. I'm going to hit it for $30, so $270. The graphic, we couldn't get it built in time. But 4-6-10 in this race. I'm not in love with the 8. Listen, we saw it earlier with the Chad Brown runner. 1 number horses will kill you. I just don't like the horse. 1-2-9 in the next race. The 1 or the 9 is going to go to the front end, and the 9 could be any kind in the next race. And I think that horse could be special. But I also think between the 2 Pletcher horses, they're going to lay off of each other. So one of them is going to go to the front end. I'm just against the European horses in there. And I think Chad Brown's horse, if you look at that horse's last race, credit worthy. I get it. It says 107-2, 21-1, 43-3. The horse that was laying second in that race won that race. Actually, the pace did not collapse that bad, and that horse got steadied all the way back to dead last and came rolling home.
Yeah, it's hard to look at that credit-worthy race in the last and not say he's going to be incredibly tough to beat in that finale. So he's going to be a very heavy favorite, the one that probably most leaned on in all the multi-race wagers. As you look at Dylan Davis, they're smiling. He's already had a couple of wins today. 31 wins at the meet for Dylan. As we get another look here at the 6, Skylar Starship, the Finger Lakes shipper. And we were talking about pace a bit in here. Maybe that horse, maybe Nunzio. Anyone else you could see being forward in here?
Well, I think with the 1 scratch, Nunzio could be forward in here, but I don't think it's impossible that horses like Skylar Starship, obviously even Dolly's Bank can be forward, and Bad Larry certainly has the potential to have speed. A lot of it's going to come down to, I think, how aggressive or unaggressive the riders are.
I think the 6 goes to front end, and I'll tell you why. The race 2 back against Pandagate tried to wire the field. That was the first time that horse had gone around 2 turns. Mile and a 16th at Finger Lakes is 2 turns. Tried to take the field gate to wire. Then next time at 20 cents on the dollar, Kai Barcoa tried to rate this horse. was not having none of it.
Yeah.
And
Slow
lost
pace,
at 20 cents on the dollar in a slow pace. So I think he's got to send because that's just the way he likes to run.
Let's take a look at this 10 horse here. This is Bob John Ray. And short price last time out on a sloppy seal track. Up the track was 5th, beat 8 lengths. Had a maiden win at Aqueduct, and then first time against winners. Second, beat less than 2 lengths.
Yeah, and I just think that he did not handle the wet track at all last time out. He ran so badly. And I thought this effort was fine. We've seen Jackson Heights. We came back and won on the gold rail here. But still, I just think he's a very logical horse. And we'll see. I mean, I'm on the fence with the outside post on the in those races. In some ways, it keeps you out of trouble, the mile races. In others, it's a little tough because you're going around a turn. It's not
Would you say that
ideal.
deceptively better race, though, than what it looks on paper? That 5th, beat 8 lengths?
No, I just don't think he handled the track at all.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it was a terrible effort, but I think that
relative to this field, it's even that effort I felt was not far off.
No,
from
I
anyone.
agree. I picked him second. I picked the race 4-10 too. I don't like the 6. The 8 could certainly win, but I think 2-1's a bad price on him.
I think the race with Bob John Ray points him out is that second at Jackson Heights because that's in May of his 3-year-old year facing an older horse. And they do a lot of changing over this period of time, so you might see a much better horse going forward. And I agree with Andy. He just did not handle the going last time.
The 4 should not be 10-1, first of all.
I bet the 4.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the horse had a really good race break as maiden, then came back and had a brutal trip against a lot of these horses. Then went into the New York Derby against Pandagate and didn't get off to a good start, but that was without Lasix.
I'm going to disagree respectfully for a second. I don't think he had a brutal trip to back. I think that when he was steadied, he was kind of out of horse, to be honest. So I thought he had a pretty good trip, and he was kind of getting out-finished. I don't think he was going to run as badly as he did. He might have lost by less, but he wasn't winning, at least in my opinion.
10-1 right now. Meanwhile, with more on 2's a crowd, the 3. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, here with Derek Ryan. Derek, I want to know the scoop. What was the thought process behind 2 turf races off the bench and now 3rd off going back to the dirt?
We gave him a couple of months off this winter and I brought him back, and I figured we'd give him one on the turf up here. He runs so good on it, we figured to stretch him out, and he got excluded the other day. So, and he can dirt too, so it's no big deal.
Blinkers on today?
Blinkers on. He's a little timid and needs to pay attention a little bit. So hopefully that gets the job done.
Great insight on him. I have to ask you about my favorite horse, Bookham Dano. I thought ran well in the 8 Challenge Jerkins. He's got such a big heart.
Yeah, he ran unbelievable. You know, we ended up down on the rail, which was not the place to be. But, you know, that was just circumstances. Nothing you could do. He came out of it good, went back to the track. So we'll figure out where we're going to go next, probably Keeneland.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. Give him a hug and a smooch for me, and best of luck here.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right. 2's a crowd for Derek Ryan, guys.
Jersey bred that has made a lot of fans, Paulie, since he's been running. I know you followed him pretty closely.
Yeah, Derek Ryan, he's a heady trainer. He's got that. I think he's had that Titleist visor for like 15 years, even when Musket Man went to the Derby. Good conditioner, and he's always got a method to the madness. He's one of those guys that will strike it 8-9-1 when you're not paying attention.
Woody Stevens winner. We'll see what's next for him. We start our post parade with Boys Code, Jackie Davis from the inside.
The crazy part is this horse figures, and he's 1 for 21. Just tough to get to.
Here's Derek Ryan's 2's a crowd. So 2 starts on turf, back to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it appears based on his races he's a turf horse, but maybe he's improved, and we'll see it here. But I'm surprised he's taking as much money as he is.
Bon Barn with Merlin's Moment.
Yeah, on the cutback from 1 mile and 1/16th and 1 mile and 1/8, should be closing late.
Provision, big price, 33-1.
Well, we've seen Louis de Chamangle do well with some big price before, but he'd probably have to run better than he's ever run before.
Here's Skylar's Starship coming in from Finger Lakes.
I would think be cutting the pace here, or at least try to cut the pace.
Dolly's Bank, Romero Mirage.
This horse could be forward, and that's been Romero's done with horses, some upsets, but he doesn't have races on a dry track to give him a chance.
Where are you, Nunzio? First time out. Wow, 2-1 favorite now. One at almost 8-1 impressively for Michelle Giangiulio, and there's the big warm-up.
Yeah, warming up with a purpose, too. That's not Bad Larry. That is Nunzio. There is Bad Larry.
5-1, Dylan Davis.
I think he'll be somewhat forward in this race. A mile stretching it for him, but he's not impossible, though. 5-1.
And Bob, John, Ray, Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Yeah, I'm with Andy. Listen, I think I picked the 6 on top here. The other horse in here I thought was the 10.
All right, let's go back to the favorite. There's Nunzio. So that warm-up, as we usually see, Mig, from Kendrick Carmouche, getting that big warm-up into him. First time out, won here at the meet, going 7/8. Impressive, but now he's given up a ton of experience.
Yeah, very difficult distance to debut at and win, and he was very good. That big warm-up, I think, was even bigger than Kendrick wanted. He really took a big hold of him, wanting to do more. Horse that wants to lug in a little bit, too. You know, you saw him come off the turn. Kendrick was having to correct him already with the crop in his left hand. And this was a nice win first time out, but it's one of the biggest steps you're going to take from maidens to winners. And I think that he's given away a lot of experience. I think he has ability. I'm going elsewhere.
The wedding was last time. He paid $17.80. That doesn't mean he can't win here, but in my opinion, going back to him and taking 5-2 is a mistake. He's an underlay, I think, at this price. He could be forward. We'll see how aggressive people are. I would never bet him at this price, but he did run fine first time out. I'm not going to argue that.
This race, to me, was such a handicapping conundrum. It gave me a headache looking at it. I would pick Bob, John, and Ray if he was drawn more inside. The outside post bothers me there.
Tough at this mile distance. Meanwhile, here's Merlin's moment for James Bond. Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard. He broke his maiden in his second career start. They tried to stretch him out, including a try in the New York Derby against very tough company.
Yeah, where he never really sort of got into the race at all, and I think he's better than that. And all I feel like his figures in his races 2 and 3 back are fast enough to compete with anybody in this race, and he's a big price, so I put him on top. I don't love him, but I think it's a highly competitive race, and I'm looking for a horse that at least is a little bit of a price.
And he gets to run right out of his barn. There's the 6 right there, the horse I like. I just think he's got to commit to the front end, does K. Barcoa, aboard this horse, and try to take him gate to wire. I don't know. It's, the mile distance, this little hook turn might be right up his alley, might be his limitations, but I think he needs to clear this field. He cannot rate and win this race.
He was impossibly wide last start, too.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
3-1 on Skylar's Starship. 3 minutes to post here in this wide-open ninth. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, rounding back to number 4 in here, Merlin's Moment, a horse that I picked 2 starts ago when he was at Belmont at Aqueduct, thinking that the 9 furlongs was within his wheelhouse, but maybe a mile is a bit better, as the guys were saying, probably losing all chance and just a little over his head versus Pandagate in that New York Derby. But a horse that he looks fantastic again, as he has multiple times throughout his career. Little bit funny with his head and his mouth, it would seem. And so maybe that's the reason that we've seen him not breaking that well, because you have the assistant starters in there and he's throwing his head, kind of maybe feeling a little bit claustrophobic as well. So again, like what I see from him physically, but wondering if mentally he gets in his own way at times. Moving on to number 10, Bob John Ray. His first start here at Saratoga. He was caught really wide into the first turn, which just did him no favors whatsoever. Plus, it was a sloppy sealed track, so maybe we can forgive him, especially getting back to a fast one today. I've seen him carry a bit more conditioning than what he has on this particular occasion. Good energy, though. It's warming up nicely. Just he's made better impressions in the past. Now, I did land on the favorite here, and I totally understand the reservations, and I could be completely wrong, but Michelle Giangiulio, I know her very well. She was a former employee and assistant to Tom Morley, my husband, and it seems like every time that Michelle pegged a horse in Tom's barn that she thought was pretty nice, she was really spot on, and she's just been so high on this horse from the word go. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here and go with Nunzio, because he is showing that he's got some quality to him, guys.
See what he does here in start number 2. Big test for him off a maiden win, tackling much more seasoned company and going a little bit further.
Yeah, it's very hard to break your maiden first time out and go through your conditions in the second start. I don't see the edge that he's that short a price. Once again, could win this race, but in my opinion, you're taking the worst of it at that price.
And making a great physical impression, though. He really, I mean, is a horse that looks like he might have even blossomed a little bit off of that race. I agree, it's a very tall ask, but it'll be interesting to see if he's up to it.
So 5-2 on Nunzio, and we'll see where Kendrick Pauly puts him in this race, too. We talked about it earlier in terms of pace. It's interesting what's going to happen in this spot. We really don't know, and we do know one thing. Outside going a mile for Bob John Ray is not ideal.
No, but I would think Kendrick wouldn't be on the rush. I think he needs to get the horse out of the gate just like every other horse, and then he would probably try to sit in that second flight. He won from that second flight going 7 furlongs, so an extra furlong shouldn't be an issue. It's just whether he's good enough or not.
Going to load momentarily. That Finger Lakes runner, Skylar Starship. You know, one of a few, the 3-year-olds are really getting bet in this race. Nunzio, and now this horse as well for Anthony Ferraro, who was 3rd behind Panda Gate and Doc Sullivan, 2 very good New York breds, Mig.
He's got to go to the lead, though. That's how he's going to be successful. He was fast enough at Finger Lakes to go right to lead, going 5.5 furlongs with a 22-1 first quarter. He doesn't have to go that fast to make the lead here, but I think for him to be successful, he's got to go to the front.
No, I'm with you. And, like, to go to the 10, I think the 10's got more speed than you think. I mean, if you go back, the horse did go 1:11.46, so I think the 10 can get good position.
Manny Franco will be aboard the 10 from that outside post here out of this Wilson chute.
10-1, still a good price on the 4, Andy.
I agree. I bet the 4. I think he's an overlay. Whether or not he's good enough remains to be seen. It's just I don't see any great distinct difference between the horses, a bunch of horses in this race. You know,
no one seems to stand
out. I think the 2 is the only. I mean, I don't know why the 4 is a bigger price than the 2, because at least the 2 is sort of proven he doesn't like to win. So I think he has a good chance to get a piece in here. I think, you know, Romero. I liked him last time with Romero on him, but he just didn't handle the wet track.
So about to load. Boys Code inherits the rail, who a couple starts back was only a half length behind Bob John Ray, who before that defeat last time out probably would have been the favorite in here. But now he's got to try and rebound off a poor effort.
Good inside post, though, especially right into that little dog leg of a bend.
Jackie Davis got to think, going to try and save ground as much as she can from that inside slot. Favorite, the 8 Nunzio, start number 2 after that impressive debut. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thanks, Greg. Got the last few going in. There is Nunzio. Didn't see much of him during the post parade, but he's right behind the gate right now. There he goes. Here's Provision. Bad Larry. The last one is Bob John Ray. The familiar yellow and pink cap of Michael Dubb. Going in. They're in the gate. They're off. Quick start for Two's a Crowd, who will take the early lead. It's Two's a Crowd, and now in the center of the racetrack, a big bid from Skylar's Starship. So it's Skylar's Starship to set the tempo, and Nunzio moves up to take that second spot. Inside of them, it's Two's a Crowd in third as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. A length back to Dolly's Bank, who's racing in between horses. Outside of him comes Bad Larry, who's 6 lengths off the lead, racing 2 in front of Provision and Merlin's Moment. Then it's a half dozen or so back to Boys Code and Bob John Ray. Strung out 24-3. Skylar's Starship leads the way. Pursued by Nunzio to the half-mile pole. A length back to Two's a Crowd in third. They are followed by Provision and Bad Larry next to one another. The half went in 48 seconds flat. Merlin's Moment, Red Silk, starting to make some headway along the rail within 6 of the leader. And from the back of the field, Boys Code is also aggressively ridden to go by Dolly's Bank. They're a quarter of a mile from home. It's a wide open race. 3 wide bid coming from Provision on the outside of Nunzio. They're at the top of the lane. And on the inside, Two's a Crowd hanging tough. Two's a Crowd in front, opens up a length. Now Skylar's Starship is second. Center of the racetrack, Provision. Merlin's Moment. Nunzio in between, a 16th to go, and Two's a Crowd has built up a 4-length advantage. Another for Javier Castellano. Two's a Crowd wins it by 3 lengths. Second, a photo between Skylar's Starship and Provision. Behind them, another photo between Nunzio and Merlin's Moment.
Two's a Crowd getting back to dirt. Blinkers go on, and a victory here at 7-1.
It was pretty clear that somebody or somebody's knew something for him to be 7-1 in this race, as he just kept taking money. He was a shorter price earlier. You kind of, at least I thought he would drift. He didn't. He drifted down and got a great trip by Javier up the rail and proved much the best in here. And a lot of horses just didn't show up at all in this race, Richie.
Got a beautiful trip, glued to the rail, had easy run up inside of Skylar's Starship, who was trying to drift out, and I give Gabe Arcoa some credit. He was doing his best to try to hold his line. His horse wasn't cooperating. But, you know, it's one of these things. Just immediately after the race, you look and you go, Two's a Crowd, last time on turf, added Lasix, best race of his life, basically. Now maybe he got back to the proper surface with Lasix.
I guess. I mean, he had never run a particularly good race in the dirt. That's the problem that I have. He broke his maiden in a maiden $30,000 claimer. So I don't get it. But
a little bit
knew.
of a bumpy start in the middle. The force stumbled a bit at the break, probably lost some position there. But yeah, listen, he got the best trip, no doubt. He had run, though. He was full of
run.
Yeah.
Several no-shows, though, as Andy said in here.
Right, but I don't see where this horse, I mean, this dirt form is awful. He clearly improved, but I don't think it's unreasonable, at least to me, to look at it and say, well, he improved the grass. Went to a different surface. Now, apparently, he improved as a racehorse, and like they bet him, kind of knowing, I don't see it. I could never have had this horse in a million years, but that happens at the racetrack. Listen.
Well, yeah, you get a horse that ran at 2. And we've said this, Maggie's even said it, it's really hard to judge 2-year-old numbers. So those numbers were 2 on the dirt. This horse obviously a different horse at 3 and took to the dirt today, my goodness.
I think we can judge them. I think it's reasonable to expect that horses improve, you know, up to 10 points or so, depending on how long the layoff is. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say, but those numbers didn't really make him a major contender here. I think he ran a lot better than everything suggests, unless nobody showed what's up
no,
whatsoever.
I think he ran
well.
well.
The lesson here is 1 number of horses will kill you. I get it. None of us had the 3 here, but Nunzio was a toss.
I'm not sure what lesson I could have gotten, because there's nothing I can do in handicapping to bet a horse like this. I just was wrong, and I'm always going to be wrong with this horse, because it's not like he had shown that the improvement was anything other than the turf, but clearly it was, I guess. Got a good ride, though.
Javier Castellano aboard for the win. 3-6, 5-4, 40 to 1 shot. Running third in here. But it's Two's a Crowd. Derek Ryan, Castellano, Atlantic 6 Racing. We'll move on to our feature when we come back.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
75, hey, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, then help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge, gotta be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, 850, 75, out of $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornan to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Upset, and that's been the theme of the latter half of this card. Choose a crowd to win. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, choose a crowd. We're doing double duty here today, Derek, as blinkers made such an impact on this horse's running style.
Yeah, he definitely. I worked him with the blinkers 2 weeks ago, and because he's always been a little timid. I mean, I get on him sometimes myself, and when he's in,
you still do that?
Still do it. And he's a little timid when he's on the inside, so I said, it's time to put the blinkers on him, and I told Javier, get him out of the gate, don't be in behind the horses, and it worked out perfect.
It really, really did. And do you go back to, is it turf or dirt? Because I feel like he's a horse that might be able to do both.
He does both. Usually you enter in a turf race in Saratoga, you're always going to get one of them to come off. Well, we didn't get any. So we figured this race went. It was a good spot.
Well, the Pick 6 team, Atlantic 6, excuse me, they, as you just said to me, partied pretty hard last weekend. So none of them were here today.
No, none of them showed up. They're still tired from last Saturday, and I'm surprised no one showed up, but it was a long weekend, a long year to Saudi Arabia, Belmont Day, everything. They're a little tired.
I don't blame them. I gotta go way off topic here. Are you the guy that they modeled the visors with the hair on top?
I was going to get a cut today. I couldn't find a barber.
That's his real hair, guys. He doesn't need the fake ones for that Titleist visor, but choose a crowd. Impressive today, third off the bench.
Choose a crowd with the win, 7-1. Look, he does a nice job with his horse. Said he was trying to find the grass. In the end, he found the right spot.
It's unbelievable how he didn't draw into the grass race like he told Maggie. Lands on the dirt and goes, I got to run the horse, and gets the W. It's just amazing how sometimes racing works out.
Just meant to be.
Yeah.
How incredibly tough has this Pick 6 been to this point? 2 legs remain. Very few tickets will be left alive to this point. As we get to our feature coming up in a moment, Grade 3 with anticipation. That is next. Let's take a look at this $85,000 Pick 6 carryover follow along. Not even anything remotely close to a favorite winning.
Yeah, you got a parlay that's around 1,200, 1,400. I'm 8, it's a little over. Yeah, it's about 12,000, about $6,000 for a dollar, roughly.
Crazy.
And
man,
you think
that's
about
not like the best Rain Man impersonation.
Well, yeah. Well, let me just. There's $742,000 bet, so that's what? That's 12. It's 120 times. So there's roughly probably 100 to 120 tickets are live at this point. Now, I would imagine a significant portion of those are single to 2 in the last race, right? Maybe as many as 80 of them. So now what's going to happen here? There are going to be tickets live to the 2, no matter who wins. It's only a 6-horse field. The question is how many, and if the 2 doesn't win the last, who's covered? 3, 4 horses at most?
We'll find out shortly. And let's get to who this race is named after. 5-time Grade 1 winner. What a horse. This is a win in the 2002 Sword Dancer. He reeled off 3 consecutive Grade 1s. United Nations, Sword Dancer, and then he'd back it up with a Man of War. Did the same thing the year before. Unfortunately, he got DQ'd in the United Nations to start it off.
Bobby Frankelhurst that started with D, I think, finished in second there. Danon, yeah. He was a really good horse.
And you know what the interesting thing about with anticipation, he was good on the dirt. I went on him at Gulfstream on the dirt. I walked away saying this horse will win Grade 1s. I didn't know it would be on turf.
Can I digress and tell an amusing anecdote related to winning that race?
Okay.
I used to rent an apartment on a house that was on Circular Street and it was right across the street from the Henry Street extension, Henry Street, where the party glass was and such. And I got up that morning, and I used to smoke back then. I was sitting on the front porch having some tea and smoking, and I noticed that there were a pair of shoes outside the door. Now, I lived in the bottom floor apartment, and there were 2 chambers upstairs, and there was a basement downstairs. And I looked over about 10 minutes later, and there was a unidentified person putting his shoes on that I'd never seen before. And I said, "I'm sorry, did you, who are you, and what are you doing here?" He said, "Oh, I got a little lost coming home last night from the parting glass, and I thought this was my friend's house, but I ended up sleeping in the basement." I said, "Oh, the dirt basement?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, really? And who do you work for?" And of course, he worked for Jonathan Shepard, who trained with Anticipation. And I said, "I guess celebrating the big win in the Sword Dancer last night." I said, "It's like 10:30 in the morning. You're a little late for work." And he screwed off and went to work. And I said, "Well, they're probably happy with the Great Western. They're probably not fired yet." And I thought, God, I love Saratoga.
You gotta party like that when you win a big race, don't you?
Wow.
They had quite a few parties with that horse.
Yeah.
He was a pretty good one. Won, over $2.6 million in his career. This year's edition is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And right now, favoritism to an unknown. A first time in the States 2-year-old for Chad Brown's Zulu Kingdom, who won his first start with trainer Andre Fabre in France.
Chad Brown is a great trainer, arguably, but I also think he'd say it ain't going to be easy to improve a horse of Andre Fabre. Now, Andre only had him for 1 start, so obviously he's a work in progress. I watched his race. Now, I don't know how much speed he'll have here because the paces are usually quicker here, though maybe we could argue they're not always quicker here. He was on the front end. He was stalking the pace here from post 12 and ran pretty well. I asked Chad Brown about him. He said he has some talent. We'll see how good he is. I would tend to want to bet against him, though. But of the Euros, I don't know about you guys. I prefer him of the 2 Euros. I do not like looking through Racing Post at the horses that the Godolphin horse ran against. I don't think he beat anything at all.
I mean, Zulu Kingdom's got an interesting pedigree, right? Got the Irish pedigree out of Smart Strike mare, so you get a little bit of America and a little bit of Ireland. But you're right, Andre Fabre is a tremendous trainer, but Chad knows what he's doing, obviously, with these colts. And I would think this horse would fire a big shot. But Tenacious Leader, the 9 on the outside, is taking a lot of money. And this horse has got a pedigree to improve. And I think a lot of people are thinking this horse might run a big race today, and I'm one of them.
He doesn't really have a pedigree to move up a lot on the turf, but what he has been doing is working with Talk of the Nation, who's an older Great Stakes horse, working heads up with him, and I think that's why he's getting better.
Having to do a little bit harder to do it, but keeping up with that horse.
I would like him in this spot, Talk of the Nation. I'd single him in the pick 6 that would be dead anyway.
So as a result of that, that's why that 9-horse Fort Pletcher is taking all this money here, Tenacious Leader. We're going to have much more on this Grade 3 with Anticipation, our feature on this Thursday card. We'll also have this new feature, Heroes of the Backstretch, and go behind the scenes when we come back on our Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75. 475,000.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
over here at Graham Motion's barn on the backside at Saratoga and joined by Rafael Fernandez. And Rafa, how many years have you been with Graham? How many years have you worked with him?
I have 24 years work for him.
It's amazing. What is it about horses that you love?
Oh, it's a lot of horses, but I don't have much in my head. It's confessional, filmmaker, better talk now.
But here comes Better Talk Now, who surges past to take the lead.
My favorite is when filmmaker finishes second in the British Cup.
So what is every day like for you? What's your morning schedule?
Oh, it's everything. Grooming, I have groom, sometimes work foreman, and everything. I do it everything. Hard walker and everything I have.
When did you first meet Graham?
Oh, in Florida, yeah, in 1999.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And before that, what did you do?
I work in Belmont for Mr. Hernandez, Ramon Hernandez, and Belmont, and Steve DeMauro.
Okay,
father.
Steve DeMauro, yeah. So been around the track a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I have maybe 36 years. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Rafa, thank you so much.
Takes a team to get any horse to be successful, and I believe there's Rafael Hernandez having quite a time here with Test Score, who there's some pedigree with this horse, who, yes, is still a maiden, but was beat by a horse who came back to win a stake at Monmouth. I believe the Damahatta Cookie Dough.
And as a looking at Lucky, the sire, he probably rates to get better with distance. So I think he's an overlay at 6-1 in this race.
And Joy on the bottom, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, this horse probably gets better with distance. I picked him second, actually.
Let's go to Maggie.
And Rafa's true horsemanship skills on display when handling Test Score, as he is quite the handful today. He is really, really on it, which is not how he was first time out. And Graham also mentioning that Rafa's entire family works with the Motions and Herringswell Stable. So really a family affair, and it's really cool to hear Rafa in his own words about why he loves his job so much. You can tell he is devoted. But this is a horse that I've been, well, he only ran once, but I wanted to see him go further, as I had written. Probably needs longer, a little bit heavy. That's not the case today. He is streamlined, fit, defined. He's definitely ready to go. So look for him coming out of that 5.5 sprint to be forward, as Manny had to ride him literally the entire way around there, as he just couldn't find his stride as quickly as those more confirmed sprinting types. I do like Test Score stretching out as number 2 Without Caution is by far the best looking horse in this field. He is gorgeous, and I had talked to Acacia Clement because she was in the paddock for his debut, and I mean, she had said very, very handsome, and you can see it here. She also said he was a little bit agitated that day, but not, acting up. He's really settled. I appreciate that, seeing him and how he's behaving today. And he was flattered as well as nudged by Papiamento, who came back out of that race running 6th that day to win here nicely for Whit Beckman. So Without Caution really makes the best impression here in the paddock as number 9 Tenacious Leader. It sounds like there's a possibility that he might go off as a favorite here, due to the fact, as you guys were saying, about that big work with confirmed turf runner, Talk of the Nation. But the workout report on DRF also said that he galloped out well and really held his own, while under a little bit more urging. Now, he's a son of Not This Time. While he is a fantastic sire, I cannot read his progeny prior to races. To me, they always look a little bit too round, a little bit too soft, and they never really look like turf horses. But they seem to run on anything. So, like I said, he still looks as though he could tuck up just a bit, just a little bit. And furthermore, turf, maybe. I guess he's working well on it, and there is a little bit of pedigree, especially with that sire on top. It's actually a little bit more dirt on the bottom side, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to our post parade coming up. He is the co-favorite right now. Look, the big work, yes. He's not been on the turf yet in the afternoon, so he's an unknown quantity. The 7, first time in the States, unknown quantity. and they're the two favorites right now, Mig.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to like with both of them, right? You got a horse that's coming from Europe that ran once, going 7 furlongs, ran left-handed. I think that's important, and goes into the Chad Brown barn. So, of course, this horse is going to merit attention. And the work for the 9 Tenacious Leader, even though he hasn't run on the surface, he's making his 3rd start. He has foundation, and everybody's buzzed about that work on the turf.
It wasn't on the 10? Oh, the 10's work. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, Tenacious Leader, the 9.
The 9.
The 9, I mean, the 9, yes.
Meanwhile, the other Pletcher, Paulie, Nudge from the rail, who was 3rd, beaten 2 lengths behind without caution, who of those who've run on the grass in the States, probably the horse to beat.
Why is he
huge
15 to
price?
I actually used the horse. I don't know why the horse is 15 to 1, because if you look at this race, if the 9 takes to the turf, they're the 2 speed horses in this race, and they're stablemates, so they're going to lay off of each other. I thought he was game in this effort. I do get that without caution, ran him down, but he was dealing with pace pressure most of the way. And if they let this horse just go on the front end, I thought at 15 to 1, I thought it was a ridiculous price. I don't know if the horse can win the race, but he's going to be leading the race for a while.
Too big a price. I agree with you. I don't like him, but it's too big a price.
Yeah.
Here he is as we kick off our post-break. Todd Pletcher of Police Stable with the son of Uncle Mo.
You got to think he's going to be the speed of the speed in this race, and with the 5 and 6 coming out, and 4 even, there's going to be less speed.
That certainly helped his prospects. Here is Without Caution, who won that debut, beating Nudge.
Yes, had a really good trip last time. Sets to sit a really good trip this time. Was 13 to 1. You're not going to get that today.
Saw the feature on part of Graham Motion's team with Rafael Hernandez with this horse, Test Score.
I think he's very dangerous stretching out in the 2nd start.
Still a maiden, but a lot to like. Here is State's debut for Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to make of the horse he ran against. He didn't get a particularly high rating from Racing Post of 84, but I guess in this spot you have to consider him.
Back-to-back wins, one on synthetic, one on turf for this Godolphin runner for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, and usually the board will tell you on the Charlie Appleby runners, this one getting a little dismissed at 5 to 1.
The first Charlie Appleby horse I've seen not taking money, actually. Probably win.
Tenacious Leader, the big turf work, just broke his maiden on the dirt on a race taken off the turf.
I mean, if you assume, based on that workout, that he's a better horse on turf than dirt, that he's close to a cinch in this race. I mean, he ran a 74 buyer on the dirt. In his 2nd start going a mile, you don't see those horses, 2-year-olds, going a mile and getting 74, especially around the Wilson chute.
Yeah.
So I feel as though this horse, if you believe based on that work, he's a better turf horse. I understand why he's favored. Now, I'm not saying he's going to win, but you put the two together, doesn't he make him the favorite here?
Now, the question we have to ask is, wouldn't this horse maybe even take a shot in the hopeful off of that run, even though it would be considerably tougher?
Well, Todd Pletcher has Menti in there and the others. I mean, obviously, Todd must feel based on the work. I would assume.
Well, but that's my point.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
they got the confidence to go to turf.
That's a positive. Yes,
Yeah.
He's saying no. He's a turf horse. He couldn't win the hopeful based on that race, but he could certainly win this race.
No, but we've seen him run horses like this in the hopeful in the past, right?
Everybody's trying to get to the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races, the fillies and the colts. They are far and away, along with the preposterous Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, a race that should certainly be a Grade 1. They're the easiest Breeders' Cup race to win. So every owner wants to get to those races because they are the lowest common denominator horses. I'm not saying bad horses are winning them, but how many of those American horses have gone on and had huge, and some have been pretty good, but a lot of times they're horses you forget about.
This man right here, a chance to equal history in this race. Flavian Pratt, 1 stakes win away from joining this trio of Joel Rosario, Anrad Ortiz Jr., and John Velasquez. Mig with 15 stakes wins in a single Saratoga meet.
15 stakes win in a career in Saratoga is good. 15 in a meet is just otherworldly. Flavian, there's 9 stakes, including the with anticipation. So after today, there's 8. I'm sure he's going to be mounted in all of them. He's on a live horse here that we have to see can adjust to American-style racing.
He's on Highland Falls. In the Saranac, he's on West Hollywood, who's going to be one of the favorites. He's got a big chance to get to like 16, 17.
Big chance to set the new mark. We'll see first things first. Can he tie it on this horse making his State's debut coming up? Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, let's see what Zulu Kingdom does here. He's a horse that's taking quite a bit of money for his stateside debut. A very pretty horse. He's very elegantly put together, has a long frame with a lot of scope to it. So therefore, going from what a 7 furlong over a soft turf course in France, yeah. going longer here in America makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a horse that even went longer than this. Now, he was a little bit, he was throwing his head quite a bit in the warm-up, and I think Chad caught up with Acacia earlier and said that he's a horse that likes to look around a little bit. So we'll see how much focus he possesses and how kind he is to rate. He's actually settling in nicely to the bit there, more so than when he first set out with his warm-up with Flavien, and at least Flavien knows horses prepared in France and how to deal with them. So I guess it's a good match, jock and horse here. We'll see what he does. I'm not in any rush to take him at a short price, that's for sure. As we'll check in with the Godolphin runner, that's number 8, Cavallo Bay, and reading some of the write-ups, the one on DRF for this with anticipation. Charlie Appleby quoted as saying that he lacks a bit of gate speed and that he is more of a galloping type. So maybe American racing, you might get a little out sprinted early. So we'll see if the pace will come back for him. I have no problems with him physically here. Athletic, he's handled himself beautifully in all of the preliminaries, is wearing those blinkers here today. So, you know, I thought the fact that he's won 2 races, albeit one on the synthetic at Wolverhampton, which isn't the greatest of European or English racetracks, still, I wouldn't totally dismiss him at 9-2, guys.
2 minutes to post. Boards seems like it's telling you the story. I mean, these horses get bet hard for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. To see 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 6-horse field, and they're relatively unknown horses, so I get it. But, yeah, I mean, for me, making decisions in betting, I'm pitching this horse. These horses for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have been massively overbet at the meet. We have seen quite a few that were not supposed to be the short price they were, and they haven't run particularly well. This one, they're not betting because it's not good.
Without caution, we saw this horse, Paulie, on the turf, and he showed a really nice turn of foot to beat Nudge and get that debut win for Cherie DeVaux.
Yeah, and Cherie DeVaux is a tremendous conditioner, and most of the time she gets her horses ready for their second start. For this horse to win first time out, I think it's a plus. Maggie's saying that he looks the best on the racetrack. And to get back to the 8, when you look at the 8 for Charlie Appleby, the 3 races that horse has ran for, $12,600, an $8,000 purse, and a $12,700 purse.
One of the problems in in English racing is because of the situation with the bookmakers, there's always a dispute and the purses are low. And that's one of the things a lot of owners and stuff not running in England, I think a lot of it has to do with the purse structure not being particularly robust.
And we should point out, too, I mean, there he is again. 2 of his 3 races, he has dwelt at the start.
Yeah, I was talking to Paulie about that. They use dwelt differently in Europe than they do here.
Okay.
A lot, like we think of dwelt 4 or 5 lengths, right? Over there, it's often like 3/4 of a length. I watch the replays. It's dwelt, and the horse left got beat.
So it's nothing to be concerned about.
No, I'm not saying the horse gets out of the gate well, but when I see dwelt, don't you think
we're thinking
5, 6 lengths?
refusing.
We're thinking they don't come out of the gate, and I'll watch the replays and go, well, he broke a half leg slow, 3/4. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a good habit, and it's not going to help him here, but I don't think of it as he's going to break 6 lengths down the field.
It's unusual because what has Charlie Appleby been so good at? A lot of his horses, we've said this before, first time, they win, but first time Europeans, they struggle out of the gate. Charlie's horses don't.
Yeah.
So maybe this is one that does.
I think it's just a different situation, the gate for them, Richie, right?
And they don't put a premium on speed there. So it's not like something they're really schooling their horses to leave there the way we school our horses.
Steve Clausen did.
Well, that's how many races did he win? He basically
game.
revolutionized the way they rode over there.
Yeah. Saw that 1-horse Nudge. Is he going to try and wire this field? A lot of money on now the favorite, Tenacious Leader. Getting on turf for the first time, it's really telling the story here. That work must have been sensational. Working heads up with multiple graded stakes place, talk of the nation. Had to work a little harder to do it, but on even terms with
He would be 1-9 in here for whatever. The working with him doesn't, but he'd be 1-9 in this race.
He would. He's the 9-5 favorite here. Arad Ortiz Jr. riding. And, of course, Flavien Prat on Zulu Kingdom, a chance to equal the stakes record with his 15th of the meet. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Grade 3 with anticipation. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Here's test score coming up. 3 more. Zulu Kingdom. Cavallo Bay. And Tenacious Leader. Tenacious Leader goes up. Right to the gate. All set. And they're off in the with anticipation. And Tenacious Leader and Nudge are the first two out of the gate. Nudge is just in front, Tenacious Leader alongside second. Zulu Kingdom comes away in third. Then it's Cavallo Bay in fourth. Test Score is next to last after being crowded a bit at the start and without caution at the back of the field. It will be Nudge setting the pace. Nudge a clear-cut leader by 2.5. Tracked by Tenacious Leader, who's a comfortable second. It's another length and a half to Zulu Kingdom and Cavallo Bay. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Test Score without caution are side by side at the back of the field. It's Nudge leading by just over a length to Tenacious Leader in second. Nudge lets it out once again, leads by 2. Zulu Kingdom inching up closer while also snugly in hand third. Cavallo Bay is fourth in the outside. Then comes Without Caution and Test Score, 48-3 for long shot Nudge, with Tenacious Leader about to attack in second. Now Tenacious Leader cuts into the lead. Nudge 3/4 of a length. Tenacious Leader asked to go by pretty aggressively. Cavallo Bay has taken third with a nice bid. Here's Cavallo Bay sweeping up 3 wide. Behind them, Zulu Kingdom is in fourth there at the top of the stretch. And it's Tenacious Leader on the extreme outside, Cavallo Bay, and Zulu Kingdom is sneaking through with a nice bid too. Here's Zulu Kingdom, he saved all the ground and he storms to the front. A picture-perfect ride from Flavien Prat. Tenacious Leader trying to keep pace but won't beat Zulu Kingdom, who scores in the with anticipation. Second was Tenacious Leader, and in behind them, it was among 3 of them, including Test Score, who was on the scene late.
Record-tying win here for Flavien Prat, 15th stakes win of this meet at Saratoga on Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown.
And he earned it. He had a handful of horse with no place to go, and he found a sliver of daylight, and he contributed greatly to this victory, and fittingly so. To tie the stakes mark, you want to contribute this kind of ride. He's been riding lights out the entire meet. Nice run. Watch how he skins through here. He had plenty of room when it started. It looked to me like it tightened up a bit. And trust me, as much as we see that, when you're out there, it feels even tighter.
I'll tell you what, the 9 saw the 7 late, Andy. If you look, the 9, I think, was idling a little bit. Then when he saw the 7, he came after him again.
They both ran extremely well in here. And to put it into perspective, we saw a drop down for Chad Brown and Klarovich earlier, win by the City Block on the inner turf course, same as this one, at 1.16 and I think a 1:42. And that horse, while a 75,000 maiden claimer, older horse, looked like a maiden special. And this race went faster for 2-year-olds. These are pretty good horses.
Again,
both of them.
I don't want to knock on anybody, but Cherie DeVoe's horses have been a little bit disappointing. And again, Without Caution did not run well today.
Trouble at the start, though.
Yeah, trouble at the start. Didn't really have a great break. She's been having a Cagliostro the other day. She's been having a little bit unluck. A lot of
bad luck.
Got a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, watch the one horse breaks out into the 2 here, guys. What I saw in the pants shot.
The 1 came out.
No, she came out too. The 2 came out a little bit too.
2 kind of caused his own problems.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but then the 1 took up all that slack, so he couldn't even really correct if he wanted to. He was caught in the jam.
Good effort by both these horses. Both these horses are horses that have a chance to be competitive. In the
But Paul, good point. I mean, the 9 re-engaged and made up some ground on this 7.
I think he was idling with the 1, right? And Mick, as soon as he saw the 7, he took off again, right? He's like, whoa.
I got more work to do. I went after him. Now watch the 7 horse's ears coming to the wire. Like the inside ear is going to come up. If I saw it correctly the first time. Nah, he ran like very late, but I think the 9 re-engaged when he saw him. But this was a solid race by both these colts. And to have a horse in their second start come to America running much tighter turns and slip through a sliver of daylight like that showed a lot of courage. This was a really good race by the winner and the runner-up.
You're going to tie the record. You want to tie the record with that ride.
Incredible.
My God.
15 stakes wins at the meet. He'll have a chance. He's going to be gone for a couple of days, so he's going to miss some stakes races. But Prat will have a chance to set the new record on a few occasions. And also, by the way, guys, 2 wins today for Prat. He's got 39 wins. I know he's going to be gone for a couple of days, but 4-win separation now between him and the meet leader, Ryan Ortiz Jr.
Unlikely to pass him, but not impossible.
So you're
Yeah,
saying
not-
there's
not.
a chance.
Not impossible, but think about the meet Irad's had as well. Missed 4 days from suspensions, right? Missed another day because he had to go to Monmouth, so he's missed 5 days of the meet. I mean, they both had sensational meets.
Flavien missed Sunday, went to
I know
California.
you picked Irad to win the meet, which was a bold call.
Wow.
Flavien to finish second.
I think
I'll
he's
tell you
making
what,
fun of you,
Dylan
Greg.
Davis was a pretty good pick to round out that trifecta.
Well,
because
Tyler's
he's
third. Tyler's third.
Tyler's third? I think Dylan's going to
Dylan
pass
fourth,
him.
though, but Dylan amazing.
Yes.
Dylan had a great meet.
And
Doesn't
he's
matter where he
riding
finished.
great. Some guys can have really good meets. It's just they're riding all the right horses. And then the rides that contribute to those victories, like this one, like several that Dylan, two rides today coming up the inside. It's fun to watch so many good riders congregated in one place, delivering these beautiful rides.
It's been fun to watch, and that was what a moment. And you had interviewed him. You didn't ask him about it because you said he didn't want to talk about it.
He
trying
did
to
not
set
want
this
to
mark.
go there.
It's like a hitting streak or a no-hitter. Stay away.
Superstitious, and I respected it because I was that kind of superstitious as well.
Flavien Prat, 15 stakes wins and counting, equaling the record in a single season here at Zulu Kingdom. Chad Brown with a 3-win Thursday afternoon as well for Madagat Stables and Michael Dubb. Stay with us.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won, and it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And
Pearl State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday afternoon here at the premier meet in the country. You're watching Saratoga Live, and our feature on this Thursday, Grade 3 with anticipation. History made by Flavien Prat with his 15th stakes win of the meet. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock sale. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. So Zulu Kingdom now 2 for 2 on 2 different continents. $6.20 for the win. Keep your eyes on Tenacious Leader. That was a big turf debut for him as well. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with the record tire. Maybe will be broken. Flavien Prat and Flavien. We saw you with Zulu Kingdom. I was watching you warm him up. Little funny with his head, likes to kind of look around a little bit, but he settled so nicely for you, I thought, in his stateside debut here.
Yeah, no, very professional. He was throwing his head a little bit in the warm-up, but he wasn't pulling much, just a light mouth. Yeah. And I was very happy that he broke with the field. You know, sometimes horses from Europe, they break a tap slow. And so I was very pleased that he broke with the field, and then I was able to save ground all the way around, and he was very professional.
Given that you are European and get the call on some of these European horses, how do you approach the gate? Because it is sometimes a hurdle for them to break with the speed that American horses do.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I say, he's just been very professional. He split. I mean, he went through the inside. He broke with the field, so he showed that he has a great mind and he's willing to do everything you ask for him to do.
Now 15 stake wins. It ties the record here with what you're riding here. 3 more days. You're at Kentucky Downs on Saturday. I mean, just as a whole, I don't want to pontificate or put words in your mouth, but what would it mean to break through and set a new record?
No, it would be amazing. It's I mean, it would be a great honor to just break the record. Obviously, it's been a great meet, and I had the chance to ride some of the best horses this meet, and I'm very grateful for that. And I mean, we tied. Hopefully, we can get one more, and if we don't, it's okay. It's been a good meet, and as long as we try to ride good races, and then after that, it's up to the horse.
I think you have a pretty good chance of getting a couple more. I'm just going to put that out there. Well, congratulations here with this With Anticipation win.
Thank you very much.
Zulu Kingdom, professional and now undefeated as he takes down Greatest Stakes Company, guys.
This is why he came here from the West Coast. And Chad Brown was a big, part of the reason talking him into coming here. But he wanted to be in the conversation year's end for an Eclipse Award, to be riding these big name horses, and to have moments like this. I've got to think this alone right here gets some play into an Eclipse Award.
He's got to be in the conversation 100%. And listen, he could have stayed in California, been very comfortable, and continued to dominate there. But complacency is the enemy of greatness. And taking this step to come here to take on the best riders is what has thrust him into that opportunity to be considered a great rider. And he's a terrific person. I love speaking with him. He's thoughtful, soft-spoken, puts most of the credit on the horses. He's a pro's pro. It's been fun to watch him and how he's incorporated himself into this jockey colony.
They're lucky he's not in California. He'd be winning at 40% with that jockey colony compared to this one.
We're lucky he's not in California.
We get to see him, as a result. It's been a treat for us. So you take a look at this pick 6 with 1 leg remaining.
So I was looking, Greg. So the lowest payout in the pick 6 is to the 2. But there are some carryovers.
What is it with the 2 about?
$56,000 if you're alive to the 2 in the pick 6. $59,000, excuse me.
I think the 7, if it carries over.
It'd be 1, 4, 5, and 7 are carrying over.
One more look at
1, 4, 5, 7.
Yes.
The trio that Flavien joins with 15 stakes wins at the meet. Joel, Arad, Johnny V. And he'll have a chance, and you said it earlier, Paul, maybe it happens in the Saranac tomorrow on West Hollywood for Brad Cox. He'll be on board that horse who's 2-1 morning line. Obviously got to deal with the big torpedo in that race, who has been brilliant.
He's been good. Yeah, he's been good. I don't like West Hollywood at all, but I guess he could win.
And how about that group of riders right there? You have 4 riders there that are tied. 2 of them are in the Hall of Fame, and 2 of them will be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, just a phenomenally deep, talented jockey colony. And honestly, I get a kick out of it. I enjoy watching good riders ply their trade, and we've got as good a colony as I can remember in a long time.
It's incredible. It is a murderer's row.
And you got guys like Ricardo Santana, Luis Rivera, Ramon Vasquez that are riding well too. Like these lower end riders that aren't really getting a ton of chances are taking, advantage of their opportunities. Luis Rivera's having a great meet. Ricardo's having a great meet. Sean Bridgman, who's on the one in here.
Well,
3 for 4 at the meet.
Yeah. Close it out with a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, maiden special weight, credit worthy, a massive standout who had so much trouble in that debut, and with a clean trip, looks like he's going to be very hard to deny for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Manny Franco. Odds on right now. We're going to take a timeout. We got a big one on closing day. Grade 1 in the hopeful, and the $1.3 million colt did not disappoint in the debut. What will he do for an encore? Stay with us.
Full count, Felicia. Put them to sleep early.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. It's a scramble. Fort Washington outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
And now here's Practical Joke, running up alongside of them with 1 furlong to go. And Practical Joke and Jose Ortiz move up alongside of Royal Copy and Pretty Boy Flash, who continue to fight. The three of them will come to the wire in the Hopeful, and Practical Joke was all business. He won the Hopeful under Jose Ortiz.
Practical Joke started out his career with 3 wins and back-to-back Grade 1s. He'd had the Champagne after that Hopeful.
Yeah, he won photos in both those races, being Syndergaard in the Champagne by a head bob. Now, Classic Empire was favored in here. He wheeled at the start and dropped the rider, but it was a very slow pace, and Practical Joke overcame it. He had 3 Grade 1 wins. 2 of them were at Saratoga, the Hopeful and the Alan Jerkins.
Alan Jerkins.
This is a terrific horse.
Champagne in the fall.
Turned out to be an amazingly good sire.
Yeah,
Tremendous sire.
Syndergaard kind of went away with the pitcher, too.
Yeah, he was good for a few starts, but a Practical Joke, 5-time winner, $1.7 million in earnings. And our ABR race of the week, big one to close out our coverage from this summer. 2-year-olds in the Hopeful, such a perfectly named race. Horses with dreams, connections, dreams of next year's Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown. And some big names on this list. Obviously, Chancellor McPatrick was sensational first time out, but this horse, $1.3 million at auction. Didn't start well in the race, it ended very well.
He could sell him for more than 1.3 now. He was impressive. Wet track or not, this is a fast race, Richie.
This is a fast race. He broke a little slow, rushed up into the pocket, idled in there, so he showed a lot of professionalism in that way. And look at his stride. The way he kind of rolls over his shoulder. He's got such reach. I mean, now he did this on a muddy track. Of course, we want to see it on a fast track. But his stride does something to me. You see that little extra extension he gets? That's the way he rolls over his shoulder. He's got an impeccable mechanics to his stride.
Trained by the right guy. Gustavo Delgado is a very heady trainer. We saw what he did with Mage, and he's won multiple Triple Crowns over in Venezuela. So I would think this horse going longer is going to be better.
96 buyer in that debut. Again, as Mick said, muddy sealed track. We'll see what we get from him on a fast track. Meanwhile, Chancer. He was not supposed to win this race.
Complete effort and contrast. Now, Chad Brown had told me that this was a good horse, though, as he said, maybe tough for him to win first time out. He didn't break that well. He got badly steadied and shuffled back on the backstretch, but wow, did he kick in. Now, the horse he beat did not come back and run particularly well today, right? The
Stretching out.
Yeah, stretching out, but it's impossible to knock this performance, guys.
No, it's not. I mean, you can't knock it. This horse is flying at the end of the race. I mean, when he raised just the right crop, he saw it, and he took off.
He's overcome adversity. He showed he'll take kickback, so you know he's got courage, he's got heart and desire. And then the way he finished, he looks like a horse that's going to appreciate as they go further. Now, he's getting another 110 yards in the hopeful, but I think you're going to see the best of him in races like when we go forward to the Champagne and beyond. But you got to love a horse that shows they'll overcome adversity. That's the one unknown. Horse can show a lot of ability in the morning, but until they've taken that punch, you don't know about that.
Two of the most exciting 2-year-olds we've seen this entire meet, and they're going to go head-to-head in the hopeful Grade 1 on closing day of coverage on our Labor Day Monday as we get back to this finale here to close out our Thursday card. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Maiden special weight coming up, and this race goes through the 2, no question. Credit worthy for Chad Brown. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, credit worthy, much the horse to beat in here. Really have no problems with him whatsoever. And if he runs his first race, they're all running for second here, but let's check in with some of those as we'll take a look at a duo for trainer Christophe Clement, beginning with a first-time starter, number 3, Summer and Aaron, a gelded son of Summerfront. And the dam, she was a decent dirt sprinter, but this one have to McAaron, who did go 2 for 12 in turf sprints, and 2 of the other siblings to try turf, won on it, and definitely looks like a turf sprinter. This is the right spot for this guy, but he doesn't seem overly cranked up for this debut, although I will say since getting the tack on, he's woken up a little bit more. I mean, he is about as flat as a hoof and as slack as a pastern as you could possibly have on a horse. Oh, I like this. Oh, we've woken up a little bit. I think that's a good sign, as he does look fit and strong coming in here. So maybe my initial inspection of him was wrong, as now he's saddled. So interesting proposition for Christophe, sitting at 9-2, as he'll also send out a comeback horse off the bench in number 8, Reverend Moon. He's one that went forward from his outside post, going the 6th last time out at Aqueduct. He did stop kind of badly, as the 2 horses that ding-dong to the wire were sitting right off of him. Now you have to think that there was probably an issue. I'll say this though, this guy, as he was always kind of a tank and really compact and stout in his physical makeup as a 2-year-old, he's actually lengthened a little bit, which I like, and he's striding out beautifully here in the paddock. Maybe he needs a start, but he is a horse that has always carried some excess conditioning and has run well despite that. So I think Reverend Moon, and he'll be a big price in here, he deserves a look, as we'll also take a look at number 6, Speed Figures. Ran very well first time out in a race taken off the turf, finishing 2nd. But this one by Super Speedy, okay with his turf sprinters. The Dam one going in a turf sprint, but a slower and cheaper type of race. And there have been some other siblings who have won on either the synthetic or the turf. So switching to it makes a lot of sense to me for this Live Oak Plantation homebred with Mike Trombetta. He looks fantastic here in the paddock too. He's bouncing on his toes, giving every indication that he's going to flaunt some early speed too. Here, switching to the grass, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. Even money favorite, credit worthy. The 2, Chad Brown Barn, looking for a 4-win Thursday afternoon, and he has massively the one to beat, who had all kinds of trouble in that debut. We'll be back with the finale next.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry soil room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Historic Congress Park. Just about, what, a 5-minute walk from here? Come on down Union Avenue.
And right at the top of it is the statue from Mary Lou Whitney and John Hendrickson.
Beautiful.
Native dancer.
The key to your success here, which I have not gone, you've got to get those minerals in you because it helps your brain out and has not helped my brain out
got
at
one right
all.
here, Paulie. It's a 10-foot, 20-foot walk.
That one's a little bit better.
That's not a spring. The one outside, very sulfuric.
Yes.
The one outside, very sulfuric.
You know what? I need
Not
all the
like this
sulfur I need right now.
Healing Waters, I need some healing after this meet. 8-1 on Proton Spirit for Melanie Giddings.
Yeah, this has been a team to be scared of, the Giddings Bridge Mahan team.
There's the big favorite, credit worthy.
Yeah, listen, the horse to beat. You watch that replay, and the horse really did run home nice.
First-time starter for Christophe Clement, Summer and Aaron.
Probably betting a lot because it's Red Ortiz. After 3 turf winners, the dam was a good dirt horse. I'm more scared of the other Clement runner.
Call Bob 17-1.
This horse has got 3 seconds. Going to get on the turf for the second time. The one time on the turf did not run a step.
Speed.
First-time starter with Jose Gomez here, Ink Lies. Wesley Ward taking no money, and that in itself is strange.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's probably the most interesting thing about the horse.
Wesley Ward with firsters usually gets heavily bet. Speed figures 9-2 Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, and I think a player in here, and Michael Trombetta is a very good sprint turf trainer, and this horse almost took a field gate to wire.
Zeka Diabo. And, Andy, you brought up an interesting point on this horse.
This is my long shot here. I bet a 2-7 exacta trying to get him home, at least for second. His turf debut was extremely good. A very live field, not a good trip that day. He is getting ignored at people's peril.
And 9 starts since he's been back on the turf. Reverend Moon went by. Here's the 9, first-time starter for Linda Rice.
Yeah, we'll see. A first-time starter. Linda doesn't usually do well in here. This one does have some turf pedigree, though.
Kendra Carmouche will ride 3 minutes away from this finale, and here's the warm-up on credit worthy. Manny Franco trying to bring home a 4th winner for the Chad Brown barn today.
This horse has enough speed to be close, as you'll see in this race. He was completely and totally eliminated in here and obviously should have won his debut. And that race got an 80 buyer, and there's an argument it could even be higher, not lower. He runs this race with a clean trip. He's a cinch.
What I love about this, watch him get steadied all the way to dead last. The winner of this race, they went 21-2. The winner of this race was the 2. Who was right on that pace. This pace actually held more than you thought going 21 and change.
He didn't
July
even,
at Aqueduct.
Yeah.
He did not even steady out. He checked out of the race. I mean, he pulled up out of there completely.
He's on the rail right now and got a good trip after that, but, I mean, to say this horse should have been unsaddled is an understatement. This is a ridiculously bad loss.
But like I'm saying, they went 21-2, 21-3. Even the pace setter gets ripped for 3rd. So this pace kind of held more than you think, and this horse made a giant run.
No, listen, if he gets a clean trip and runs back to his debut, it will take a stakes horse probably to beat him. Yeah, I mean, well, one of the first would have to be a stakes horse, and we'll see if that's the case. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of money coming in a Proton Spirit, and they haven't made sense. There aren't too many Protonicos. There was a pretty good Protonico a couple years ago, Medina Spirit. but not too many of them. But the
Before
way
we go to Maggie, I got to ask you something, because I want Maggie to comment on this. The 5 Ink Lies, $25,000 for Wesley Ward. He could run this horse for $25,000 at Colonial, a lot of different places. Why is he running this horse for a maiden
well,
special?
there's no maiden claimers here, and the horse is stabled here, so maybe that's it.
Strange to see 17-1 from that barn with a debuting. This is a 3-year-old. I know he has so many good 2-year-olds, but 3-year-olds as well. Let's go to Maggie.
Polly, look, he looks like a turf sprinter, number 5, Ink Lies. So this is the right spot for him, and I totally get what you're saying. But I don't know. This guy looks like he'll need a start. I didn't love the way he is warming up. I don't know. If he beats me, fine. He's 18-1. If you like him, don't let me talk him off of you is kind of how I see it. But I do get what Paulie's saying. Maybe he likes him, but there is not much pedigree to go on whatsoever, other than being a son of a Stern, who he is actually very good with his turf sprinters. I agree with Andy, though, about number 7, Zeka Diabo. This is a turf sprinter. This is your typical prototype physically for a horse that wants to sprint on the turf. Everything is where it needs to be. He looks great, and even watching him warm up with Romero Mirage, who really sent him away from the lead pony to get him really aggressive and into the bridle. You can see while he did kick on a bit, huge climbing knee action to him that he's just screaming to get back out to the turf, guys.
32-1, and it's strange that ran that race impressive on the turf. We saw it earlier when we were on, Talking Horse, so wide that day too, and they never have put him back on the grass.
That was a very well. To
They
be
tried
fair,
last
well,
start.
be fair, he didn't run again until it was winter, and he probably didn't have too many chances. He did get rained off last time, so it's not totally the trainer's fault, right?
By the way, I was seeing a little deja vu on the 5. The bottom
over
side
again?
of that pedigree, Street Hero, trained by Young Quan Cho. And I remember him out in California. Street Hero won a big race for him. He had a couple horses that he was training out in California. To see a Street Hero mare, wow.
There is the 6. So Speed Figures, Michael Trombetta, debut. He was fast early on dirt on a race that came off the turf. See what happens here on the grass if he's as quick. 5-1. What do you guys think?
On the 6, well, he ran a big figure on the dirt, I'll tell you that. So
That's
we'll
who
see.
I like. I think he's got a chance maybe to take them a long way. He's going to have to hold off Credit Worthy, but I like the fact that he had so much speed on debut on the dirt, and they were looking for the turf with him. I'm going to take a little bit of a stab with him at 5-1.
But he also was on a gold rail in that race, which does make the figure higher than it should have been. But maybe turf is the right distance. So I wouldn't want to bet him off that dirt figure, but that's just me.
Credit Worthy, 4-5 favorite. Chad Brown Barn looking for a 4-win afternoon here in this finale on our Thursday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
2 more left to load, Greg. Call Bob. And Liberté de Bayeux. Goes in. And they're off. Speed Figures, very quick once again, right to the front. Credit Worthy hustled up along the inside to be part of the early battle. Call Bob in between horses. And Reverend Moon is on the outside, now moving up to claim that 3rd spot. Zeka Diabo is racing in 5th, some 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Summer and Aaron. Proton Spirit is next. Then a gap of 5 back to Liberté de Bayeux. On the inside of Ink Lies, 21-2. Speed Figures zipping right along with a 3-length lead. Reverend Moon is in 2nd. Manny Franco takes Credit Worthy to the outside of Call Bob as they reach the top of the stretch. And Speed Figure, the one to catch with a 2-length lead. Credit Worthy kicking into high gear, gobbling up the turf and alongside. And Proton Spirit has surfaced with his run into 2nd. It's Credit Worthy, 2-length lead. Proton Spirit's coming. Credit Worthy just in front. Here's the line. Credit Worthy. That's 2 for Manny Franco, 3 for Claravich Stables, and 4 for Chad Brown to close it out.
Credit Worthy Big performance in holding off a big late run from Proton Spirit for the maiden score.
Well, this could be a very, very nice turf sprinter. Got a good trip after breaking well with Manny. Obviously more speed when you get in trouble, and angled out. And this Melanie Giddings, Sean Bridgemahan combination is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
If Sean hits the horse left-handed, the horse goes by the two, which is crazy. He kind of lost his irons there, or he's lugging in.
He lugged in, and he lost the momentum. It makes you feel like maybe if he'd gone back left-handed here.
He wins the race.
But,
it's crazy.
right there, he had to correct him because he was going to plow into the two horse, and he got to lugging in.
Wow. Stopped when he got to him.
Well, I think
the rest of the field by just lugging in badly.
When he lugged in, you could see Sean was hitting him right-handed. He hit him once left-handed, he lugged in. Then he tried to slash him left-handed again, but he had no room because he was on top of the two by that time.
They beat the rest of them by about 5 or 6 lengths.
But this horse is raging with run. My God.
This horse might be a stakes quality horse. I don't know what's going on, but these Melanie Giddings, Sean Bridgman horses have been like wildebeests.
101-3 for 5.5 furlongs. Moving pretty good, and these are maidens.
Congratulations to somebody who just cashed for $59,000.
We almost had a double carryover.
This one's not a maiden anymore. Credit worthy. Breaks his maiden start, number 2. Much cleaner trip this time around. And able to hold off that late surge from Proton Spirit for the win. 2-1-3-6 finish. 2 today for Manny Franco. 4 for trainer Chad Brown. As we take a look at the Saranac coming up tomorrow. This will be a race where Flavien Prat has a chance to break or stand alone as the all-time stakes winning rider here at the meet. Could pick up his 16th on West Hollywood.
Yeah, but he's going to have to deal with the big torpedo. But West Hollywood is in very good form. Win last time out, win 2 starts back, 2nd place. So the 3 starts here in North America, he's really done nothing wrong, Andy, but you're running into a horse like big torpedo.
Well, see, for me, I thought this was a better effort than it was when I first watched it. And watching the replay, he got an exceptional trip after breaking a little slowly. And the 2 horses that have run back out of the race have run a good 3 to 4 lengths worse in the subsequent start. Now, that's not a total condemnation. It's only 2 horses, but I'm wondering how strong that race was. I'm amazed. He's going to be favored maybe over Big Torpedo. I think the process is dangerous for Cherie DeVaux on the outside.
Well, the Big Torpedo, New York bred, he has been a beast. He's very good on dirt, but he's been incredible on turf. 90 buyer and a stakes win last time out. And then they said so much against New York breds, we want open company, we want bigger fish.
Yeah, he ran well in the Woodhaven against Open. He was 2nd that day. He's versatile. He can go to the lead. He can rate. I like when they let him use his stride. He's just a big rambling son of big ground. He was much the best
He's
here.
like almost like a sire. The faster he goes, the better. And I think that's what's been going on with him. You know, the key horse in there is the 3, Hosier. Take me to the church. For Brad Cox, blinkers go on, an unknown that was in the Irish Guineas last time. That's the one wild card in the race, I think.
No opinion.
I know Andy likes to 6 a little, the process out of a Buissant, who is a sister to Zenyatta, so there's a lot of pedigree there.
By the way, the 3...
Zenyatta's family's all turf.
The 3 owned by
Reality.
State and Fleury. And State and Fleury. I parked in his parking lot, all Oaklawn meet, so State and good luck.
That could be it. Could be the secret.
See if the history is made in that race. So that's coming up tomorrow's coverage, race 6. That's at 3:20 Eastern time, grade 3 Saranac. As you take a look at your winner here, credit worthy in this nightcap. What a day for these leading owners, Clarkwood Stables, leading trainer Chad Brown. Statement day.
I think they shut the door.
It's funny, they had 3 wins today to go 4 up on Flying P, so it's not over, but it's close. And the 2 of them are 1st and 2nd choice in a race tomorrow at lower level race. And if Travers wins that, it's 5. It's hard to lose. But they ran 4 horses today, and the shortest price lost. The 3 to 5 shot of the 4 lost, and I guess this horse
crazy,
is close.
Right?
But I think the shortest price of the 4 lost.
And here's the replay
funny.
again. And watch the 2. The 2 ran so good, and then you just watch this one horse just running like his hair's on fire. And you can see Sean never went left-handed, I guess, huh?
Well, late, right here. After
he goes late. He tries to switch.
And now there's no room to really use the crop anyway, and you're right on top of the wire. But, I mean, that was some effort, credit-worthy, very professional, sat the pocket. Proton Spirit came with this big run.
Both those
nice run by the first-time starter, Summer and Aaron. A race that definitely could be built on, kind of negotiated his way through traffic. I think we're going to look back and see the quality that comes out of this
I think
race.
all 3 of those horses are going to be
Pick 6, you saw that number. $59,439 with what I think a lot of people felt this was a pick 5. Credit Worthy was a single for most tickets.
And still gave you a little bit of a palpitation.
I would have had 3. I would have had 3. I think if I went in for enough money, I could have had 3.
I had 4.
And it's not bad, Paul.
But
Tough
I missed
sequence.
Charging Arrow, and I missed Two's a Crowd. I missed the 2 favorites. I singled Credit Worthy, but at the end of the day, it was a tough
So
sequence.
together we had 8. We still didn't get it.
Yeah, 59,000 is a nice payoff when you have a horse that's 4 to 5.
Congratulations to whoever hit
Well
it.
done. If you put that together, that's sharp handicapping. It's not easy around here, is it?
No, it is not.
And there's the state bred A other than. When we talked about so many different ways to go and the favorite looked vulnerable, horse who was moved up on turf going back to dirt winds up being, that was one of the toughest I thought to have in the whole sequence.
I think Derek Ryan was wearing his sandbag Titleist hat.
Back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern time. So we start early for you tomorrow, 12:30 to 7 on our Fox Sports coverage. And, of course, a lot to look forward to still to come in this meet. And that is going to be an absolute showdown to see who is the top 2-year-old at this meet when Ferocious and Chancellor McPatrick get a chance to go head-to-head.
Usually the winner of that race, the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, or one of the favorites, Andy?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of big races coming
Yeah,
after that.
still,
So.
yeah.
We will see you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time once again on our Friday coverage with a big weekend to come. It was Zulu Kingdom in the With Anticipation States debut. Pretty impressive. One of 4 wins for the Chad Brown Barn and a history-making ride there for Flavian Pratt with his 15th stakes win of the meet. Hope you enjoyed our Thursday coverage. Fans, we're going to continue to pack it in this weekend with some big races still to come, certainly in that 2-year-old division. We'll see you tomorrow.